working hard to outrun all the ones that chase. I can't run fast enough, can't pick up the pace. People run towards love, kamikaze craze. Let's be real, some true lovers really just a face. Heard it all before, y'all just need a score. Don't want it anymore, can't take it no more. Love or I adore, yes and I am sure. Because love is war, over and over, baby.
No.
Never have I ever been on the sidelines, only front line. The line on the stat sheet going up with a timeline. Man, I'm big time. Playoff berth, I'm a midwife. Back to back, I don't win twice. All pro with it like 10 times. What I'm saying. All city, all state, now I'm on a world stage. I took an L, had a turn page. Maxed out, yeah, I'm worth wage. I'm on the top with it first place. God got me for real, never burn sage. I just burn flame with it, worst case. Got they hands high like I'm Kirk Frank. It's prime time.
That's gonna be a double kill for us, 30.
It's prime time. It's prime time.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCP studio here in New Zealand for our 2026 LCP promotion games. And some exciting games on the horizon. Some teams that we don't really know all that much about coming from the wildcard regions in specific. But a team that I certainly do know a lot about after watching the PCS for the past couple of years. Some of the players are back. Is DCG going up against QTD. I'm going to start with the DCG lineup because this is the lineup that if I had to guess going forward will be the one to meet the Chiefs later on in the week. Starting up on their top side, Flaren, a newer prospect to the team coming in up on that top side, has been performing in the PCS very, very admirably. But as we go down the list, 665, this guy has been so explosive for the DCG roster, not only this year, but last year as well. They then have Hongshuo in the mid laner, formerly a substitute for PSG behind Maple. Always going to be hard to get stage time when Maple is your current mid laner. And then their bot lane. This is really where they are explosive. This is Feng, who has been one of the best performing AD carries in the PCS historically, and Xiaoxi, a player who went over the LPL, performed great over there, has performed great in the PCS in the past, is here now trying to qualify for the LCP to go and meet those tier 1 regions that he is honestly capable of going up against.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be an interesting one for sure. I mean, they're very interesting mix of some veterancy in this team and then of course some fresh faces, and from what I hear they're doing incredibly well, these young gunners coming up and looking to make a name for themselves. And much like their LCP counterparts, the CFO, they managed to achieve the same run, winning every single split this year, absolute domination from start to finish. But on the other side of that coin, coming in, QTD has had somewhat of a different road to get here. Of course, we were sitting there during the draft and our Japanese counterparts were just down the line. And the reaction, to having QTD drawn at the DCG was not overwhelmingly positive.
They didn't look too happy.
No.
Hands and head, they were not looking positive.
But by all rights, this was considered an upset. I mean, they 3-1'd Reject to get themselves this spot, and no one, absolutely no one in the LJL expected that to be the result. So a massive achievement for them coming into it. Look, I don't know. It's really anyone's guess, especially given that in that upper bracket semi-final to start the bracket off, they just got clean swept by Reject. To then come back and beat them in that grand final was very impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. And that sort of sets the stage, right? This is DCG, as you said, the team that has been so dominant throughout the PCS the entirety of the year, versus QTD, which is not the team that has been dominant over in the LJL this year. It was majoritively, as you pointed out, Reject, who were so strong throughout the year. They continued to be very dominant until that final hurdle. And unfortunately, that final hurdle is the series that matters. Now you're here. There are no second lives. You have to just straight win out, and you will get that opportunity to face the Chiefs on the 3rd. But there's a long road to get there, and I do believe still coming into this tournament that DCG are the favorites. I think they are honestly a team that, even if they were in the LCP this year, I believe they would be a top 5 team possibly going into it. So this is going to be a very uphill battle for every single person, or every single team, shall I say, in this wildcard open, what is it, the not regional merit slot, the free-for-all slot, I think it is. And DCG, again, they're just such a good team. They've got such great players. They've played very well together all year. They've also got this explosiveness about them that's going to make it very difficult for absolutely everyone. But I'm not certain of how this all operates. I believe we are going to have an intro in the Riot Fist coming up very shortly, if not now. So we will be back afterwards.
Never have I ever been on the sidelines, only front line. The line on the stat sheet going up with a timeline. Man, I'm big time. Playoff berth, I'm a midwife. Back to back, I don't win twice. All pro with it like 10 times. What I'm saying, all city, all state. Now I'm on a world stage. I took an L, had a turn page. Maxed out, yeah, I'm work wage. I'm on the top with it first place. God got me for real, never burn sage. I just burn flame with it worst case. Got they hands high like I'm Kirk Frank. It's prime time.
That's gonna be a double kill for 30.
It's prime time. It's prime time.
As we take a look at Taipei 101, all of our teams from the wildcard regions, from Oceania, from Japan, and from everywhere, really. They're obviously VCS, but we don't see them yet. coming head-to-head now over in the LCP arena. It must be such an exciting time for them to get their opportunity to go abroad and compete in the LCP arena. Some of the players in this tournament, I guess, have already been there. Violet is obviously who sticks out there. Everyone else, it's a first-time opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, it really is sort of an interesting environment that you find yourself in terms of not just the opportunity of itself, but the experience itself. It's not one that you all too often get, jumping over to that tier 1 competitive environment to showcase what you've got in an arena like this. So definitely not an opportunity that you want to waste by any stretch of the imagination. And as we do see both teams, oh no, they haven't had the discipline of the LCP. The fist bumps are well off the mark.
There we go. We get the fist bump eventually. Funny that the PCS team is the team that forgot the fist bump, considering, you know, they're in their native land, I suppose. They're all at home. Maybe a bit too eager to get onto the stage. 665. This is a player that I'm most excited to see. This guy is so, well, at least has been so aggressive. I'm hoping that he continues on to that trend because he just makes every single minute of the game fun because you never actually know what he's going to do.
Yeah, I mean, Dice coming in and Hongju. This is going to be an interesting one. I mean, obviously, if DCG make it in, it's going to be the battle of the Hongs in the mid lane because we've got Hongju, obviously the big dog himself, holding it down. Now, potentially, if DCG qualify, we'll have another one. It does make for an interesting story, but Yuhi and Beng coming to the stage as well. Oh, look, it's going to be an interesting battle, especially for this LJL representative. A team that no one expected to be here finds that opportunity, and it feels like it's potentially the brewing of one of those Cinderella runs.
It could be. It very, very well could be. But again, DCG, there's such a stacked lineup. Shalcy here, I think, is often hailed as the best player on the team coming from that support role. I remember in the PCS watching him for the entirety of a year. His Blitzcrank it was just so exciting to watch, and I really do hope that we get some Blitzcrank here. Of course, it is best of 5s. That's all we have here of this tournament. And we could get some game 5s, which could make these picks a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, I mean, from the research I've been doing, you know, most of these teams have a fairly decent understanding of what that meta has looked like at the top level of play. So I would imagine there is likely going to be a bit of an adjustment period for whichever team does qualify. Obviously, the Chiefs, there probably is still going to be an adjustment period because, you know, an 0-19 year is not the easiest thing to bounce back from. But it is definitely these teams well and truly understand what the game is and how to best achieve success in it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is very exciting. Honestly, I don't know. Much the same, I think, as everyone watching worldwide is what this is actually going to look like, what the drafts are going to look like, because we are not in Tier 1 gameplay right here. No. This is not Tier 1 yet. One of these teams can go up there, but when you're not in Tier 1, oftentimes you don't want to be copying what Gen G are doing. You want to be finding your own rhythm, finding your own way of playing the game. And that is something that DCG have been very, very good at. And it's something that a lot of the wild card regions have been doing. They haven't been locked into their one method of play. Their one, okay, look, everyone's first picking Sion on game 1. Let's just do that. Oh, Talia Azir needs to be banned or picked. They don't necessarily go towards those. They're more willing to, oh, look, they've picked Azir. And like the Vikings would do, pick the Ziggs into it. Things like this that are more exciting, direct counter picks rather than just direct Tier 1 champions.
Yeah, I mean, it's a different sort of approach from, you know, Tier 1, which has been for the longest time strength for the sake of strength. Oh, this champion is really, really good. We need to play it. If we don't know how to play it, we're not competing. And you look at these domestic regions and there is a much higher preference for familiarity, for comfort, those champions that you know intricately in and out and you can look to exploit. And I mean, we've seen it in the past, you know, those one tricks that really, really know their champion, even in matchups which by rights they should be losing. They've played it over 1,000 times and they know just how to exploit that matchup still. Absolutely.
Hongshou there on your screen. Not getting a lot of stage time in the PCS. Again, behind Maple, it's pretty hard to get that stage time. But it's going to be very exciting to see what he's capable of here, going up against QTD. One thing I got to say, Billy, is it's very weird not having a massive speaker just to my left, absolutely roaring sounds.
It's also weird, you know, coming to the stadium, you know, the studio here, not having just horns going constantly. That was a pretty, you know, ever-present sound over in Da Nang. So it was a bit hard to get to sleep the first night back, honestly.
Yeah, the constant car horns. There's also a reasonable temperature.
Yeah.
I'm not just living my life in a heater anymore. As that sounds to me like champion select music. Oh, I hope we get to see some fun stuff. I really, really, really do not want to come in and just see the same old drafts that we've seen time and time again, because, I don't think it's what suits the level of play that we're playing these at. I think it's a lot better for you to go for those counter picks that obviously work. Like, you're not going to want to say, oh, they've picked Cassante, let's pick something like Quinn. You know, you're not going to want to go that crazy and out of the hat, but you can, again, look for these artillery mages into the likes of the Azir, the likes of the Talia, and it can make for some exciting games, and I really, really do hope we see that.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you've got teams in the LJL playing the likes of Anivia, Kennen, you know, going for the AoE Wombo combo. So there is definitely going to be some deviation to what we have considered for the better part of this year, the norm. And I'm all here for it. I mean, we saw, you know, some of the BCS teams pulling out those slightly off-kilter picks and seeing how much damage they did was so impressive.
Yeah, for sure. I wonder what it's like for these players now. Obviously, a lot of them not spending time playing in arenas or anything like that, more adjusted to playing at home. What it's like to now come in overseas for a lot of them and get used to this new setup, right? They're not going to be entirely used to it. Of course, they bring their own peripherals, but in terms of the monitor, the desk, everything, it's a little bit different.
I mean, the ambience is just totally different.
Yeah, that too.
Like, at home, you have the you know, the comfort of temperature, you know, atmosphere control. You know exactly how, you know, hot or cold it's going to be.
Maybe mum next door yelling at you to be a little bit quieter.
No, everything is familiar. Everything is the same. It's exactly how you do it day in, day out. But now you're in an arena. There is external factors that you have zero control over.
Yeah.
And that can be incredibly jarring for a young kid who's never had that level of experience before. So this is going to be that early litmus test of can they hang with the big dogs in the LCP.
Yeah, for sure.
And it's also a great scouting opportunity as well, especially given that there is a lot of change coming into next year. We've already seen some roster moves coming through. You look at Garm, Archie's gone, Easy Love's gone. There is potential shakeups coming in the works. And this is a prime opportunity to get your name out there.
For sure, and you look at PSGs, right? We're obviously seeing that DCG's now currently playing another PCS team. Maple not likely to return next year after sort of coming in last minute for the split 3. Now, you know, gets them their ticket to Worlds for sure, but looking at next year, he's already said that he wants to go to the army. It's a good opportunity for someone like Hongshu to now come in and actually fill those shoes of Maple. Of course, DCG could just qualify and then none of that matters, but still.
They can still take it away, you never know.
Yeah, for sure.
The allure of the black and red is a pretty strong one. He was able to bring Maple out of retirement, so I think very few players would turn down an opportunity like that. But I mean, coming into it, there we go. It's time.
Wow, we are deep into the draft.
And so far, there's nothing too crazy. We've seen all of this before.
Yeah.
QT Dig, that's a great Wombo combo start.
It is. I mean, both teams going for something somewhat similar in a way. I don't know that this Kaiser is necessarily placed too well. Sure, there are some combos where you look for the Wukong going in and have that follow-up from the Galio, but not necessarily the two champs you'd often pair with the Kaiser. On the other side of things, a very stock standard Jarvan alongside the Rumble. You've then got the Rise that is just a good standalone champ, can kind of fill any hole, and will have a decent time up against the Galio and then isolated 1v1 in what could be the mid lane. Obviously, it's kind of more likely Galio goes up into the Rumble, but still is room to move in terms of that. Rakan coming through will pair very well with that Jarvan, also a little bit more lockdown to pair with Florin on that Rumble as well.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, I'm very concerned for this Kaiser pick. Really can only play the game off the back of the ultimate coming through the Hero's Entrance Cyclone. Very rarely will she be able to just stand there in the wings because that equalizer is going to be such a problem. And even then, if you're Florin, you just hold it, wait till the Kaiser jumps in, then you drop it again anyway. So this is an incredibly hard game, but Silas has some phenomenal ultimates to steal.
Yeah, he does, but he doesn't have the greatest lockdown for them, right? Like, in general, I'm looking at this, the Rakan stands out to me as kind of the best out of the ultimates that are available. There are some room to play with the likes of a Jarvan ultimate, but generally, who are you going to want to be using that on? Because if you're locked in a cage with Rumble, you're probably not feeling that great. You can use it sort of how Jarvan sometimes does with the ult and then E out, but
I think the equalizer gets crazy value. If the team play cleanly by QT Dig, the equalizer gets some crazy value.
Sure, the Silas items just don't bode well for a Rumble ult doing much damage is the problem.
No,
right? I mean, you always got to think about what items are being purchased. Silas isn't going to have those burn items like the Rumble gets access to. Not likely to also have, and what is that item called now? The Bloodletter's Curse. So he does lose a bit of value in terms of what it can do. So I think generally you're looking for the Rakan, and the Corki ult perfectly fine to take as well. So you've got two good ultimates here. You can use Rise for a bit of mobility around the Rift, of course, follow him around the lanes. But looking at the drafts, I do definitely favor DCG. Coming out of this, I think the Rumble, the Rakan rather, does a really, really good job into this 4 melee comp that we're seeing from QTD. And I think as well, you have 4 melee champions up against a Rise and a Rumble, you've put yourself in a pretty rough position.
Yeah, absolutely. There's going to be a decent amount of mobility, but I mean, look, it's game 1. It's a best of 5. There is definitely potential for this one to go the distance, but the deck feeling well stacked in favor of the PCS representative, especially with this draft in game 1. QTD, I mean, came in as underdogs. They absolutely, there is no doubt that they upset in that grand final for the LJL, and the job just gets harder and harder as they progress.
Absolutely. Skin game, we're back. IG Kaiser and Super Galaxy Rumble evening things out in terms of those two, and I look around the rest of the Rift. I might have to just give this slightly to DCG as well. I think Ice Toboggan Corky, while not his best skin, is a pretty fun skin because of just how old it is and how it's one of the skins that stood the test of time and hasn't had to have a VGU.
Yeah, and I mean, look, Visions of the Fallen Jarvan is a pretty sick skin coming in, so they've got that on top of everything.
Here we are, game number 1 of our promotion series for 2026 of the LCP. It's very, very exciting. QTD on one side of the Rift going up against the favorites of the competition in DCG. PCS versus LJL once again, this time coming from the Tier 2 regions.
They upset in the LJL in that grand final. Can they potentially upset the favorites out of the PCS as well? I mean, that's a tall
I
task.
like this.
We've seen this before. It was PSG Talon, yeah, like you said. Betty opting into that range versus melee matchup, but it is going to be scouted early.
Yep, spotted out. Already finding a little bit of damage as Florin with the electric harpoon, and also won't be too hard done by because he has started with that E. He's still going to be able to farm from range. 665 now, going to realize that his jungle is under attack. I actually had no idea that Heddle is there, and so he's just going to have to concede the Raptors. A great start in the jungle for QTD. See if they can follow up on it and continue to punish this Jarvan.
I mean, Heddle is well out of position. Yeah, he's going to have to go a pretty long route to get down to the bot lane.
I think not too worried about it.
Yeah, unfortunately, just the continued bleeding of experience for supports carries on into the regional leagues.
QTD going to be able to finish up the entirety of that top side there.
Oh, Heddle's job is not done. He's scouted 665.
Yeah, just going to continue to play spoiler. Maybe something that DCG are not used to, because this is looking really good now for QTD. A lot of time being wasted for the jungle of DCG, but maybe Heddle staying around a little bit too long. Is going to lose that flashed out.
Yeah, but he's taken out a decent chunk of HP from 665. Oh, they're looking for the return. Heddle does not have the drag.
Yeah, no flash now, and that's going to be first blood going to 665 on the Jarvan.
Yeah. Unfortunately, not having that dredge light available means that there's nowhere for him to go. No flash. And a great find, calling up Xiaoxi to assist, and they're going to find Van as well.
Yeah. Does get the smite, 665, but a lot of damage coming back onto him.
Oh dear.
Van 1 isn't going to be able to follow up that flag and drag, but still winning out as it comes for that jungle clear. Unfortunately, giving over that first kill to Heddle means that 665 does find himself with an advantage. The 2v1 as well, or the AD carry going up to match this Rumble hasn't actually needed anything positive so far.
Oh, they're not done. QTD are looking to ride the aggression here and try and take as much away from 665 as they can. He will not have got a single one of his buffs to start this game off. Wow, that is very bold, and Heddle, unfortunately, is the one paying the price for it.
Now still level 1, still marking his jungler. Xiaoxi doing much the same. Going to be able to secure.
Not a single point of experience so far for Heddle.
At least a death. He has contributed.
He was there.
And he's done a good job of slowing down 665. Unfortunately, I think didn't need to die that early on. Could have just allowed 665 to finish off those Raptors after delaying him for so long, but unfortunately, staying a little bit too long did cost him.
Yeah. You look at the state of the map elsewhere. There's been a lot of focus in that jungle, and double crabs as well for Van. So he really is getting everything in what and more, if not for that kill. Oh. Do we see both junglers only secure their opponent's buffs?
Very well could be.
Smite's there for 665.
No smite. Yeah, 665 has the smite, looking first to do a bit of damage. Won't be able to get the kill, but does pick up that blue buff. So an even trade on the buffs, and 665 may even get the Gromp for it as well. Looking for more.
Might get the entirety of the top side even.
Yeah, does seem like he will. Van One headed towards his bot side though, so will still be looking to pick up some XP and gold for himself from the Raptors and possibly the Krugs afterwards.
Unfortunately, things not going very, very well for Wash today, and it's about to potentially get worse.
I think he could have finished that.
Yeah, he would have got out.
No teleport available as well, so this is going to cost him if he does go down, and it does look like he most certainly will.
Oh.
Chelsea not going to connect, the flashes there. 65 going to get taunted, but he's not tanking the tower. Feng with the barrier, it might go down, he will, but it's an execute. 65 will fall as well. 2 do go down, it's 1 kill, 1 execute, but importantly, the XP is going to be picked up there by the Galio.
Oh, and just ambitious plays across the rift.
This is explosive.
Indeed, indeed it is. But I mean, you look at how much though that 1v2 has suffered for QTD. Washide may have got the kill, but he's down a good 17 CS in that 1v2. Where the same is far from true. And you look at it, they found early damage. The Justice Punch have been horrendous realistically either way, so just connects for a bit of damage. Yeah, I think if he'd continued, he probably just gets out there by a millisecond. I suppose he gets 2 for his troubles here, even if one of them wasn't execute.
Yeah, it does get himself a good amount of XP. It's a great flash from him. Unfortunately, Feng, thinking he could tank 1 extra tower with the barrier, does go down.
Yeah, that tower hits very hard at this stage in the game.
Yeah, well and truly ramped up.
But yeah, I mean, literally half of Florin CS at the moment on this Galio. Luckily, I mean, it's a Galio. Once you hit 6, it's kind of mission achieved. But realistically, you'd want to be in a much better state than he is.
Oh, absolutely. Unfortunately, that's how it goes.
Oh, this jungle is so hotly contested.
Yeah, this is the aggression originally coming out of QTD and Van One alongside Hittle specifically, but 665 and the rest of DCG doing a great job to navigate it and finding themselves far more so far than that of the Wukong. All the while, these 2 mid laners just having a pretty good time for themselves. They're essentially the only lane left to just play mid. Or play their own lane, shall I say.
I mean, Dice did collapse up onto the top side to catch the wave after Washide got dived, but unfortunately it was a little too late to really contribute anything. And while that was happening, Hongso was able to get some time on his own, get some plated for his troubles. This is literally like watching Rambo. It's just been fighting in the jungle constantly.
That's good. That's good stuff. Hook lands up on the top side. It's going to be a 2v3. Feng, very low, doesn't have the flash, but does not have barrier. Flashing forward, looking for that trade kill, but comes down with the pole bull van, and that is going to be a kill back. 2-2 now the kill score. 1 away from picking up those feats of warfare.
Well, here comes 665, though. Does have the Cataclysm online. No Cyclone in response to the recall. This time does go through. And it's going to be a Void Grub fight.
Teleport
TP's
coming in. It's going to be Hittle coming in as that Nautilus. No way to match it, of course, because Feng was the one that could go down from Spellbook on that Corki 80 carry. But teleport going to be used now for Florin, who's going to come in. Does have the Equalizer available to himself.
First scrum going to be going down here to 665. Does not have the smite currently. And there you go. Quickness has been stolen for Dice as well. But all the prio up in this top side.
Yeah.
They're favouring DCG.
Yeah, Florin coming in with the teleport. It was the teleport that really tipped the scales, of course. Couldn't be answered yet from Washidai, so this is just going to mean that 4v4, which would have eventually become a 4v5 with Feng walking out of base, does allow DCG to pick up all 3 of those Void Grubs. Of course, it was the first Dragon the game picked up for QTD, so in terms of Monster Slayers, things are evened up. Gold, however, currently favouring the PCS squad of DCG.
Absolutely. A fairly sizable lead, but 665 and Van again going to meet around this blue buff. Hiddle's here.
Hiddle's there. Hex Flash being channeled. Going to find his way onto 665. Do they have the damage to take him out, though? No flag and drag for the time being. If he gets it up in time, maybe he can get himself away. He will be able to just, but still forward with the Cyclone. Not going to land himself the kill. Flashes exchange. Hongshu coming in, but can he get it out? No, he can't. It's a nice CC there from Dice. Is going to stop Hongshu in his tracks, and Realm Warp not going to come through. Blue buff will be picked up.
Unfortunately, it's Rod of Ages, Silas, so not the most damage at this stage in the game, but the interrupt is nice. Means they can secure the blue buff, back themselves off without being punished here, but there's also a crab ready and waiting in that bot side river, so that will be secured also. I mean, it was a great play up at the top side here. What a hook.
Oh,
Just
beautiful.
Absolutely curving it around that one minion. Picture in picture though.
Yeah, Cataclysm coming out. There's going to be at least Van going down first. The flash forward from Dice finds himself in with that chain. It's another kill back. Feng's going to go down. Xiaoxi extremely low, but still being able to walk around the fight. Hongshu with the damage. One more attack would do it, but Heedle's going to limp away. That's going to be a kill as Washidai comes through. The taunts there as well. Can Dice continue forward? That Conqueror well and truly stacked up with the flash away from Hongshu. He's cleared the distance, and as it stands, it's a 2 for 2.
Oh, Heedle unfortunately.
Trying to hook himself out. Xiaoxi should be able to get him with that W, but there's people around. Heedle is going to go down, the flash away, the battle dance, the Q, the battle dance, the heal, and Xiaoxi will make it out.
Fancy feet, unfortunately for Flower, and the trouble has only just started for him. Well, everything was kicking off on the bottom side. He finds himself a fight, but it is a rumble. Here comes the support.
Able to flash away from that Void Seeker. Gets himself away for now. Fights everywhere on the rift, but it's DCG coming out on top.
It all started, as it so quintessentially does, over a scuttle. Trying to interrupt Van. They find the angle onto the Rakan, but suddenly, from the wings comes the Jarvan. With Feng there in support, that is a very, very dead Wukong. And it's just a staggered fight. Player after player just making their way in steadily but slowly. And oh, picture again.
Yeah, the Dragon going down. This time it's DCG that are first onto it. Van trying to find his way in, but won't be able to do so. So Dragon picked up. One side of DCG.
Oh, that
Shall
is
see the
intuition.
wherewithal to realize that maybe he's in there. Gets himself out too, is very impressive.
Yeah, I don't know how he survives here. It would have been such a narrow margin.
That last Q,
Yeah.
just giving him enough HP.
This Jarvan stock is on the rise, well and truly up by nearly 1,000 gold in the jungle.
Yeah, fishing off on that Sundered Sky now. Gives him a little bit more survivability in these fights as well. As it stands, looking pretty good on the Jarvan. Now, side lane for Dice should be relatively good up against the immobility of a Ryze. They have Van here as well. Chain's not going to connect as the phase rush was procced by Hongshu.
Inkling tickling in the back of his brain tells Van that there is likely a control ward in that rush, and there was indeed. Looking to clear out the next one in the try, potentially set up for something on the spot. So, but realistically, there's nothing for the next 2 minutes 20 odd, and that's going to be the Herald coming up soon. So it'll just be get that vision down, look to take some control over the map, especially with that Ocean Soul. Vision becomes a bit chaotic.
Absolutely.
Oh,
Look for a dive here. Hongshu, no flash, is going to get knocked up there. Dice extremely low, but should be able to land that kill, QT Dig, and are able to do so indeed. Xiaoxi not quite quick enough to the play, means no way that he can keep his mid laner alive. The Dice quickly turning into a win condition for the Aljail representatives.
665 all the while, taking the opportunity to go and clear out Van's jungle. Feng, yeah. Again, just spots the pixel that he needs to as Feng steps a little too far forward. And he says, okay, I know exactly what the game plan is here.
Turret plating will fall soon.
Oh,
Yeah.
and that's Corky. Triforce in hand. This can be dishing out quite a lot of pain despite the 1 and 3 scoreline.
Absolutely, that phosphorus bomb. Then to the empowered auto attack with the Hextech munitions. I mean, we talk about the 2-item power spike for Corky, but you can't disrespect that Triforce pickup.
And Florin, an interesting fact to note that if it was DCG that were able to come out of this tournament and promote into the LCP, he would be the 2nd player in the league from Hong Kong.
Behind Kaiwing.
Yeah. Quite different age brackets too.
Yeah. I mean, you just think about the potential coming out of this competition. And it's, well, DCG clear favourites. It's hard to say that it's a guaranteed thing.
Oh, absolutely. I mean,
There's
look at
always
this
that
game.
potential.
This is a game that DCG were up at one point by about 1.5k gold, now evened up and extremely strong now on the silos is Dice. 1-0 and 2. but getting a lot of XP for himself, upper level on his direct lane opponent. Yuhi continuing to try and trade with Feng, but losing out each and every time.
Yeah, that Corki is a real problem.
Yeah, just different levels of power spike
that's
this
a
day.
call.
Cyclone going forward, he's 1v4 and will come that hero's entrance, but unfortunately down will go Van first of all. A great Valkyrie from Feng, getting himself out of harm's way as Heddle will also go down. Round warp there, 2 more to add to the pile potentially. It's just out of the knockup will go Dice, but still a 3rd kill found as DCG are getting more and more for their money. Feng still turning around a lot of damage here onto Yuhi, who's trying to get himself away, but will be able to flash away from that big rocket and just clears the distance, but still 3 kills and a bunch of sums found as DCG go roaring ahead.
Oh, you could absolutely see what the play was there from Van. Unfortunately, he just pulls the trigger a little too early. And suddenly, in screams DCG like a bloodstained hurricane, ready to rock and roll. Just an absolute bloodbath.
Will mean that the feats of strength will be finished up here by 665 as he picks up that Rift Herald. An interesting call, just no one really nearby. It's a 1v4. Sure, the Galliot's coming in, but when you're going down before it is able to actually fully channel, you're running into some big issues. Hetzel not going to be able to connect with that hook as the Valkyrie gets Feng out of harm's way, and it just goes from bad to worse.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Yuhi was half HP. Heddle wasn't much better. And then Dice was still up in that top lane, so unfortunately, just a little bit too early. I think if he holds off for maybe another 4 or 5 seconds, then the team would have been in position to collapse in and absolutely turn that. But unfortunately, not the case. Herald going to be dropped as they start this dragon up.
I think a possible accident dropping that Herald, but it will find its way to this bottom lane as 665.
Oh, it takes the long way.
This is going to be able to finish up the Herald as well. I mean, rather the dragon, eventually.
The Herald taking the scenic route to the bot lane tier 1.
Yeah, I think the minions might have been pushed to tower. Dice looking aggressively on Hongsho, will connect on the chain, but in the meanwhile, 665 just goes strolling into the jungle, and there's so much CC, he goes down, Feng's flashing into no man's land, and the killer instinct there for you, he does confirm himself the kill as well.
So, on the back of a great fight on the top side that was all but spoon-fed to them, they then give over 2 shutdowns to Yuhi. And this Silas and Kaiser could potentially just turn this game on a dime. And you look at that gold swing. Literally, almost a full team wipe there. But it was 3 for nothing. Up by the Herald pit. And then 2 kills swing that gold lead back in favor of QTD.
Yeah, and on to exactly who you'd want it to be as well. 665 just absolutely going way too aggressive here. Has no business EQing over that wall. Feng much too close to him as well. Using that flash and still going down, making things go from bad to worse very quickly as DCG now find themselves at a slight disadvantage in terms of that goal, but unfortunately for them, it's the carries that find themselves ahead here for QTD.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that things were going so well for Florent at the early stages of this game, and he's only still holding on to a 200 gold lead speaks absolute volumes. Moshadai has really come onto his own here.
Still, QTD, they do have the issue of being a low-range composition against the likes of the Rise and Rumble. As this game progresses, things will get harder and harder. Heddle able to connect on that hook, but no one in the area to follow up. Means Florin will be able to walk away, and it's a trade of towers.
Yeah, no depth charge means there wasn't going to be enough lockdown to keep him in position for Dice to finish that tower and then collapse on. And so, I mean, look, yeah, Florin maybe just breathing a bit of a sigh of relief. The timings were on his side. Allows the team to get that tower down on the bot side as well, which means that Hongshu can play those side lanes that much more comfortably on this Rise.
.665 still doing what he can to take away some of the opposing jungle.
At this stage, I'm pretty sure that Van and 665 have taken more of the other side of the jungle than their own.
Yeah, very
camps.
possibly. Quickness up and available down for Dice and takes it away from Xiaoxi. Feng gonna have to be careful. Ignite dropped, sending a message, gets his flashback available to himself.
The classic support, say it with your chest moment of dropping Ignite. an iconic one, but you look at it, Ultimate starting to come up and online across the board for QTD, plus having that quickness there for Dice means that there's going to be a little bit more of an opportunity for the hero's entrance to
Two
land.
items as well for Yuhi, meaning he is at a power spike, so it's a good time to look for a fight if they're able to do so, but there's no objective really to look for. Of course, Artican is there. Oh, hook lands. Heedle's going to find his way on a 665. Dice turning things around, has the quickness for himself, not yet able to use it. Redemption going to top him back up on HP. A 6-5 will be going down. The W landing. No, the flash there for you. He does get the kill. 4v5 now, but low health bars for QT Dig. Dice finds his way in. The quickness on the 4. The knock-up's there. He goes down first of all, but Yuhi is wailing in the back lines. 1, 2, 3. Can he get a 4th? Yes. It's only Feng that lives, but it's Yuhi with a quadra kill.
Oh, and that is absolutely the payout that QT Dig were looking for off the back of their aggression. All they needed, all they wanted was an opening, and as soon as that opening presented itself, they absolutely capitalized. And suddenly, for those that may have not watched the LJL, the upset is becoming a little bit easier to understand.
Absolutely. They're going to pick up this Artican, maybe even find that bottom tower if they were to choose to. Decide against it, but still a massive win. I mean, we'll take a look. Hezel going in, finds a good chunk of damage onto 665 alongside Dice. Realizing that not going to be able to take him down immediately. They get the quickness. Dice now able to get himself out, and they finish the deal onto 665 using Yuhi with that flash. Now, at this point, I don't think it's necessarily a done deal until Dice lands these chains, finds the 4-man charm, will go down immediately afterwards, but it buys the time for Yuhi to get there and really follow up that damage. 3-man root even for good measure.
Yeah, watch today landing an absolutely massive taunt to set up for his bot laner. And this Kaiser is now screaming ahead, nearly 2,000 gold up, well on his way to his 3rd item even. And that is a real problem point for DCG, who have been caught off the back foot a couple of times in a row now.
Yeah, looking like he's going towards a Runans, potentially, which I'm not certain. I'm not sold on the Kaiser build, if I'm entirely honest.
Well, I mean, if they're all clumped up, AoE damage works, I suppose. Either way, Yuhi, I think we could trust him to pile it out the rest of this game, given that he's had a phenomenal showing on the Kaiser so far. The DCG looking to set themselves up for Soul Point here. This may not be a fight they want to take, but they're looking for the collapse on Dice this time.
Yeah, Dice is all alone. The Galio coming back in. Do have the Cataclysm. The 3-man's there, but they're going to be able to get that kill first. Yuhi now in the thick of things, but way too close. Right into melee range. Van trying to do what he can in the back line. Is able to take down Feng, but finally in comes Hongshu. That's a double kill for Florin. That's a triple kill for him now as he looks to make it a quadra. No. Xiaoxi gets that one, but unfortunately for QT Dig, it's an ace, and DCG will answer back.
Unfortunately, QT Dig fall victim to the exact same mistake they made earlier on the top side. Just a little bit too eager to pull that trigger, a little bit out of position. And as the team stumbles on it, it is too little too late by the time they get there. A very rough spot. I mean, Dice realistically could have just flashed himself over the wall to safety. But turns in, there's only 2 members into the full 5 of this roster, and they saved the Cataclysm for Yuhi on the backside.
I think that fight could have been fine if Yuhi didn't ult directly into melee range of a Rumble. Unfortunately, does, and this gets completely one-shot. While yes, he's very strong and will do a lot of damage, he's still made of paper. He's an 80 carrier after all. So I think, unfortunately for him, a bit of a misstep when it comes to that Killer Instincts usage. Now, aggressively looking for Xiaoxi getting this knocked up, and this might just be Yuhi going down again, and it will be. Hezel as well, using that hook, will land onto the wall. Xiaoxi's never going to miss that. Another double kill coming through for Florin.
Yeah, unfortunately, this level of aggression only takes you so far. And if you keep forcing it, chances are you're just digging yourself a deeper hole. Dice on the backside. It is a 3 versus 5. The quickness is stolen. Unfortunately, you're not going to steal anything more.
Yeah, will be the 3rd dragon now. Soul Point for DCG. A couple of mistakes from that 80 carry on QT Dig. Leaves him to be in a pretty rough position. Now Dice trying to get himself out. The quickness is going to connect there from Xiaoxi. As Feng goes forward, Cyclone being used. And unfortunately for Van, it is just going to mean that he goes down first of all. Does manage to pick up Feng, but...
I mean, all things considered, I'd probably take that, honestly. Going 1 for 1, realistically, probably should have got himself cleared just a little bit early, but DCG riding off the momentum that they've garnered for themselves. Absolutely capitalizing on every opportunity.
Now Florin, yeah, very, very far ahead on the Rumble. It's still a close game, but those Dragons are going to make things pretty rough for QTD.
Once again, just a little bit too far forward. Great catch there. I shall see. Unfortunately, yeah, just the turnaround damage is kind of crazy here onto Feg, and with so many bodies in the melee, it was hard to keep track of where Van was with the clone.
Yeah, barely able to pick up that kill, but was able to do so, of course. He now maybe realizing that he's strong, but not strong to the point of running into everyone constantly.
Strong from over here, not over there.
Yeah, playing a little bit more reserved when his team's not around now.
Did Chelsea just...
Yeah, just got rid of the smite.
Yeah. The quintessential smite cannon moment. TP's coming in. Topside river, they're looking for a fight.
Yeah, trying to find Heddle there. 65 will not connect with that flag and drag, but the hook will here out of Heddle. Very low now on the Nautilus. Is going to be able to flash himself out, but unfortunately answered back as 65 uses that cataclysm to find himself a kill. Washidai as well, going straight in and straight out. And Shalcy claims himself one. Now Baron being started up. And a 3v5 to try and defend it for QTD.
Yeah, and once again, maybe a little bit of over-eagerness there for QTD to try and collapse in on the fight, not giving that avenue for Yuhi to play this fight comfortably. Van goes in.
Yeah, Van goes in, finds a two-man, is going to get rooted up by Hongshou. 1 HP now on the Wukong, but in comes Yuhi with that killer instinct. That's one. He gets knocked up though. 665 maybe stopping this Kaiser. The flash from Hongshou secures the kill, and Dice only just won't be able to secure one for himself. And with Florin still on full HP, DCG feel confident enough to start up the Baron.
Oh, that was a nearly disastrous moment for DCG. Unfortunately, without, I think if Heddle's there, honestly, or even Washidai realistically, just give Yuhi that little bit of extra space and he cleans up that fight quite easily.
Yeah, unfortunately, 665 landing that knock-up was so crucial. I think Yuhi, I mean, if he didn't get knocked up there, might have just well and truly taken over the fight. We'll get a replay of the original
because he tried to flash away from Hongshou, so... Yeah, I mean, the turnaround is too little too late because Washidai has just taken so much damage, and the equalizer and a choke point onto both Dice and Van was always going to paint a very, very bleak picture. So DCG, I mean, you look at it here.
Oh, it's so close.
Comes in, great setup. Dice comes in with a cataclysm as well, onto 2 to stack them all up. Drags Feng away. So Yuhi has flash hit. If he flashes the flag and drag, yeah, I think there's a very, very good chance that he then turns that fight around. But unfortunately, just held it a second too long.
Yeah, really could have been the difference maker. Unfortunately though, as you said, holds it for too long. DCG pick up the win of that team fight. They pick up the Baron now. And they're marching ahead. 5k is the gold lead for them, or 6k even. So they look to start breaking open some of these inner towers.
Absolutely. Yeah. Rapidly approaching that 30-minute mark. About the average from what we've seen in the LCP this year. I think it's 33 minutes and 59 seconds. They're going in.
Yeah, they found their way onto Hongshou. That's going to be a shutdown picked up by Van. Now a 4v5 on the Rift. As DCG headed south. Still maybe even looking to take this tower, and we'll be able to do so. Yuhi nowhere in the area as he's trying to secure himself the mid tower. Will be a shutdown on that objective for him.
2k lead, but without that space to play these team fights, it's somewhat irrelevant, unfortunately. And it was a great call, the collapse here, onto the rise for DCG. Look at it, Van. They've got control of that vision. I think it's incredibly greedy that DCG stuck around as long as they did. Just a little bit slow reacting to the fact that suddenly there was a Wukong screaming at him. And they punished very, very well.
Definitely a good shutdown and a good time as well to pick it up during the Baron. Stops that push in its tracks, but unfortunately now have to answer what could be the Ocean Soul. And right now, not in a position to do so. No vision established whatsoever. Putting down that blue ward now are going to be aware that it's been started up. Dice first to the play, teleport coming through. A great equalizer stopping Heddle. And the Dragon is going to be picked up here by the side of DCG. That's the Soul now, Ocean Soul for them. And unfortunately, Washidai in a really rough position. Florin's going to follow him. The flash is there. Dice is trying to get himself out, but the Cataclysm is there to follow. No damage onto him so far as the quickness is going to be used, and Feng waiting there should be able to take down the Silas. Is going to be able to do so. A lot now riding on Yuhi to be able to defend this game, but unfortunately his front line is just melting in front of him. The knockup's there, the damage is there, double kill for Feng, and they're going to finish off the ace for 0 as DCG roar array and look to take game 1.
Oh, yeah, it's a rough gig. And QTD maybe not necessarily quite anticipating what the level of competition was going to be coming in, but they sure as heck know now. Because there are so many opportunities where QTD could have taken a commanding position in this game. Just a little bit overeager, a little too quick to pull that trigger, and the positioning suffering for it allows DCG back in with some commanding team fight capabilities. They take the game and put themselves up 1-0.
Absolutely. I mean, as you said, QTD were in a position where you look at it, and they probably should be winning with just how fed Yuhi ended up getting, but unfortunately 2 mistakes in a row means that lead is all but nullified. DCG gets so many objectives off the back of it. Their dragon control was near on perfect. They're able to take that game relatively quickly and relatively dominantly eventually.
Yeah, but I mean, QTD showing the signs of life that you want, and I mean, if they're capable of putting DCG in positions like that, there is no reason they can't potentially force us to a game 5, potentially win the series itself.
Absolutely.
It's just that hopefully, you know, whoever that commanding voice is in this break, the coach, the analyst, captain even for the team, hopefully they can come to the team and say, look, okay, we had that in the bag. Here's what we did wrong. We need to tighten X, Y, and Z up, and we could take this game. Because realistically, there were you could blatantly identify 2 or 3 moments where it felt like they had that commanding position, but because the timing was a little bit off, it gave DCG the opening.
Yeah, absolutely. And Feng having a pretty rough game for himself, still doing a lot of damage there. But again, the biggest problem for QTD is even when they're ahead, they had to play so well because they're just such a low-range team composition against 3 of the best champs in the game at versing low range, right? Corki is very good against low-range comps. So is the Rise, and so is the Rumble. So you have to play very, very well. Any mistakes, and things are going to go pretty pear-shaped. Feng every mid-wave. Just having that longer range than Kai'Sa and a stronger short trade means that there was very little he could do to contest those middle waves. And every time he did try his best to do so, lost half of his HP, even while he was ahead.
Yeah, I mean, that game had you like to call them butterfly effect moments where you look at something and then you look 30 seconds beforehand, and the action that ensued 30 seconds beforehand set up the failures that then followed for QTD. You think about that fight just before the Baron. Early damage onto both Hedl and Washadai, both them going down. If they had been live for that subsequent fight, Yuhi absolutely cleans up, because what he was lacking there was someone tanking the damage and locking down targets. And yeah, on the cusp, very much on the cusp of taking that game for themselves. A learning opportunity for QTD. If they can keep playing the way they did at their peak, this becomes a very interesting series.
Yeah, for sure. And for DCG, I mean, both teams coming into this one gonna have a bit of jitters, right? Haven't played in a competitive environment for a while, being that their leagues did finish relatively a couple weeks ago. So now coming in, you can imagine there's gonna be some level of uncertainty as to how to play the game, or getting used to playing the game again, shall I say. I think DCG, you could see that in the early game, but once it got to those later games team fights, they were just much more organized, and they were just more often in the correct position when compared to QTD, and I imagine that is something that will likely continue throughout the series.
Absolutely. I mean, they showed some really, really brilliant moments to QTD, but for those brilliant moments they had, there were some pretty egregious ones, unfortunately. DCG were not immune to that either. But sure. Yeah, I think this was a real problem. The pacing wasn't quite there for the team. Yuhi and Hedl had taken a lot of damage in the mid lane, courtesy of that Corki. Everything comes in and drips. It's not that consistent stream you want for a team fight like this. And then also having a Rumble in the thick of everything just makes it so much more chaotic, so much more hazardous to play. I think if Van had waited a couple of seconds more, allowed the team to be in a better position to collapse it, suddenly that's an absolute screamer of a fight. But because everything is so staggered, so delayed, it allows DCG to absolutely capitalize. But then they answer with what has to be one of the most magnificent Silas plays I think we've seen all year.
Yeah, I mean, it really was. It set him up and his team up for so much success. Yes, he goes down, but look at what he allows for Yuhi, picking up a quadra kill on the back end of this, and only Feng barely able to live. You saw QTD there, and you can see them, how excited they were at what just unfolded, but unfortunately that was about the last good event that occurred in that game.
Yeah, and another fight where everything is just sort of in portions. Yuhi jumps into the backline to melee range of a Rumble. Again, I think if Dice isn't playing that far forward, if the team is in a better position to be able to collapse in, that fight becomes much easier to play for Yuhi. The team is there synergistically. It's not coming in stages, which allows DCG to just work through the team one by one. And again, yeah, it's just, this wasn't Dice's fault this time. They tried to make a play in the bot side, and this was just the subsequent collapse in from DCG. Van gives his life to try and keep his mid laner alive. Does so successfully, finds himself a kill as well off the back of it.
Off the back somehow.
Yeah.
It was pretty incredible effort to have been able to find that. And this, I mean, yeah, I think if Yuhi flashes, I don't think Florin ever dies, but these four almost certainly do.
Yeah.
He just needs to not get hit by that knock-up. That's all the difference was. And the fact he had the flash and used it to try and escape a target ability, unfortunately, doesn't work.
And this was that final nail in the coffin, unfortunately. The ambitions of QTD, unfortunately, coming back to haunt them somewhat. If that chain lands onto Feng, Dice finds himself in a much better spot to play the team fight, but unfortunately, Feng just micros it so perfectly to avoid getting that avenue out for Dice, and from there, Yuhi just has no front line to work with.
Yeah, and Florin quietly having such a great performance for himself on that Rumble. Very excited to see more of that from this side of DCG, but of course, we are going to go to break. Once we're back, game number 2 between QTD and DCG. We'll see you very shortly.
Working hard to outrun all the ones that chase. I can't run fast enough, can't pick up the pace. People run towards love, kamikaze craze. Let's be real, some true lovers really just a face. Heard it all before, y'all just need a score. Don't want it anymore, can't take it no more. Love or I adore, yes and I am sure. Because love is war, over and over, baby.
Never have I ever been on the sidelines, only front line. The line on the stat sheet going up with a timeline. Man, I'm big time. Playoff berth, I'm a midwife. Back to back, I don't win twice. All pro with it like 10 times. What I'm saying. All city, all state, now I'm on a world stage. I took an L, had a turn page. Maxed out, yeah, I'm worth wage. I'm on the top with it first place. God got me for real, never burn sage. I just burn flame with it, worst case. Got they hands tied like I'm Kirk Frank. It's prime time.
Attack the back line. That's gonna be a double kill for 30.
It's prime time. It's prime time.
blossoms fall, and the black rose rises. Do you feel like the heroes of this story? Coming to save the day. You're pawns in a game that's already been decided. You will fight, as good soldiers do.
I will seal you away once more.
Your age has passed, Darkin. Stay buried.
And you will fail, as mortals must. Your course was doomed the moment you left Demacia. And entered my world of thorns. Make your final stand. And see how your story ends.
Action-packed, I believe, is the best way to describe Game 1, and I think Game 2 probably likely to follow a similar trajectory because both of these teams do not seem at all afraid of just brawling.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. An LJL team which has a playstyle which is very much synonymous with the VCS we've seen this year. Just absolute knuckles out, gloves on the ground, all-out brawling. And to be fair, they did find a decent amount of success through that. It was not until things started getting away from them where it just got worse and worse, which tends to be the case with that playstyle. If you start losing real hard. But going into Game 2, as we get deeper into this fearless draft, of course, it's going to be interesting to see when those pocket picks start to come through, those comforts which have been so much of a staple of the domestic regions.
Absolutely. Blue side is going to be selected here for QTD, so we'll see if it's going to give them any better fate, I guess, here in Game 2. Of course, they were blue side for the first game as well. DCG picked that one up. But as you said, I mean, a play style from both of these teams really that does lean itself to winning harder or losing harder, either way. Was a bit of back and forward, but mostly off the back of, I want to say, mechanical misplays more so than anything else, of just going in a little bit too close to some high damage rumbles or possibly pulling the trigger a little bit too early. 665 as well, finding himself out of position a couple times.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, coming into it though, both, like I said, QTD has shown that they can definitely win a game here.
Yeah, absolutely.
As it tends to always be in these, sub-regions, closing out the game is always the hardest part. So, I mean, if they can get control, if they can maintain control for sure, this goes beyond just a 3-0 sweep. And I think I'd like to see that with how QTD played that first game.
Yeah, I think it would be sad to make your way over, play in the LCP arena and get knocked out in a 3-0, and I think certainly the caliber of player here does lean itself to be able to take more to DCG, even able to take the series if they're able to play as consistently as they were through the middle stage of that game. But again, you fall slightly behind if you are that aggressive. You are just going to continue to fall further and further behind. At DCG, they really found their rhythm when it came into that mid-game. You got that 2-item spike online for Feng. He started dishing out more than enough damage despite the deficit he found himself in, and Florin having a near-on perfect game for himself on that Rumble too.
Yeah, I mean, coming into it though, due to the fearless draft off the back of that game, 4 of the 5 roles technically have now had their most played champion gone. Rumble up in the top lane for Washington. Admittedly, he's got Cassante and Ambessa there. They've all been played 6 times. Wukong for Van as well. Again, tied with 4 other champions in that jungle role, but it's down in the bot lane. Kai'Sa and both the Rakan, the most played outright for both Yuhi and Hiddle. So as we go into the second draft, of course, QTD ban away the Nico, the Trundle, the Jax, pick up the Xin Zhao, Poppy, Aurora, and Orianna the response.
Absolutely. Xin Zhao and Vi, 2 junglers we've seen quite a lot of. Although the Xin Zhao falling out of preference of late, more so the Pantheon we've seen a lot of, but again, I don't really mind what people are picking as long as it's what they're most comfortable on, and I think Van, if he is more comfortable on the Xin Zhao, there's no reason not to pick it. It also does offer a bit of protection against the Vi for the rest of the team as well.
One of the other 4 champions on 3 plays for him this split, so yeah, you'd imagine so.
And Feng going to get himself the Unara, a very scary champion in capable hands, and I know certainly Feng more than capable of pulling out the hyper carries and doing such.
Yeah, I mean, Feng's had a crazy deep champion pool this year. I mean, going so far as Draven, Victor coming out for him in the bot lane. So he's definitely showing he's got the legs for
I believe if you look too, there's going to be a top laner somewhere in his AD carry pool.
For this year, no.
Oh, this year?
Not for Feng.
There was one game where DCG, they were against Frank, and they picked 5 top laners because they just picked all of YSKM's champion pool in game 1, and they won that game as well. So it was like a throwaway game where they just took away all the opposing top laners' champs and then still won.
I mean, Xiaoxi has played Camille support this year.
Yep, that'll be that game.
Yeah. Crazy stuff. Absolutely wild scenes.
There's Ari coming through. Something that maybe Hongzhou would have wanted to pair with the Vi. Sort of a mismatch of team compositions as it stands. Of course, there's no Kai'Sa to pair with at this game either, but the Ambassador certainly is there, and it's a good matchup into the Cassante.
Absolutely. I mean, QTD for the most part on the other side of that coin hasn't really played anything just too wild or crazy. I think the most out there you get is looking at DICE playing Cassidy in the mid lane, and even then, that's not that wild. We've seen it already in the LCP. Was it the OPQ? I know we've seen it once this year.
I think we saw it once in the LCP. I believe it was Vikings, if I'm not mistaken.
It sounds about right.
Yeah, yeah. I might be wrong on that, but I do believe we have seen it, yeah. In any case, second phase of bans now. Xayah taken away. Of course, when you do pick up the likes of the Vi and the Ambassador, you don't really want to be going up against the Xayah. Civ is something else they could possibly consider.
Yeah, both bot laners having played the Civ at plenty. Ambassador taken for Florin. That's the third of those top laners that Washington has played the most this year gone, being the Rumble, the Cassante, and now the Ambassador. So you won't have those as an avenue going to the later stages of this best of 5.
One last ban now to come through as Lucian was actually the choice of ban for DCG. So Civ is going to be there if they want it, but it is still first pick for DCG. Not that they're likely to pick up something like a Civ mid, but in theory.
Well, I mean, Civ has only been played once by Feng this year. So
well, he's already picked his champ. I'm saying
low down the totem pole, so I don't know if that's going to be... I mean, it's 3 for you here as well, so neither of them have had a huge amount of prioritization around the champion. And saying that there has been a bit of time since both leagues respectfully ended. I mean,
yeah, a lot longer for the PCS than compared to LJL, which ended just days before the LCP finals.
And then you look at the likes of the OPQ, which they had their flash in the PAN qualifier.
That's right.
What a weekend
that was. We got Saving Oath coming out of that one.
Another tournament where we did back-to-back best of 5s. Oh, that was a bleak evening.
It was a very rough night.
And then they go and clean sweep in the grand finals against one of the teams that was in that 10-game evening. Well, there you go. Rel coming in for Xiaoxi, down paired with Unara. Leona for Heddle. What do they put in the hands of Yuhi? That is the real question. Heddle's 4th most played support in the Leona.
So looking for an AD carry. There's no real clear team composition being shown from either teams, just standalone champions. Smolder. I mean, Smolder against some low-range champs can do very well, but of course there's a lot of lockdown for him.
Yuhi's first Smolder this year as well.
There you go.
At least in the LGL with QTD.
So one last pick in this middle lane for Hongzhou. And we will have our drafts completed.
He's played pretty much anything and everything you can play in the mid lane. He even pulled out Zoe and Aurelia and Zed, if you want to be real fun. It's going to be Talia.
I can tell you which game the Aurelia one was.
Oh, yeah. That
one against Frank.
Yeah, exactly.
This is the Talia. So, I mean, a champion that we have seen a lot of priority around in the LCP. Makes its way to red side 5th pick this game.
Yeah,
Perfectly good game for it.
No great Wall of Sparta combo coming out. There's obviously the Vi being available. That guaranteed lockdown. It's going to be a little bit... So we've got the... what did we call it? Was it the cease and desist? The public execution?
execution.
No, it was due process. That was that was it. Yeah, due process, because every cease and desist should end with a public execution.
Naturally.
Yeah.
Naturally. The team comes... I mean, neither team...
I think it's going to be a really hard game for you here, honestly, between the cease and desist and the public execution as a Smolder.
Yeah, no, I mean, Smolder does have the luxury of being able to play pretty far away. You don't have to get stuck into the fights, and I think it's one of those games as an AD carry, you really get tested by just how little are you willing to do, right?
Yeah.
You just want to do nothing until the fight really breaks out. It's something that I think in the LCP, Doggo does the best at just realizing that doing nothing is actually doing the most for his team at times.
Yeah, just the threat of his presence is enough. Draws that attention away, means that there's one extra, plate to keep spinning for the other team. He's then also the antithesis of that. He also finds the perfect opportunity to full send into a 5-man team and still win.
Yeah.
So he sort of really is the be-all and end-all to limit testing in the bot lane role of the LCP.
Very much so. But I think, yeah, here for you, a lot of it's going to be about, okay, how close to the action can he stand without actually having to do anything until, eventually that due process combo has been used. Because ultimately, if either the cease and desist or the public execution is up and he gets hit by either of them, he is most likely just going to be taken out immediately with the fact that you can just follow it up so easily with that Talia, the seismic shove, and then, of course, Feng with that Yunara, quite mobile when she's in the midst of those team fights.
Absolutely. I mean, they've got... any catch is just a death sentence into this DCG roster. So, positioning-wise, QTD, the problems from last game almost get expounded by the draft that DCG had found this time around. If Van is going in again too early, he's just dead. Like, there is just no counterplay whatsoever, because by the time the team gets there, he's been wiped off the map and he's probably already respawned.
Yeah, I mean, he does have a little bit more safety on the Xin Zhao with that crescent sweep, right? Able to get some distance and stop some of that incoming damage, but very much, if he is caught out of position, is going to go down relatively quickly. As game 2 now getting underway. QTD from the LJL up against DCG from the PCS, who do lead the series 1-0.
Ouch. First blood drawn. As the skirmish in the mid lane continues. Oh boy, I'm so here for the scrapping in the jungle. That was very entertaining in game 1. Are we going to see it continue? Doesn't look like it, unfortunately.
This game favoring the standard laning assignments. Also, the fleet footwork on the Smolder means he's not going to be quite as strong in lane. Of course, not known for his laning ability, but if you do go the Arcane Comet, you can become a little bit oppressive by just throwing out those Ws.
Look at the deep vision from DCG. Wanting to know well and truly. Oh, okay.
A lot of pings coming down.
DCG are definitely looking to fight this.
Yeah, it would be a 3v4 currently as Dice not really in the area. Oh no.
It's a late collapse on the Van.
Oh, they're able to avoid the vision as well. Van's going to be found out. He's going to go down very, very quickly. And first blood going to Feng.
And the worst possible player to pick it up to Yunara. Not the most obscene champion in the early game, but acceleration is the last thing you want her to have.
For sure. Unfortunately for Van, this game's starting off a lot worse than last.
Yeah, unfortunately, Hiddle not going to play his life there, and I think justifiably so, given that DCG rocked up with more boys.
Flash from Chelsea, going to get that knock up onto Yuhi. Barrier used. Hiddle holding on to the heal, interestingly. Not willing to just use it to get himself out of some of that damage coming through from Feng.
Yeah, I mean, DCG looking to ramp up the aggression this time around.
Ramp it up?
Yeah.
We're going to be at the fountain at 20 minutes, if that's the case.
Yeah, I think they understand that they need to be the one with this game in the driver's seat, because if they give QTD that avenue, they've shown they can do absolute bits with it.
Hongsho getting ganked here. There should be a kill being found. Answered back, though, as the auto attack from Hongsho is going to take down Dice. It's a 1-for-1 in the mid lane. As Van's looking to pick himself up the Raptors, but it will be answered back. You see 665 coming. It's a level 3 to a level 2.
Oh, this is a bleak TP.
No flash for Dice as well. Oh, I'm not missing the timing. What a great crash down. This could be Dice going down a second time. Does connect on the charm, and it will be answered back. No. Shall see the one to tank up that tower. I mean, 665 is going to be completely fine and walk himself out.
Oh, bleak scenes. Bleak scenes indeed. This is what I was talking about. DCG want this game in a chokehold early because QTD, with an opportunity, are going to do everything they can. And unfortunately, Dice was dead no matter what. You see the caster minions, those attacks were just streaking on, and unfortunately the TP is just well off the money. Great call here. A great read from DCG to have Chelsea and 665 in this position for this collapse. And no TP. Everything is just going horrendously in the mid lane.
Yeah, coming back to live and being alongside Chelsea, looking for a kill on Wushidai. Not going to be able to find it, but do pressure him out of lane. Has teleport to come back up there, of course, if he so chooses to do. But a quick 3 kills, 1k gold advantage, and Feet of Warfare secured for DCG early on.
Yeah. A great little lead they've got brewing for themselves. Unfortunately, things have swung somewhat back in favor of Yuhi down in the spot line, despite that early aggression. Feng, without Chelsea in the vicinity, does have to play a little bit more passively, which means Yuhi has closed that gap. But it is still a lead held across the board by DCG. Oh boy. Oh boy. Just...
Oh.
If not for the picture-in-picture, Heddle would have completely saved his reputation there.
That is rough. Oh dear. I don't see the vision either, unfortunately. With a Smolder, you were never killing.
Especially with just a Doran's Blade. Oh
no.
Oh, they both miss. Oh, Spear and Sword.
Oh, okay.
And the Charm even. Nothing connects. Fancy feet, Hongzhu. Oh no.
A little shaken potentially here, QTD, as Heddle
is dead.
Yeah, no flash after using it in the bottom lane. Does mean he's just going to go down. The seismic shove. Just able to be picked up there by Hongzhu.
Oh, and Chelsea as well. They're looking to absolutely bully the representatives here from the LJL. And I think maybe even caught off guard a little bit after that first game were DCG, and they've been shaken awake now.
Yep, picking themselves up a nice and early dragon as well. Just winning across the board currently. And it does feel a little bit like QTD are just a little shaken after that first game. Not playing quite as solid as they did early on.
So they do have somewhat the benefit of scaling on their side. Yuhi does turn into an absolute beast if they survive, get him to the late game. The problem being is so does Feng. Level 6 for Washidai. I do not for a moment think that that is the angle you want to take, even if it is a bot laner. Well, maybe now.
Yeah, there's no one around. Feng does have flash, uses the cleanse already, still going to get hit, and this is going to be a solo kill. No! Chelsea just able to get there in the nick of time. 665 as well. Not going to be able to take down this Cassante, but Feng does lose both of his summoners. Hongzhu now here. Is that Pathmaker up? Yes, it is, but he's not going to use it in time. Unfortunately, Wushidai is going to be taken out with that 4-man dive.
Just no one on the Rift in a position to help at all, unfortunately. And does get the Grump. And yeah, I mean, it's a truly bleak look in that there was no assist whatsoever coming. Great damage out from Dice, but largely irrelevant here.
Yeah, even landing the charm. Yeah, I mean, oh, Wushidai so close to being able to pick up that 1v1.
It was a fair fight until the support showed up.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that is the name of the game.
Not able to flash out the Pathmaker, but the heal from Chelsea keeps him alive. And Wushidai, he does have the W here. You have to wonder if maybe there was a world in which he could have answered something back. Unfortunately, lands that knock up, but Chelsea not going to be CC'd for long enough to be taken out by that tower. 3-1 now for Hongshu on the Talia, and 2-0 as well for Feng.
Yeah. I mean, Hong has been 3-1 for a while now. Feng was the one to pick up that kill. But it's that proactivity in the mid lane paying off absolute dividends for DCG and accelerating this Talia. And champions, which, I mean, for the most part, in the Yunara and the Talia just sort of subsist through lane and then look to pop off in the mid to late game. Having that acceleration meaning they're in a power position at the moment.
QTD able to find themselves 2 of those grubs. A nice stun from Heddle, and the charm's there as well. And Feng, he's going to get shut down. Unfortunately, it's the Leona that picks it up. Can they find more, though? That Xenoblade? No, the 3-man shove from Hongshu stops QTD in its entirety. Still, 3 grubs found. A kill on top of it. Unfortunate that it went to the Leona, but something's better than nothing.
Yeah, I mean, that gold would have got so much value on either the Ari or the Smolder, but it is what it is. You persist, you carry on. Means that Redemption's going to be online a little bit earlier, which could potentially swing fights one way or the other. But I mean, even at this stage in the game, it's hard to call the game a shutout. Yes, DCG are in a very, very strong position as Ultimates are starting to come online, but that team fighting potential is going to be there for QTD.
Yeah, man, they have a lot of champions that can help land picks, right? You land one Solar Flare onto Feng, well, he's probably going to get blown up. The charm, much the same from Dice. Anytime that cleanser's not there for this Yunara, will be quite vulnerable. Unfortunately, same can't really be said for many other members here of DCG.
Yuhi, 60 stacks now as we are just shy of the 10-minute mark. So not the best game, but far from the worst we've seen.
Absolutely. Not having a lot of uptime on trading with the Smolder does generally mean you fall a little bit further behind in stacks than where you perhaps would want to be, but of course exponentially faster does that stacking become on the champion.
Great ward positioning gives QTD an idea that DCG is sniffing around. 40 seconds to Dragon number 2. So they're going to be looking to try and set up that prio, potentially clear out some of the vision so that QTD can comfortably contest this, because DCG have the entire game so far had very, very deep vision lines.
Great charm out of Dice. I'm sure a little bit safer against the Ari now with those Merc Treads, but still able to find a reasonable chunk of damage.
Their ward has still been unscouted. They have no way to clear it, so they know that there is a rel just sitting in that brush. We'll move off for the moment. But with Dragon live, there is very much a fighter brewing, and Wave Prio is there for DCG, but unfortunately, Smolder makes quick work of the waves.
Yeah, level 6 versus level 5 in terms of supports too, so an inherent advantage for DCG, but the smite goes the way of Van, and will come Mum. He's trying to get himself out on the Zinzao, but not likely to do so. Does eventually go down, and it's Feng able to pick it up. Heddle's going to fall as well. Flash away from Utel does get him away from that public execution, but unfortunately, Woshidai teleports in and falls as well. That's 3 quick kills found for DCG, only losing out on the Dragon. It's a great trade, and maybe even finding one more. Dice has the Spirit Rush, but is getting taken awfully low and will eventually have to pop it.
Yeah, just clipped on the very heels of the Ari there with the seismic shove. Yuhi looking to try and deny away the Raptor, and will get it, yeah, for his trouble. A phenomenal steal by Van. I didn't quite see him go over the wall there because we were focused on Heddle up in the top side. Comes in, gets the knock up. 665 smites first. No, it didn't even have smite even. There you go. Okay, so it was Van with an auto attack finishing off the Dragon there.
Unfortunately, yeah, Woshidai just teleports in. He's 1 HP. It's just annihilated. Must have been some heavy trading occurring. It certainly didn't look like it favored the Cassante.
Yeah. Just again, a little, I think realistically, a call that QTD felt like they needed to force something more there, when in reality, I think you comfortably back off with Van getting the steal. Wash can sit in that top lane, get it shoved into the tower. potentially set up for something on the top side, given that Herald is now 2 minutes away. They could have established vision off the back of it, but no, they forced the issue. They give something a little bit back to DCG. More kills, more gold in the pocket, unfortunately.
Yeah, and this top lane matchup just got a lot harder for Woshidai up against the Eclipse. Not you with an item of his own.
I mean, the big benefit, especially for the current LCP 8th place in the Chiefs, they do get to just sit back and watch all this unfold. They have plenty of time to prep going into the match on Friday.
Woshidai possibly looking for something more here. Very mobile on the Ambessa. But is he mobile enough? One more Q could do it! One more! Florin's so low! Does flash away, but misses the blast cone! Q missed here from Woshidai. Both top laners so low. The public execution's there, and Florin might have just turned it around. He certainly has the flash, but one more will do it, and Florin gets the solo kill.
Van, can he clean up? That's the question. You got to wonder. No. No, unfortunately, there's nothing left in the tank for Florin. Everything used. Flash gone. So Van comes in, an absolute ankle breaker there out of Florin. Misses the blast cone even. And still turns it around on the wash. Tower goes down in the mid lane, and that will be feats of strength claimed by DCG at the 14-20 mark.
Oh. Yeah, well, that looks like a very dead Ari to me.
Yeah, that's a rough one.
Hongsho gets himself another. I didn't even know it was possible for a melee champion to miss a blast cone, so I'm interested to see what happens.
It's the passive, so it actually gives you a little bit of extra range on the Ambessa.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. I just didn't think it was that much.
Yeah. Literally would have been a pixel out of it, I think.
Oh, you feel bad for Woshidai. Not getting the W down there either. The Eclipse shield, the W shield, and nothing left in the tank for the Cassante. Ambessa picks up that kill. Now, back to live, and QTD still looking for things. Gonna most likely pick this Rift Hero up for themselves.
5,000 gold lead at 15 minutes. I mean, a bounty claimed. Unfortunately, I don't know if there's anywhere on the Rift they can put that Herald down where they'd be able to capitalize.
Minion wave after minion wave falling here in the bottom side as Hongsho should be able to pick up this tower. Would be the second of the game for DCG. Picking up that top one earlier.
Yeah, 665 babysitting. There was just nothing doing, unfortunately. Not a single item completed for Watch,
no.
unfortunately.
Dice has been deadly accurate on these charms. Unfortunately, a big misplay. Heddle's going to fall, and I think Van might just fall as well. The redemption does come down. He's trading well for himself and does at least answer the one kill. With the scattered earth, there's nowhere left for him to run and will be taken out. Teleport even being used from Dice as 65 was coming from behind him.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bleak looking where there. Okay, so there's now 4 completed items. Sundered Sky been up for a while. The Black Fire Torch just finished by Dice. The Redemption and the Essence Reaver. Wash currently has 4 separate components. And yeah, this was a very, very bleak look in, unfortunately. Heddle just tanks up the tower the entire time. The Magnet still pulls him back into range, and even with the flash, can't get out. So ultimately just dies for a Zenith Blade. But Van, to his credit, has found himself in this position so many times this series and still find himself a kill for it.
Trying to get some vision around this dragon. Chelsea trying to deny it. Yuhi walks straight into a seismic shove and does manage to flash himself out. Chelsea also utilizing his flash, potentially unnecessarily. But with the Smolder so low on HP, doesn't feel very feasible here for QTD to look for a fight. And in fact, Kettle completely misses on the Solar Flare and is just taken out.
Yeah, that should be Dragon finished off. They deny the Herald as well. Van not even going to try and go for the steal. QT Dig, unfortunately, feels like maybe the jig is up just a little bit. DCG are firmly in control of this game.
Yeah, they always have the insurance policy of a smolder, but unfortunately there is just enough lockdown that it feels like it's going to be too uncomfortable for Yuhi to play these team fights. We're still far from over here in game 2.
Oh, watch.
Washidai has been found, does have that path maker. Can he get out? No, absolutely not. Hongsho as well coming through. Heddle's going to get locked up, and not much more than a couple of stacks going to be found off the back of that Smolder ultimate. Oh.
Yeah, I don't know if... Oh, Dice, not again.
Florin, very mobile on the Ambassador. Can he connect on the ultimate? Not even going to use it. It's just going to get that Spirit Rush and be happy with what he's done. Tower's going to fall on the bottom side as well.
Yeah, so very much coming out better off at DCG, as that lead is going to blossom out to 6,000 gold again. Rapid fire cannon done for you. He gives him a little bit more security in these team fights, but how much? Feels like it. The answer is probably not enough realistically.
Oh, for sure.
Oh. Yeah, Heddle struggling somewhat in these engaged supports. Very rough to play on the back foot.
Absolutely. Yuhi gets the second item done in that rapid fire cannon. Gives him access to playing from a little bit further away around that Q cooldown. And is steadily making his way through these stacks now. Just 50 more to get.
That's better.
6-1 and 5 for Hong, so on this Talia. Had a great game for himself, as has Feng. And the rest of the team, really. I mean, DCG just put on a masterclass here.
Absolutely. Huracan spawning in 5 seconds. Of course, is a lot easier to foresee DCG picking that one up as things stand.
Got a lot of damage in their corner at the moment. Comparatively, oh, Wash, look at the damage with that Shojin's finished up the floor, and he is ripping and tearing. The jump shows first is a bit bleak.
And at least able to secure himself the Raptors this time.
Dragon's 2 minutes away. There's not really a heck of a lot other than that Huracan, like you were saying. Oh, the collapse. You can feel it brewing.
No flash here for Yuhi. Weaver's wall coming through. That's one very dead. Smolder, everything comes down onto him. Yuhi goes down first. Heddle there and after. The flash away from Washidai does get himself free for the time being, but is he actually going to be able to live? Yes, he will. Great charm from Dice, but Hongsho with that Seraph's might just live and actually will manage to do so.
Ned is beelining down to this Huracan now. As soon as Feng collapses on down, this should be easy pickings. He says to his support, come on then. Wash, gonna stop the wave from taking that tower out, but realistically, as about as good as a consolation prize available to QTD as there are at the moment.
Yeah, just continuing to win harder and harder. DCG will pick up this Huracan. Hongsho, with how low he was, already recalled and will defend the top tower. Teleport coming out to the mid lane as well for Florin.
I mean, that was just an absolute rout of a team fight. Weaver's wall to cut off the route of escape. Cease and desist onto Yuhi. Public execution, the full due process combo. Florin even actually goes deeper because there's someone behind Yuhi that it collapses on. And then Van tries to turn it around to the team to give them that avenue out.
Oh, Dice.
Yeah, very nearly had it here. Unfortunately, that tower not quite hitting as hard as it did in the early game.
Yeah, Hongsho limping away there. Could have been a massive shutdown to have found. As Feng being jumped on by Van is going to turn around with his ultimate. Ultimate used from both of them now as Feng still going forward. Will now be able to have access to that Xin Zhao. Great dash away as Yuhi will try and find some damage on the backside of it. Hetzel, 1 HP now is going to fall. Washidai as well, having to use that ultimate to get himself free!
Oh, wow.
But the public execution comes down, and unfortunately it lands hard as QTD are cleanly aced.
Oh, it seems that Ambassador can add even more accolades to her title. Now the official Dragon Hunter here for the PCS. What an absolute routing of QTD. A valiant game one completely falls in the face of the undisputed champion of the PCS of DCG, who have taken all but everything, all but the grubs that there were to get this game.
Still not quite at stacks for Yuhi, but even if he was, he's just getting absolutely eliminated in these fights. Has no room to breathe whatsoever. And that's going to be sole point now for DCG as well as they head themselves towards that Infernal Dragon. But Van, somewhat inexplicably, just pulling the trigger onto Feng. Now, does do a lot of damage, but nowhere near enough to actually take him out. Shall see, goes on in. And Van, nowhere left to go, tries to find a little bit more damage. Yuhi as well. Just trying to bide his time, but unfortunately, there's not a lot he can do as in comes 665. The charm, sure, it lands, but so will the public execution, and so will everything from Hongsho.
Literally just the clip of that front left leg of the Smolder is all it takes, and Florin screams on him with the public execution. A grim outlook for sure, and yeah, Van, I mean, you can respect that. I mean, Xin Zhao is just a pretty inherently strong champion at the best of times, and he's had an alright game for himself so far, but Feng holds the Transcendence, waits, and as soon as that present sweep's gone, Transcends able to hop away, gives himself the clearance, another bounty claim. It's crazy. 23-4 for the 25-minute mark.
2 more stacks.
And the IE almost done as well.
Will start hurting on the Smolder, but unfortunately, again, just made of paper.
Off a cliff. And there is nowhere on the rift that isn't all but guaranteed to be DCG territory. As you can see with those deep vision lines, the lack of depth and hip vision for QTD right now. And oh my lord, the damage coming out on the watch.
Oh, that's a lot of pink wards used.
Yeah.
Look how safe Yuhi's trying to play. Has his stacks online now. So we'll have that true damage burn, but you see attention from DCG now towards this Baron. Hetzel's going to spot out Florin. They know where the Ambassador is now.
Shield blow there as well.
What does that really matter?
Oh my lord.
Ultimate. Weaver's wall coming through too, and Yuhi gets knocked up. Hongsho's just going to do it himself. The flash is there. Dice trying to up to back, and Florin seals the deal. The public execution. Heddle with nowhere to run now is going to flash over that wall. But it's a 3-for-0 in favor of the PCS as they look to take game 2 as well.
A deathless showing here from 665 on the Jungle Vi. Absolutely magnificent scorelines from the rest of DCG as they just dismantle QT Dig. Magnet Storm doesn't connect, but it doesn't matter at all. DCG here to collect rent from QT Dig, because unfortunately they might be living here, but it's not their base anymore.
And second tower going down, trying to take out Florin as well. Not going to have the damage to do so. It's a 4v1, and Dice can do little bit watch. And maybe 665 goes down once. No, he will not. It's DCG now on match point very early on.
Yeah, I mean, game 1 was scrappy. It was close. It was a tight affair for a good portion of it. Game 2 could not have been more further in DCG's control. I think they absolutely acknowledge that there is that potential from QT Dig. They know that we need to get this game under the belt quickly. We need to have that dominant position. Otherwise, QT Dig could find those moments for themselves, especially with the Smolder in the draft, and they lock it down.
Absolutely. You can't imagine the coaches have a whole lot to say on the side of DCG after that one. It was all very, very cleanly played. They played around the Smolder perfectly, finding exactly how to lock down Yuhi in these fights time and time again. Unfortunately for QT Dig, now having to reverse sweep to keep their hopes of promotion alive. It's not feeling awfully doable.
Yeah, look, maybe.
Unfortunately.
They're sort of a one-hit wonder team. They had the one upset in them that was taken down Reject in the LJL finals, but DCG proving to be an entirely harder beast to bring down.
You know, I think ultimately after, game 1, the early stage of game 1 and how it rounded out, it did feel a little bit, like I said at the time, that DCG was just shaking off some of those those weird moments you can have when you haven't played in a while,
It's also
essentially.
somewhat limit testing game one for the best of 5. You sort of figure out what your opponent's going to be playing like, and DCG well and truly understood what the game plan was from QTD. You could see it, and yeah, this was... I mean, look, this was far from the turning point because I think we were beyond that with the early invade killing Van, but this was sort of that hamstringing to make things worse and worse. And
It's...
Wash nearly got 2 solo kills this game.
Oh, this was so well played too by him. Unfortunately, not able to lock down Feng enough. And Chelsea coming in with that heal keeps him alive as well.
Yeah. Just no one in the vicinity. They were looking for a potential dive avenue on the floor and down on the bot side, and it looked like it was going to be everything that Wash could have wanted off the back of that play into Feng, but look at how low Florin gets here. Flashes away. Blast Cone does not proc because he's just out of the range courtesy of the passive. I mean, and then just absolutely breaks Wash's ankles.
All it would have taken is one more of those Qs to land during that all-out. But unfortunately, wasn't able to land it, and Florin playing perfectly around it.
Yeah, bit of a grim picture it does paint, of course, but...
He'll have a rough one, to say the least.
Look, game one, I think you forgive his early transgressions because of how much damage he did. There's 665's jungling, but yeah, this was a rough one. And yeah, due process. Oh, the poor Smolder.
Yeah, it doesn't even get to move even slightly, unfortunately. Dai's almost pulling a rabbit out of a hat here, but Hongshou, the Seraphs, just keeping him alive.
Oh, yeah, look at it. And yeah, I think... Yeah, I don't know. Van, very willing to pull that trigger. And you kind of need that trigger man on a team like this, but maybe if he just holds off for like a couple of seconds more, allows the team to be in a better position to potentially capitalize, then a lot of these fights look very, very differently, but just so keen, so eager.
Yeah, it does somewhat feel like QTD aren't used to the level of coordination that we're seeing out of DCG, right? Where maybe Van in the LGL sees these positions, finds them, and there's no one actually there to support Feng, for example. But DCG, every time that Van has looked for something aggressively, they've been higher in numbers. They've had everyone collapse immediately much quicker than we saw QTD being able to do against them. So heading into game 3, it is now match point for DCG. It's the team that we expect to be going up against the Chiefs later on in the week. But we are going to go to a break. Once we're back, we'll see if QTD can fight back or if DCG continue their dominance.
Working hard to outrun all the ones that chase. I can't run fast enough, can't pick up the pace. People run towards love, kamikaze craze. Let's be real, some true lovers really just a face. Heard it all before, y'all just need a score. Don't want it anymore, can't take it no more. Love her I adore, yes and I am sure. Because love is war, over and over, baby.
rise. Never have I ever been on the sidelines, only front line. The line on the stat sheet going up with a timeline. Man, I'm big time. Playoff berth, I'm a midwife. Back to back, I don't win twice. All pro with it like 10 times. What I'm saying. All city, all state, now I'm on a world stage. I took an L, had a turn page. Maxed out, yeah, I'm work wage. I'm on the top with it first place. God got me for real, never burn sage. I just burn flame with it worst case. Got they hands tied like I'm Kirk Frank. It's prime time.
That's gonna be a double kill for 30.
It's prime time. It's prime time.
The blossoms fall, and the black rose rises. Do you feel like the heroes of this story? Coming to save the day. You're pawns in a game that's already been decided. You will fight, as good soldiers do.
I will seal you away once more.
Your age has passed, Darkin. Stay buried.
And you will fail, as mortals must. Your course was doomed the moment you left Demacia. And entered my world of thorns. Make your final stand. And see how your story ends.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 3 about to get underway, and DCG from the PCS looking to add a third team to the LCP.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's sort of that, you know, coming into it as an Oceania commentator, you're like, how do we avoid these situations? Well, we've got the long, complicated plan, which is over the next years we get another 2 teams somehow into the LCP while also surviving this year, so that we've got the majority, which means that only 1 team can be knocked out, or we just win here and survive for another year. I think that's probably the easiest of the 2, because right now it is looking like there is a darn good chance we have 3 PCS teams going into the 2026 season. Yeah,
I mean, DCG, a few jitters in game 1, I think were obvious to see. In game 2, really cleaning it up. Hongsho there, as well as Chelsea, and 665, of course, playing so well around him. Really enabling the team getting across the line there for game 2. This Talia was just so crucial in so many moments. And for QTD, I mean, they've now got to win the next 3 straight to keep their hopes alive. Not going to be easy, but certainly not impossible.
Absolutely not. But I mean, a reverse
had to think
sweep
on that one.
Was definitely a pretty tall task. They've opted for the red side, so they want the counter pick as we go deeper into the draft. Off the back of 2 blue side losses, you kind of want to shake things up with your last potential game on the cards. If they lose here, obviously that is their run done.
Absolutely. DCG, it does feel like they are more than likely to just take this 3-0. As unfortunate as that may sound to the LJL fans, this DCG lineup again. You place them in the LCP for the year, and they're probably finishing somewhere in the top 5. They are just that caliber of player, ultimately, across from top to bottom.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's somewhat of a shame that we don't get to sort of like limit test them against the likes of Vikings, because obviously the regional merit one's a bit of an echo chamber. It's just the VCS teams they're playing in it, because it would be nice to sort of see how they stack up against a team like the Vikings. And unfortunately, we're going to have to wait for them to, well, firstly win the promo relegations and qualify to the LCP 2026, and then of course wait until next year to really see how they'd stack up.
For sure. Still a long way to go though.
Oh yeah.
For both DCG. I mean, first you got to get this series finished up. And I'm sure QTD aren't going to make it easy for them. This time around, especially in level 1, trying to be a little bit more proactive as to finding where 665 is, because obviously they did a good job in game 1 with their lane swap coming through, sending the Kaiser into the top lane, and Hettel to just guard what Van was trying to do. It seemingly paid off until Hettel unfortunately overplayed his hand, but I think looking for something similar. Just playing a little bit more safer on the back end of it. Could find themselves in a pretty good position because Van has been playing relatively well in that jungle role.
Oh, he's definitely a lead from the front type jungler.
Yeah.
You'd imagine with the way, you'd hope that he's the shot caller, given that he's the one instigating a lot of these plays, because if not, that does throw a bit of a spanner in the works, I think, in terms of the fluidity of team fights. Azir, Aurora banned away from QTD, and the response comes in the form of Nocturne and Nico. So AA and, well, both in champions. So we're starting with the very interesting ban phase. Poppy ruins it, and then so does the Bard.
Yep. Well, such is life. Now, first pick to come through here for DCG. Florent. What is he going to opt into? There is still a
Gwen, Aatrox, Sion, Jax. He's played pretty much anything and everything he can play in the top lane.
Picks up the Orianna for Hongshou. Of course, Pantheon's still available. You'd imagine that QTD are looking towards it. There is the Trundle, which was banned in prior games, that is up and available this time round.
Absolutely. And these two teams, and to be fair, all 4 of our teams that have made it to this Promo Relos tournament play pretty standard meta champions. Jace, well entrenched in the top of the champion pool for both Florent and Wash. So no real surprises that it's coming out.
The Alistair coming through. Of course, no Silas to worry about, so a perfectly okay pick here for Hettel. See what Chelsea wants to opt into for himself. On the other side of things is the support melee champs, well, the engaged champs, I suppose, are dwindling in numbers. Could still look for something cool like the Blitzcrank. Again, Chelsea historically very good at that champion. Lucian going to be picked up, though. This is starting to lead towards more of a Braum-esque draft.
Yeah, absolutely. Both supports actually having pulled out the Blitzcrank this year. And there you go, Lucian Braum. Very, very solid combo. Very much capable of punishing the Alistar and whatever 80 carry comes through for Yuhi here. Do they look to show it, or do they save it for that counter pick? Might be the call, given how much pressure has been put on the shoulders of Yuhi.
Well, it's more like, do you want to pick your AD carry up here? Are you worried about mid laners getting banned out? So you might want your mid laner before the second phase, because AD carry should be fine. They go for the Ziggs, so realistically it could be either, but more likely to go into that AD carry role traditionally. The Orianna not going to have the toughest of times against the Ziggs when you compare it to the likes of the Azir. Has a little bit more survivability with that shield. Also, doesn't hate to pick up those boots early.
Yeah. Has definitely been played by Yuhi this year. Has not been played by DICE, though.
I think you're more likely looking at going bot lane either way, but it could, in theory, go mid. Now,
it's not the Azir counter pick, which we traditionally see it as in the mid lane. So I think it's not a bad comp, especially with Jace in the top lane, going the standard build that he goes now, which is just damage upon damage upon damage. Jax taken away from Florent.
Yeah, jungle. And the Nidalee taken away from Van. So carry jungler going to be removed from the pool.
Again, one of his top 5 most played. Given that there has been such an even spread. Remember, they've got the sub in L in the jungle as well. But unlikely that he's going to be pulled in.
The counter taken away from 665. Something that has been roaring up there in terms of its priority. Still is the Trundle and the Pantheon up, so neither junglers should feel too hard done by, and the Lee Sin going to be taken away from Van.
Interesting. Very interesting. Has played it a couple of times again. But with the Fearless Draft format coming into 2025, we are again seeing that depth of champion pool for a lot of junglers. And Lee Sin, while not absolute A tier, has made his way into a few games as of late. But looking mid jungle here for QTD. They're going to pick up first Maokai, which potentially indicates something along the lines of Ione.
Yeah, definitely could. They already have that magic damage coming through in the form of Ziggs. So certainly could look towards something like that. What is going to be the response here from DCG? Neferi, a perfectly good response ultimately there, although doesn't do the greatest against long range. If you can get into the face of the Jace and the Ziggs, will do relatively well, and Neferi has a pretty quick passage to do so. Florin going to be picking up the tank this time round on that Scion duty. So should be able to withstand a lot of what this Jace is trying to do up there in the top lane. And should be perfectly fine for him.
His 4th most played champion this year, this time. So definitely has had his licks playing competitively. I mean, the Ione makes the most sense here for Dice, but it's going to be Yorick. So it's going to be a Jace mid.
Okay.
Unless it's a Jace bot lane for Yuhi and a Ziggs mid, which I would not make a lot of sense to me, honestly. But
no, it'll be the Jace mid.
Yeah.
I mean, interesting, for sure. Not what I would have expected, but again, this goes back to kind of wanting to see people just play what they're comfortable on, don't care about what's the meta.
And I think he has played it to his credit this year.
There you go.
So, not unfamiliar territory, but
I don't hate the comp.
No,
you kind of just want to be leaving this Yorick in the side lane. You've got good poke to play around in that 4v4 in the form of J Ziggs and even this Maokai with the saplings.
And you've got crazy peel.
And engage. So I do like what QTD have put together. Now the problem is surviving the early game and making sure they're coming into these fights on even footing, because if you have this Yorick, you kind of need to be winning and then winning harder for it to really pay dividends. And the same can be said when you have the Ziggs and the Jace. While Ziggs can stall out a game pretty well, I think the Jace does struggle a lot when playing from behind, because it's very hard to find a timer to really pull that trigger and go forward.
Absolutely. Absolutely. No Glizzy Neferi, unfortunately, my friend.
No.
The Soul Fighter. But we do have the Meow combo. It is the Cat Cafe here for QTD.
Yeah, even got the Ziggs as well.
I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Meowrick and Meowkai.
DCG now on match point. 2-0 lead for them. As QTD had a good look in game 1. Got absolutely trounced in game 2. And will now need to win 3 in a row in order to keep their hopes of promotion alive.
Now, I'm not sure if it's because it's a slightly different crowd, given that it's Promorellas, or if we're just not hearing the crowd noise. But it's odd not having those chants.
Yeah, no miss a stake.
And part of me hopes that he does just show up for the Chiefs game. Like, that would be the icing on the cake for this year.
Minions have spawned.
We'll have to see. A couple days away from that yet.
Oh, it's an absolute routing in the skin game.
Yeah. I mean, there is the High Noon Lucian. A definite saving grace.
Oh, are we seeing? We are. It looks like we are seeing it again.
Yeah, this time flipped around, and it's Feng who's going to be laning up here against the Yorick.
Ooh.
Unfortunately, Washidai loses out on a lot of his HP early on.
Yeah.
Exactly what you want out of the start.
Oh, they're playing keep away.
On the Scion, not going to feel nearly as punished.
Yeah, unfortunately, keeping away from the minions. Not going to be able to connect onto anything. Power of the headbutt early on. And again, as has been pretty commonplace, it seems, is the early mid lane scrapping. Oh, Alistar, what a champion. I love him. QTD had the opportunity to go just the absolute full route with the Mukau Alistar as well. Oh, okay.
Oh, this is
ambitious, to say the least.
Yeah. Takes an early tower shot as well. Level up for Washidai. 65 is going to be able to drop that tower aggro. No one in the area to punish. I think a bit of a win there for QTD, not having to use anything. Already being punished, being that range versus melee, but winning out by getting himself a summoner for free, essentially.
Where the heck is Xiaoxi been?
He's just been off.
Doing his own thing.
He's just been keeping on, keeping on.
Because, I mean, Van was invading down on the bot side, but I don't know if Xiaoxi actually did much to interrupt him, realistically. So, rocking up to lane, gives Florin a bit of time on his own.
Ooh. Teleport there.
Yeah. I mean, both top laners accumulating essentially the same amount of CS, so far from the end of the world. And there you go, TP back into lane. What, if anything, does Wash have? It's refillable pots and a control board.
Yeah, perfectly fine.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't really hope for much more with how this has gone. I think doing more than enough for himself by surviving that gank, ultimately.
At the 3-minute 40 mark, Xiaoxi is still level 1 to level 3.5 for Heddle. There we go. Ticks over to 2. He is doing the hard yards for his team.
Dice going to have to now look for that recall. As Van getting some deep saplings in, but...
Oh, he's there early.
Coming through, Hongsho's not going to be able to help very much as the flash twisted advances there, and just in time for Dice to pull up. The flash from Hongsho. It's a 3v3, but this is going to be first blood. Orbit certainly picked up, and Dice gets it. 665, who does not have flash, should be able to make his way out, but Chelsea maybe not able to say the same, as he's going to go down as well. Can Dice get another? Yes, he can. Although Van will take it for himself.
Yeah, I mean, Dice was all but queued up to get that for himself, but I suppose, look, share the love. Oh, shot blast a little bit early. I mean, Dice with that kill, going to be sitting pretty happy at the moment.
Very much so.
Having that flash down as well on Orianna, pretty punishable. Jace as well, but does have the hammer form, can get the knockback if need be. What a read from Van. Finally rewarded for that aggression that he's been looking for all series. Bramble Smash pushes Hongxue closer. Not Hongxue. Hongxue probably wouldn't have been caught like that. That guy is just Spider-Man on the Rift. They turn on to Xiaoxi as well. Able to punish the Brom with no one to jump to.
Yeah, a very unnecessary flash out of Dice, admittedly.
Yeah.
It's one thing that, if you do find yourself promoting the LCP, these are the mistakes you need to shore up. Because quite often you will be punished for utilizing your summoners, particularly Flash, at an inopportune time.
It's something that we saw Pun from Team Secret Wales suffering a little bit when he joined the league. Still not having shaken the habits that he had in the VCS.
Maybe looking for another dive up here onto Washidai, but backing out quite far. We'll be able to walk up to that tower as Hettel approaches. Maybe choosing not to, however.
I mean, given the time alone that things had up in the top side, it has been matched quite comfortably by Yu. He's only a handful of CS behind. Dice going to take over to 6. A little bit later to the party than Hongxue, but I don't know what the heck was going on with Dice there graphically. His champion skin just disappeared.
It's back. First drag of the game. Or QTD, putting themselves in a pretty decent position, although the 2 kills have essentially done not much other than equalize the gold as it stands.
Yeah, I mean, that CS lead now for Florin, who's pretty comfortably tanky at this stage in the game. He's able to handle himself. Yuhi, as that artillery mage, is able to TP in to join his support, who was holding the wave there as best he could. But yeah, I mean, look at this time that Florin has had on his own. The Maiden is not even up and available for Wash.
Yeah, should be relatively okay, nonetheless, if he is left alone to that 1v1 against Florin. Dice, though, having a farm from exceedingly far away against Orianna.
Oh, and he's running the right chroma too. Man after my own heart, Wash. Florin, going to be controlling this lane for just the moment. does have that advantage of the unstoppable force. Has a 2-level lead, essentially, for the time being, until Wash ticks over to 6 here.
Great trade out of Florent.
I thought he had dropped the ultimate there for a second, but it would have been a decimating smash that he connected on.
Just being pretty consistently zoned away. Both Yuhi and Dice at this stage. Thankfully for Dice, obviously picking up that kill does mean he is ahead in gold, but items not really there as of yet. First Void Grub's going to be picked up by 665, completely uncontested, but QTD now possibly looking in.
Smite has been held though by 665, so they should at least get the 2. Van, I don't know what is going on with these skins right now. Oh, Mega Inferno Bomb almost secures that. Ultimate coming in, the farm alarm.
It's just going to crash into that wall, but the decimating smash is going to connect. Unfortunately, not going to land the roar, so I think Washidai might just be able to walk this one out eventually.
Yeah. Oh, the Maiden. The 2v1 lane, and yeah, the shovel. Either way, I mean, far from the end of the world, but all 3 grubs for DCG means that they are just going to have that little bit easier time clearing out these towers. Luckily, it is somewhat matched by the fact that Ziggs can just straight execute buildings.
Much slower pace on this game when compared to the last couple. But it is DCG that are slowly but surely getting themselves a slight lead. Ooh. Shockwave used onto Dice, but Phase Rush being there means he's able to run himself out.
Yeah, and given Shalsu had given so much of that solo lane time to Florent early on in the game, means that he's not quite 6 yet. The Glacial Fissure there could have been a little bit problematic, with Flash being in the pocket for Dice. Shouldn't have really been in that much trouble. And the wet noodle fight up in the top lane will continue.
Florent's going to be loving taking these ghouls down and get himself even more bonus HP.
Yeah, okay, all right. I didn't know that Yorick's arena had the same mechanics as Rel. Oh no, the Maiden. Oh, the Maiden. It's gone.
Plus 50.
Maidenless.
Long cooldown too.
Yeah, especially at this stage.
Being made a little bit easier for Florent for the foreseeable future.
He's got himself a nice little lead too. Just purely off the CS alone. About 27 odd. No, sorry, 17 odd.
Yeah, pretty much all from how the early game went. I mean, it's a lot harder as a Ziggs to punish a champion like Sion than it is for a Lucian to punish a Yorick, as in comes 665. Washidai most likely going to fall, and that's the first death of the game for QTD, as DCG will get themselves on the board now. A lot of tower damage to come too.
Absolutely. I mean, Florent, interesting, he flashed there. Would have had the ult up in a second or two anyway. So if there's a potential angle for a turnaround, could be made. But tower, yeah, it just will be finished off. There's no response whatsoever. More worried about taking Dragon number 2, our QTD. So that first point, or first of the 3 objectives towards the feats of strength claimed for DSG, being the feat of building again. I still have so many problems with that name. Oh, the farm alarm.
Coming through. This Nature's Grasp is going to land, and it's a really nice Mega Inferno bomb as Chelsea and Feng get taken exceptionally low. Able to find the kill as well as the Feat of Warfare going to be secured. Feng goes down. Dai's going to be able to go forward with that hammer fall. But a great shockwave, a great decimating smash, and a great turnaround out of DCG. Finds them 3. Still trying to work their way onto this Dragon at the time being, other side of QTD, but now that 665's made his way down, Van gonna have to get off, and Dragon will be picked up by DCG after that great turnaround through Hongshuo as well as Florent.
Yeah, not the traditional wombo combo you think of, but one that was highly effective. The 2 for 2 and the Dragon to boot for DCG goes a long way. Come on, shockwave into the decimating smash. Just absolute value.
Ew,
Still no
Ato
maiden.
Vega. Really weird how aggressive they played that. They got the 2 picks. They could have just turned around, taken the dragon. It would have been a really positive play for them,
I mean,
unfortunately.
it was magnificent. Nature's Grasp into the Mega Inferno bomb with the headbutt pulverized. Like, everything synergistically just comes together there. I mean, Xiaosi even flashes to try and keep his team alive. They take these 2 picks. Realistically, yeah, I don't know what possessed QTD to want to follow up on that. But just the command shockwave into the decimating smash combo was just so crisp.
Yeah, and all the while, Van just left to try and solo out the dragons. Not going to be able to do so on the Maokai. It was a perfectly good 2 picks into what could have been a second dragon, but yeah, overplaying their hand. And unfortunately, it's a problem we've seen out of QTD a couple of times now.
Turret plating will fall soon.
Still, they're in an okay position, down a little bit of gold, and Ejector's definitely going the way of DCG as it stands. It's far from over.
Absolutely. Leandri's first for Van, so he's going to be somewhat susceptible, at least now, before he starts getting those tank items online.
Is the craziest Ludens game I've ever seen.
Yeah, I was just thinking that for you, Heat.
Up against the Braum and particularly the Scion.
Yeah.
Maybe a Black Fire Torch Leandri's game could have been on the cards, but I mean, if you are able to lock down Feng and Hongshuo, then sure, this build will do more damage.
To be fair, they do have this set up for it. Unfortunately, they're looking for an angle on the dice, but support is in the vicinity.
Hongshuo playing his range very, very well.
I think this is a really good spot for QT Dig. Top tower's gone down, which means Wash is going to have just infinitely more time in these side lanes. Just slowly building up these waves to push in that top tier 1. Herald 20 seconds away. Oh, headbutt.
Yeah, finding a way into Xiaosi, and we'll lock down that kill. Hongshuo now with the phase rush is just going to get himself out of that Nature's Grasp. Had the flash too if he desperately needed it, but we'll be able to hold on to that.
Triforce done for Wash as well. Okay, Crucible first for Xiaosi, not that Redemption first, which we've so traditionally seen. To be fair, I don't know how much value you actually get other than Nature's Grasp and potentially the Trample from Herald.
Yeah, this is a weird Mikhail's purchase. I
maybe thought Hitler was praying the Braum. I'm a little bit perplexed by that one.
You also would love the Redemption against the Poke comp.
No, absolutely. But it is going to be significantly delayed now. Oh, Dice. Just smack this iron away and run. Infernal Salt, phenomenal for QT Dig. If they can secure it, I mean, then realistically, I'm not sure the game goes that long. If things spiral out of control like they did in Game 1 for DCG, it would likely be a fairly succinct shutout before we get to the Salt. But a lot more tempered for QT Dig this time around.
Yeah, both teams a lot more reserved in this game and compared to the last two. I think especially for QT Dig that makes a lot of sense, not wanting to bow out in an absolute wash.
Not bad damage there from Dice. All the while Wash is just, again, slowly building up in these side lanes. Has the Triforce, has 11 as well now. So the Maiden is going to be just that little bit stronger. Will hit that tower before Florian can get there. Might be a case of the Sun dropping the ult to come in.
Yeah, would most likely hit but a cage, unfortunately. So, possible avenue to take down this tower for Washidai. He's still on it, does get it. So it's a definite win for the side of DCG, being able to pick up that tower. Dragon as well, 13 seconds away, teleport there for both of our top laners.
Yeah. Fortunately, feats of strength already claimed by DCG. Oh, okay, they're just going to fight it out.
Yeah, Washidai on the arc, going to do a lot more damage than the Scion will, but going the other direction, clearing out that minion wave while he does it, will be Florin. Now, the hard thing about playing these objectives for a composition like QTD is you really need to have found damage ahead of them. But with this Void, or Rift Shield rather, being placed down, it's very difficult to land that poke. Now already starting out on the Dragon. Nature's Grasp is there.
Oh, TP from Flora, and this is going to be a bit of a brick wall.
Yeah, they're just looking to give the Dragon, and Washidai trying to get something happening on that top lane. Glacial Fish is going to go wide. Nature's Grasp coming out too. Not looking for a fight necessarily, although Feng's nowhere in the area. This would be a 4v4. Florin very low. QTD, they're going to get this mid tower almost certainly. Hettel taken very low himself.
Wash just pulling off the tier 2 and the bot side. So a tier 1 for tier 1 and Dragon going the way of DCG. Feng's looking to cut real deep, has support. Wash has been stopped on the recall as well. So it feels like somewhat of a stumble for QTD. They do get something at least off the back of it, but a bit rough.
DCG just slightly playing the map a little bit better. But QTD, I think, so far out of our games, having the best macro game they've had so far.
And I think the Maokai pick as well, doing a lot to help Van play a little bit more reserved.
Yeah.
I mean, so far the Xin Zhao and the Wukong, very much trigger pullers. Maokai very much the same, but can do it from range with a little bit more security. You throw the Nature's Grasp out, you follow it. If it connects, cool, you go in on it. If not, you can sort of just wander away. So it means that he's not just full court press when it comes to that fight time.
Now, Atakan the next objective, 20 seconds away. 665 looking a little aggressively here, but QTD are going to concede. Already getting that wave pushed out. Don't feel the need to play too aggressively, and I think wisely so. Although, Hettel finds his way here onto Shalcy. A lot of damage coming down onto that Braum. It should be going down. Will be able to take him out as 665 goes flying into the back line. But flying out of the fight as he does get that ball for a little bit of a shield. And is going to just narrowly live for the time being.
Ooh.
And Dice not going to be able to connect onto that shock blast. Means the 665 will be able to limp himself out, but the Atakan might just go down in favor now of QTD.
No, it doesn't look like it. Van had taken a lot of damage. The mid-lane wave needed to be answered by Yuhi. So they're just going to push those waves out. Take, I think, a very, very smart adaptation from QTD this time around, recognizing that they don't need to over-push the envelope. They've gotten their one. Yeah, look, Dice does follow reasonably deep on towards 665, but that could have been far worse. They don't overcommit, they don't overplay their hand. The fact that 665 survives there.
Yeah,
because of command defense.
Oh. DCG establishing some vision control around this bottom side again. Despite being down in kills, do find themselves with a gold lead. Largely off the back of both towers and, of course, minions.
Yeah. I mean, Feng, a quiet game, but a pretty solid one, all said and done. Oh, and this Scion clears those waves pretty darn quick at this stage in the game between the Sun and Fire and just its inherent strength. Oh, the Maiden. Takes so much punishment. Bloodlet is second for Van. So there's going to be the AP Maokai.
DCG looking to, again, establish some of that vision control around here. Shalcy does take a little bit of damage.
So does Hettel. That was just a command dissonance. The farm alarm. Here comes 665.
Now, once you die, how's he going to get out of this one? Ultimate's there for 665, and I don't think he is. Trying to find a bit of damage onto that Neferi, but nothing really to speak of. All the while, 4v5 occurring down this bottom side. The teleport coming through. No ultimate on the Scion, but QTD are going to just disengage for the time being, and DCG successfully find the pick up on the top side and defend the Arakan on the bottom lane.
Now, unfortunately, DCG then cannot take the Arakan, given 665's proximity to it. He's going to recall, though, off the back of what was a great play, but that is also now the Shojins for Wash, has the TP up and available. Dragon fight brewing as it is just coming back onto the Rift, and this is one that QTD will want to contest because it would be sole point for DCG.
We'll see if any poke can land. Feng does get hit a little bit, but nothing that would dissuade a fight by any stretch of the imagination. Shall see as well. Going to be tanking up the saplings for the team. The defense of the Orianna in his back pocket. Nature's Grasp is not there, unfortunately, for Van. Going to make this fight a lot harder to look for. Gone. And yeah, the Dragon is just going to fall. Smite's there, 6-5, going to be able to take that one for himself, and no fight to speak of. Poke barely even landing, although one does, and Hetzel, 1 HP here on the Alistair, does pop the ultimate, gets himself out for now. Hongshou going to be able to dodge out of that shock blast despite being locked up, and Feng, as well as 665, looking for Washidai, finds the kill. Hetzel's going to fall as well. That's 2 quick kills for DCG, and make it a third, as Van has nowhere left to run. Bit of poke damage on the back side for Dice, but nothing really to speak of, as DCG once again find everything they came for and more.
Absolutely, and yeah, Florin is not the target to be hitting here, unfortunately, Dice. And it feels like the build path from Yuhi here may be hindering a little bit. I think Blackfire Leandries would have got so much more value in these in and out engagements that they're finding for themselves, but well, whatever the case may be, this is the situation that QTD find themselves in.
Absolutely. Hongshou is so strong here on the Orianna. See, Washidai does teleport in, it's much too late. Van, without Nature's Grasp available, is going to be very difficult for him to ever find an avenue in. Comes up there, uses it almost immediately, and unfortunately Hedel loses pretty much all of his HP. 665 and Feng as well. With the isolated Yorick, able to take him down pretty happily. Gives the reset over to 665, and that means another 2 kills with it.
Yeah. Unfortunately, an interesting window that QTD find themselves in. It just feels like their damage isn't quite there. They haven't been able to play this Yorick in the side lane.
And once again,
the Maiden
being used against the Yorick this time round. Decimating Smash will land in 665 with all the damage in the world. It's going to be able to take down this Yorick, puts himself on a rampage. And they're aware that QTD can't even dream of starting up this Baron.
It's a bleak shut-in when the Maiden of the Mist has been turned against Yorick. No one, it seems, on his side. Yeah, I mean, look, you think how much damage a Blackfire combo would have been done there by Yuhi, but I mean, this is without a redemption as well for DCG, mind you. So they've just been taking this on at face value.
Oh, Culling landing the best. 6-5 finds his way onto Yuhi, but with the redemption there, will stay relatively topped up on HP. Tower's going to fall. Mega Inferno Bomb does land. It does quite a bit of damage onto Shao Si, but not the target they want by any stretch of the imagination. Exhaust comes down onto Feng. Teleporting in now from that top side is Hongshou. But it's not really one of the fight until 6-5 flashes forward. And the shockwave lands onto 3. It's going to be 2 going down quickly. Double kill for Feng. Make it a third as 6-5 takes down Dice. And Van alongside Washidai, all that stands, but DCG are going to start ripping through these towers.
And what seems for the second game in a row, it'll be a deathless run for 665, who has just been outstanding in the second and third games of this series. It was a little bit quiet in the first, just sort of there doing his job, but such an integral part to the success that this DCG roster is finding.
Baron now started up. Feng and 665 happy to do this as a 2-man unit. They'll get themselves the Baron. They've got themselves a massive gold lead. And off the back of this, you would imagine it's going to be even more, as Washidai has committed himself and unfortunately not even going to be able to get that tower.
Yeah, a rough game for the Yorick here. all starting with that lane swap. And 665 just waiting in the wings as soon as he sees Yuhi with that Oracle, knows full well that it's time to pull that trigger. Florin comes in with the blast cone. And Dice, yeah, I mean, look, even though he's had an all right game for himself, just there's no match. There's not nearly enough in the tank here for QTD to comfortably take this fight. And with the TP in from Hongzhuo, the ball already on 665, goes in, boom, 3-man command shockwave. We've seen it attempted so many times this year to nil effect, and Van has been found as well.
That's Malachi now down for 40 seconds. Nature's Grass used as well. Florin coming ulting in. The flash from Yuhi. He's got a wall there, and so he will not be knocked up by that Scion, but his towers are going to fall. The inhib will fall as well. Dice nowhere in the area, takes down a tower up on that top side, but a 5v4 in the base, and that's if Dice comes back. Still continuing to push as the 5-man unit now of DCG looks to end. Maiden's going to come out. Yuhi and Washadai teleporting in now will Dice. Does make it back to defend as Feng's taken relatively low, but Maiden's going to fall. Nexus Tower 1 has gone down, Nexus Tower 2. Not long for this world as still all 5 members of DCG in the area. They're looking for Dice, but he is able to get himself out. Florin tanking up that tower, a lot of damage down onto the Scion, but a lot of damage back onto the Yorick as a flash forward, and Feng will take the kill. In will go Heddle, but 665 dodges out of the knock-up. Dice exhausted. Forward will go Van, but down will go the Nexus, and DCG will take the series 3-0.
QTD able to upset in the LJL finals, unfortunately. Not able to carry over that upset energy into the LCP 2026 promo relegations tournament as DCG take themselves the clean sweep to move to round 2 to face either Saving Osa Inferno Esports for a shot at the current kings of this tournament in the Chiefs.
Absolutely. As fist bumps come through, DCG, they make it quick, they make it clean. Some jitters in game 1, but really cleaning it up for game 2 and 3. And have found their stride here in the promotional tournament. They'll take their bow. They'll get to watch this next series to see what their competitors are all about.
Absolutely, and I mean, phenomenal adaptations throughout that series. DCG potentially giving a little bit too much respect in game 1, allowing QTD to very much, push them, play their own game, but this could be something that DCG have to get used to in those post-game cams.
Absolutely. Definitely the front runners here of the wildcard tournament. 665 hitting the classic of the thumbs up. Hongzhuo barely even recognizing the cameras there. Will eventually find it. And Feng and Xiaoxi down in that bottom lane. So consistent. I mean, it was a rough Corki play. A lot of deaths found on the Corki. A lot of damage found too. But really tidying it up for the next 2 games. A very, very daunting bot lane indeed for anyone who has to go up against them. Of course, Saving O's or Infernal Gaming are going to be that other team. We're going to get to find out which one after the series too.
Absolutely. The DCG fans in-house, very, very keen to see them run this gauntlet.
Yeah, I mean, with how dominant, I mean, specifically CFO, but I mean, over the course of this year, the PCS teams have clearly been a step above, right? There's always been, yes, Garm made it to second for the mid-season, and then Team Secret Wales, of course, being second here in the season finals. I think the overall standings, if you look at it, it's generally been CFO and PSG right up there at the top. And there's been one VCS team separating them for the last 2 splits, but in general, the PCS possibly feeling hard done by, not having those 3 teams here in the LCP, and this team here, DCG, winning the local region, the domestic league, now having their opportunity to appease the fans, get that 3rd slot in for the region, and honestly, again, front runners to do so. It's going to be a tough task for whoever's going up against them tomorrow, and if they then win that, it's going to be a tough task for the Chiefs to keep them away.
Yeah, I mean, you got to feel for the Chiefs. An 0-19 year could very much end 0-20, which, look, feels like it's a pretty dark day for the region.
0-1. But they've not played a best of 5 yet.
True.
Yeah, we reset the score.
Yeah, I mean, look, we'll give that to them. But, I mean, at this stage, DCG have set the bar so high. And yeah, I mean, look, it was a good shout in until it wasn't.
This is where it turned. It was such a great start, and then we went way too aggressive. And Hongshuo and Florin turn around. I mean, it's
that
really hard.
Is
it's
scary.
very difficult to pick an MVP, but I think Florin just played by far the most consistent throughout the series. Hongshuo does get himself the MVP. I mean, it's probably between the two, but I think, honestly, Florin on that Rumble.
It's hard to look past the Talia game, though. Like, Hongshuo was just absolutely a monster throughout the entire run of that. Honestly, kind of criminal it wasn't 6-6-5. He went deathless games 2 and 3.
Yeah, very true. They're so keen on Hongshuo. We're getting the replay audio.
Yeah, I mean, look, it sets a very interesting precedent for the remainder of the tournament. If this is the quality of our first victors, at least in the round 1 competition, you're going to have to absolutely, especially going into our next best of 5, want to see something pretty hectic out of either Inferno Esports or Saving O's.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard. I think DCG, ultimately, the PCS has been traditionally the strongest region within the LCP broader region, right? The PCS domestically has typically been the strongest of them of recent. And being the victors from that region here, even though, yes, they've lost some of their top talent, right? They don't have the Carsas, the Gingers, or the Maples, Honkyus that were once in the PCS. They still have some very, very talented players, and it's being really put onto display here.
Yeah. I mean, look, the potential for, Kai Wing to have another player from Hong Kong join the competition as well, I would imagine would be pretty meaningful.
Well, I think just for Hong Kong, you know, the fans from Hong Kong only really having Kai Wing there to truly get behind, and if they added one more to it, it's just all the better for them, because there are some truly talented players that do hail from Hong Kong. But again, I mean, QTD, it has to be said, they definitely showed that they had what it takes to be able to take down DCG. If they're able to play as consistently as they were in the early game of this one or the mid game of game 1, they very certainly could have taken us to at least a game 4, if not a game 5.
Well, I mean, I think it sort of answers the question of, was it really an upset?
Yeah.
I think the answer is kind of there. Look, yeah, I think you play that same match over again. Reject more than likely takes it out more frequently. I think you're probably looking maybe a 6-4, 7-3 split, Reject taking it. But QTD to show up the way they did, take it a 3-1 against Reject, and then actually put on a pretty decent showing through games 1 and 3 against DCG, who have been the undisputed champions of the PCS this year, is wildly impressive.
Yep, very much so. And I think they can hold their head proud. You know, there's no negativity about losing to DCG. Again, the PCS, traditionally the strongest region within the broader LCP region, and again, they showed up here. You expect them to win 3-0. This was not as clean as you would have expected, or at least not as clean as I would have expected, and that's in large because of how well QTD were actually playing the map, in particular the early games or the mid game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we didn't quite get to see the depth of champion pool for DCG, so I think that works for them pretty heavily going into the next round, of course, not having shown much more than just what is meta at the moment, at least in the Tier 1 play. And to be fair, given how close a proximity you are playing to the LCP teams, you'd imagine they're probably getting in a couple of scrim blocks against those teams. Yeah. So, I mean, of the teams in this competition outside the Chiefs, this is the one that probably will have the best handle on things. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, I wouldn't even be too surprised to obviously find out that DCG are getting better scrim quality partners than the Chiefs would be. Largely, you know, they are from the PCS, so in general, if you're going to scrim anyone, you'd probably favor to scrim the players from your region. But then even more so over than that, they've just been so dominant domestically, where you would imagine they are getting the likes of the, you know, LCK Challenger League scrims, getting the LCP scrims from maybe not CFO, but still some certainly very good teams. And here they are, the boys that have qualified from the OPQ, Saving OCE, Doraemon, Foreigner, Kyose, Violet, Scott. I feel a little hard done by that we're not going to get the traditional Foreigner camera angle that we used to get on the LCO, but Doraemon, of course, the brother of the only player that has played in the LCP in our tournament, Violet.
And Inferno Esports coming through the wild card playoffs, having, I mean, an absolutely hectic run through the tournament even. There was a lot of fairly interesting competition coming through that wild cards, and I mean, you had the likes of South Asia, we had Thailand, the Philippines. There was everyone just rocking up, and to see how Inferno made that run. They get 3-1-0. Drop it. That one is a tie, by the way. So they only lost a single game through that group stage. They then come into the playoffs. They do go the full 5 games against Full Sense, but they get it over the line in the end. So this Inferno esports team, having seen what they've played, how they're looking at the moment, Saving O's will have a job on their hands.
Oh, absolutely. I think one thing that's really fun here as well to bring in the wildcard region as a whole into this matchup is obviously you've got us two from Oceania. We've been doing the LCP the whole year, but the wildcard tournament, for people that didn't see it, it was a grueling tournament. A bunch of days, a bunch of games. It was very, very hard, and the casting that was done on that event was so amazing. So we have a little bit of a rivalry now where we get the Oceanic boys, you know, the region that we're from, going up against the wildcard region with, again, a bunch of casters that did a phenomenal job bringing that to the people, and I'm just so excited to see, because going into this, I have literally zero idea out of how good OC is in comparison to the wildcard regions and vice versa. Zero clue. I have absolutely no idea. And part of it's obviously because of the geography of Oceania. We don't really scrim anyone but the local league. But I can say that our mid laner Kyoze has been rank 1 on our server for forever. Violet's been the best AD carry on our server for forever. And then he's brought in his brother. So the first time they're now playing competitively together. And Scott as well, who has taken more of a back role where he's doing a bit of coaching and whatnot of recent. Coming back into playing that support role alongside Violet is very exciting to see.
And you remember that game. Doraemon gets his butt kicked for the better part of 12 to 15 minutes and then comes back and monsters a game on Jax. Like, this kid has absolute star resilience when it comes to playing this game, and you can see they are getting themselves ready. So I don't know about you, but I think we need a little bit of a breather.
Yeah, I do believe so. I think have to get confirmation from production, but I do believe we will be headed to a break. Once we are back from our break, though, it's time for Oceania. Will they finally win a series? Is it going to be Saving O's to do it? We'll find out very, very soon.
if it's fear, don't know if I'm numb, but I'm feeling zeros, and I'm typing all ones. I really mean to say black when all the walls are white. I treat myself wrong, and I wanna be treated right. Zeros and ones. Zeros and ones. So I'll say goodnight, even though the sun is out. I speak in a whisper, even when the room is loud. I need to let it go, not hold so tight. I treat myself wrong, and I wanna be treated right. Zeros and ones. Zeros and ones.
Waking hard to outrun all the ones that chase. I can't run fast enough, can't pick up the pace. People run towards love, kamikaze craze. Let's be real, some true lovers really just a face. Heard it all before, y'all just need a score. Don't want it anymore, can't take it no more. Love her I adore, yes and I am sure. Because love is war, over and over, baby.
Never have I ever been on the sidelines, only front line. The line on the stat sheet going up with a timeline. Man, I'm big time. Playoff berth, I'm a midwife. Back to back, I don't win twice. All pro with it like 10 times. What I'm saying, all city, all state. Now I'm on a world stage. I took an L, had a turn page. Maxed out, yeah, I'm work wage. I'm on the top with it first place. God got me for real, never burn sage. I just burn flame with it worst case. Got they hands tied like I'm Kirk Frank. It's prime time.
Attack the back line. That's gonna be a double kill for 30.
It's prime time. It's prime time.
The blossoms fall, and the black rose rises. Do you feel like the heroes of this story? Coming to save the day. You're pawns in a game that's already been decided. You will fight, as good soldiers do.
I will seal you away once more.
Your age has passed, Duncan. Stay buried.
And you will fail, as mortals must. Your course was doomed the moment you left Demacia. And entered my world of thorns. Make your final stand. And see how your story ends.
Classic.
There we go.
Classic.
There we go. I already unmuted it and then I muted it again. Ladies and gentlemen, it might be time. It finally might be International Oath Day. It used to be International Chiefs Day, but there is a chance that our first best of whatever, will be a best of 5 in this case, win, could come from an entirely different group of lads in the form of Saving Oaths. A bunch of, not nobodies, but a bunch of people who haven't played competitive in a long time outside of Violet have come together. They've gone now over to the LCP arena to try and get that first Oaths win, and it has to be up against a pretty strong-looking Filipino roster.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy to think that Saving Oaths are going to have 2 best of 5s under the belt over the Chiefs if it goes that far. This is the Chiefs' first best of 5 throughout the entire year. And yeah, I mean, this Inferno Esports roster has made what is a rather impressive run through that wildcard tournament. They dropped a singular game through that group stage, of course, and then did go the full 5 against Full Sense, who were that second seed coming out of the group stage and was the team that actually took a game away from them in the group stage. So really just hot on their heels throughout the entire run of that wildcard tournament. But Inferno Esports, they get it done. They are looking for that opportunity to represent.
Yeah, absolutely. And it all comes down to one best of 5. One of these teams will be going home after today, and one team will live to try and take down what, again, the front runners in DCG, who very cleanly won that 3-0 in our last series. But players are about to be coming onto stage. And boy, oh boy, am I excited to see some Oceanic League of Legends again.
Yeah, it's been far too long. To be fair, the last time we did Oceanic Esports, we did have that lovely night of back-to-back best of 5s. Luckily, we're not going to go the full 10 games tonight, but Doraemon coming out onto the stage, looking to stamp his mark in Oceanic history. Obviously matched by LJW in the jungle, of course, Foreigner, and Born This Way taking to the stage.
Absolutely. Now, for Saving Oaths, interesting that Foreigner is the player that came over, because a lot of their victories, especially when it came to the later rounds in the OPQ, did come off the back of Evelyn.
You mean Mogwin? He has a huge fan base.
Oh, we've gone a different...
That's
not willing to go
direction.
to the front of the stage. We've gone the opposite way.
Yeah.
Well, Violet knows. Violet's done this before.
Yeah, he's been here for an entire split through the mid-season.
Yeah.
Did look fairly comfortable by the end of it.
And he did tell us in an interview he's going to bring Oaths its first series win.
He did.
So, here's Scott. Gonna go the wrong direction. Yes, he is.
To be fair, it is the shortest point between A and B is a straight line.
People also need to remember that we are all upside down. So actually that direction is the correct way for us to go. And Safa there.
Yeah, rather than
coach.
rather than going from the Gold Coast to Sydney and then all the way around, just hopping between flights, you just go straight. Yeah. Just direct is always the way to go.
Oh, not for us.
No.
Not for us. You got to go the road less traveled for us.
Oh, it was plenty traveled. It was very, very full plains. But I mean, coming into it, I mean, it's worth mentioning the Liga Republica, which the Inferno Esports did come through, finished second seed, did obviously get that spot because West Point Academy has a team in a higher competition, so they weren't given that spot into the wildcard playoffs. But look, I mean, for my money, it was a very, very close thing between the two teams again. You can see the OS lads, I mean, I'm a little upset. We haven't got the high vis vest, no blue Vs, nothing, you know, the pyre wrappers on the desk. We're not really living up to our name, but it is what it is.
It is so funny seeing Safa there as the coach. Of course, Safa, another challenger player in now local League of Legends ranked ladder. Was a top laner, now AD carry, and now barely even plays the game. But
the Karkun arc, but instead of mid lane, it's top.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
dear.
still very exciting to see. I mean, Violet again, of course, we know how good of a player he is. And a lot of the other players, I mean, competitive experience for sure, but to this level, absolutely not. Really only Violet able to say that, but that's honestly the same for both teams. So we'll see if that experience amounts to anything.
Yeah.
Of course, a bit of camaraderie when it comes to Oceania. So hopefully that is going to also help them in their quest here to finally find a series win for the region. Kyose there on your screen has sat atop the League of Legends ranked ladder in Oceania for many a season, many a split.
Absolutely looking to kick butt and take names and put OS back on the map. Hence the name, of course. Although stolen from you.
Yes, yeah.
That was
That's
your
all right.
whole shtick.
That was my whole shtick.
That was your campaign throughout the 2025 season.
It's fine. They both competed in the tournament of which that shtick came to come. They were actually finalists, Kyose and Violet.
Yeah, and one of the LCP
teams.
casters came up through that tournament.
That's
even.
right.
Crazy.
Yeah, a lot of opportunities provided. Now, Wukong and Rumble and Jarvan, some of the just strong, neat picks that are just being taken away. I think a correct way to do it is, what are some strong champs that we don't want to verse? Well, here they are. Take them away. It is the Orianna. I mean, much to the same vein, just with different roles, with the Orianna, the Yunara, and Corki taken away.
Yeah, and Violet being targeted pretty heavily. Zin's out for Foreigner in the jungle. It's going to be the Aurora in response. Was banned out pretty heavily in our last series. But going into this one, fresh faces, fresh opportunities. Nocturne.
All right, that's going to make things a little bit more interesting. Of course, it does take quite a bit of coordination to play well against the Nocturne. So we'll see if Saving OS are able to stand up to it. But so far, I mean, Inferno Esports with a pretty decent first two picks here with the Nocturne Aurora combination. Kyose is going to be able to pick up his Ari. It's the champion that's fairly synonymous with him.
Absolutely.
And Doraemon as well on the Ambassador, playing it quite a lot in our local OPQ qualifier.
Yeah, I mean, so far, Saving OS very much happy with what they've gotten so far. Renekton comes in the response, so it is just going to be an absolute slugfest in the top lane.
Yeah, definitely should be a good lane here for 1JW. It's a strong champion into the Ambassador, particularly during that laning phase. So work cut out for him already for Doraemon. Second phase of bans now to come through. Neither team selecting either of their bot lanes. Sivir taken away from Violet first of all.
Yeah. Makes a lot of sense, especially given Violet's experience in this competition, or at least on this stage.
For sure.
Realistically. Rakan denied away from Moops.
One more ban, possibly directed again towards Violet. The Rakan ban, I mean, it is Infernal that get the first pick out of the next phase of bans, but you really kind of would have liked it for the side of Saving OS. Leona going to be taken away, however. Again, not necessarily sure of the Leona ban. It doesn't strike me as a great Leona game currently. Poppy taken away. Obviously, will do well into everything shown by Saving OS for now. And there is the Kai'Sa. Feels like more of a takeaway than anything.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely feels more a denial angle than anything.
This would have been, I'm surprised that they went for the Kai'Sa. In fact, I was about to say the Xayah looks crazy here for Inferno Esports. I think if the game allowed it, both teams would happily swap those AD carries around to be on the opposite side, because I think it does make a little bit more sense to have the Xayah up against the Ari Ambassador and the Kai'Sa to be paired with those two. Raul going to round things out, so pretty standard support picks for both teams.
Yeah, I mean, you can... I feel like there's just a little bit slightly better, picture drawn by Saving Osa's draft right now. They've kind of got a little bit more coherency, whereas Inferno Esports feels like it's just a bare-knuckle brawl comp where it's like, okay, we all just want to go and we all just want to fight.
Yeah.
Where it doesn't really, synergistically, it doesn't, I mean, it works, but it feels like a bit of kit bash going on.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I actually think that maybe you would have preferred to have the Nautilus instead of the Ral.
Yeah.
As it's just a stronger pairing with the Kaiser in particular. Also gives you a little bit more solid of a lockdown for the likes of the Ambessa or the Ari. But nonetheless, this is the compositions we find ourselves with. I think both teams certainly have the opportunity to win this one and when the champions, come onto the Rift. I think Nocturne already makes things so uncertain, I think, at this level of play. As the coaches now, Safa almost walking off the wrong way.
Oh, classicos.
There we go. And yes, that's the direction.
I love it. The full suit, and then he's got the Nikes on.
Yeah. Oh, as you do.
Oh, dear. Well, in a skin game, unfortunately, it seems that Inferno Esports may have taken this one. Renekton for LJW, and
yeah, the IG Kaiser.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, just almost single dingles it. Oh, saving OCE. Could it be that Violet stays true to his word and gives us the first series win for Oceania in the year of 2025, but staring up against them, Inferno Esports coming in, second seed coming out of the Philippines essentially, but eventually they do take that win of the wildcard tournament, earn their right to now play here in the LCP arena as action kicking off early, but nothing all too detrimental either way. It's just going to result in some recalls. Trying to figure out where each of these junglers are starting. Scott and Moops are going to be matching each other. And with an idea that maybe the Nocturne starting up in the top side, although still uncertain.
Yeah, you can already see that Inferno are looking to play this one a little bit more aggressive, it seems. And I think it's probably the right play. You want to come and make a statement here in game one.
Sturdy. A little bit of confidence taking that barrier. While there's not the most amount of lockdown, one single charm can really throw quite a spanner in the works. Foreigner going to be starting off those Raptors, and it is going to be both junglers headed towards the top side.
Finally gets a decent trade back. That Triumphant Roar. There's going to be a level of sustain in the kit for saving O's. Marginal at best, and this time, Jose getting the better of the trade game against Crimson.
Yeah, Crimson does have that wave pushing in though. Lands on that Q, finds a little bit more damage as well. Ooh, just narrowly not able to connect on that E. Could have been a pretty substantial chunk of damage with that Electrocute also able to come through. Nonetheless, bot lane going about as expected. Austerity finding maybe a few too many auto attacks, meaning the health bars are slightly lower on saving Oath than you might have wanted. Moops as well is going to be very well aware of now where Foreigner is in terms of his jungle, being that he does place that ward down at the Crux.
Yeah, I mean...
Wow, Boldness Way is so far ahead of this jungle clear.
Yeah, the Nocturne. Just a bit of a speedster when it comes to clear times. Again, just more of this scrappy skirmishing around the Rift. LJW in the top lane's having a good time.
The flash away from Austerity. That's a great find. Essentially just gets the flash for free there, Scott. Really nothing going at all. Austerity just standing too far up and realizing that if he does get comboed out there, the root will come through from the Xayah, and it's going to cost him very heavily. So rather not trading that health bar, and is willing to just give his flash over.
Yeah. Scott will have that avenue in a little bit easier now into Austerity if they look for something.
Doraemon doing a great job. Unfortunately, Renekton has a pretty easy time up against the Ambessa for this period of the game.
There's no vision on the bot side of the river. Scott is going to be completely unseen. Could have just walked straight through that river brush.
Oh, max range Q connecting there.
Oh.
Foreigner wanting to try and find himself.
Jose just does it.
Yeah. And Jose hopefully get a replay of what just occurred, but it's something that we saw quite a lot in our qualifiers, was Jose just soloing out his lane, and again...
Flash, charm, or deception.
For sure. I mean, Kyose, his downfall as a competitive player is, I mean, he doesn't have a lot of experience, so often he plays these lanes like it is solo queue, but if you give him that freedom to do so, he is going to be able to find these avenues in, and I mean, I'm sure we'll get a replay of what just occurred eventually, but just finding out that completely solo kill here in the mid lane, see what it costs him. I mean, imagine the flash charm, yeah, clean as can be.
Foxfire, okay, I was wrong. Close, almost, he just used it, but yeah, just Crimson sticking around a little bit too long there for the wave. And you even see it here in the bot side for Inferno. Austerity, just a little bit greedy, no longer has that flash, means he takes that much more punishment.
Kyose now feeling awfully confident in this lane, and justifiably so. Another good trade for him. Picks up that Dark Seal as well. And why not? It is going to mean that you're slightly slower to picking up that lost chapter, but when you are already ahead, if you can push that even further.
Oh, slowing the recall still, saving O's. Very much having that hand on the steering wheel right now in the spot lane and mid lane.
Yeah, exactly what you'd want as well. The next wave coming in after this will be a cannon wave approaching into the mid lane. Kyose still playing aggressively, born this way in the area, but not level 6 yet. So their gank potential from the Nocturne not as scary as it perhaps could be. As the flash forward, oh no! Oh, Doraemon the flash! Oh, the solo kill! 1JW pulls the trigger on that Dominus and flashes into tower range prior to the minions coming in. And it means despite the level advantage, it's Doraemon with the flash away that gets the kill with the tower.
Yeah, and I mean, that is just Dore to a T. The guy is just sitting there willing to weather the storm, and he does it perfectly. Baits LJW in, gets the shield off, gets clear, forces him so deep under the tower, and then just gets himself away with the flash.
Clean as can be.
Well,
hits level 6 off it as well. So now we'll have that ultimate advantage for himself in the top lane. Both tops obviously losing flash in that instance, but a big pickup in a lane that shouldn't be going the way of Ambessa now is every lane going the way so far of saving O's, but unfortunately the Nocturne in that bottom lane doesn't have level 6 yet, but should be able to find avenue in. Violet's going to pull that cleanse and flash away. The path not going to connect. Violet still finding a lot of damage, and Foreigner in the area now hits level 6 off that crab.
going this way, I mean, realistically, was not all that far off 6 and having that paranoia, but I just still don't know if there is a convenient avenue in with Foreigner down here. So Foreigner will use that opportunity.
The lane pushed out as far as it is, that Foreigner can look towards this blue buff. He can have the support of Scott as well as Violet. It is also level 4 to level 6 to level 5 in the jungle. You see Violet and Scott coming up there, low health on moves. Scott going a very aggressive way, pulls the trigger, going forward though! And ultimate away, but Born This Way does have the flash to get himself over that wall. Crimson in the area. The blue buff is going to be secured, and Foreigner going to look for the Gromp as well. Nothing can be done from these mid laners, and winning even harder now, saving OCE.
And this should not just translate into the blue and Gromp, as well as Born This Way's flash. This should realistically become a dragon for Foreigner as well. And it is going to be just that. Goes straight on in. A great call, a great play with Scott coming up in support.
Some of the cleanest Oceanic gameplay we've seen this year.
Oof.
Here in game 1.
I mean, not wrong. Not wrong, but it's still early days. The Chiefs could boot and rally for sure on Friday, but for now, saving O's, looking to pay homage to the name that they've taken for themselves here. Paranoia now up and available for Born This Way. Could potentially look to start impacting the map now. Oh lord, the trade's developing in the mid lane.
Yeah, it's going to be a trade of the objectives. I mean, again, I think the Dragon is just so much stronger of a win condition. Although the ultimate going to be pulled the trigger here, Born This Way, that going to be turned around on the cease and desist is there and kiting around his Dore. Kyose in the area though, should be able to take down the Nocturne. That's a reset coming through. No flash here for the Renekton, but might have the slice and dice, and Kyose going to think different or better of it. Void Grubs, one taken by the side of Infernal Gaming, but unfortunately saving O's comes here and is going to be able to pick up 2 for themselves as Foreigner gets his way to the top side. Finding the objectives, finding the kills, finding everything.
Yeah, a rough situation. Poor LJW up on this top side, having a pretty alright time for himself, firing that one tower dive. And, well, suddenly in comes Born this way, looking for his only avenue out to hand Doraemon another opportunity to get more gold under the belt. And you look at it, Kyose, just so clean, so problematic for this Inferno Esports roster. Comes in, chases down the Nocturne, who's already burnt the flash, mind you, because of the skirmish in the bot red side jungle.
Yeah, no mana left for Kyose, so no real opportunity to find anything more onto 1JW, but finding more than enough there. Stopping not only the grubs, but picking up a kill on the back end of it alongside Dore. Now 2-0 on the Ari. It's the solo laners that are getting out of hand currently. And despite the counter jungling that has gone on, Born This Way has managed to even out that gold as he works towards...
Wow.
Interesting he's going for Stride Breaker first. I still think that the Hex Tech, or the, what is it called? Experimental Hex Plate is just the stronger item.
Yeah. I think he just wants the ability to clear. I think realistically, you probably finish the team out and you just go straight to the Experimental Hex Plate, but it looks like he is planning on finishing it up.
He has the dagger, so maybe not. Moops now sticking around. Foreigner as well as Born This Way in the area. There is the Paranoia online, but they're aware that the Zinzal's in the bottom quadrant. Jose, hands on the charm. Does have the Spirit Rush if he wants to play a little bit more aggressively. And doesn't miss this guy. There's a reason why he's so consistently rank 1 of our region.
Yeah, I mean, Born This Way behind. But if you're sticking around to try and bait out a kill here, chances are you just die regardless. Jose.
Free plate.
Yeah.
Another wave falls. Oh, Born This Way sniping away the cannon. Does give away his position though, so now going to be easier to track where this Nocturne is. Second plate as well for Kyose. No teleport, so see if he's going to...
1,500 gold lead at 11 minutes in that mid lane.
Yeah, essentially the entire gold lead just sitting there on the Zari. Very important that Kyose continues to play as solid as he has been. This could be a bait though. Not aware that Moops is in the area as well as Born This Way. Paranoia now coming through. They're looking for the Ambassador. It's a great cease and desist, but he's going to get locked down, and this is going to be Doraemon going down almost certainly. The flash away, Foreigner as well. Between Worlds will not finish off, as Scott as well as Foreigner will keep Doraemon alive.
Saving Ose indeed. They all just run helter-skelter away from that top tier 1. And it's going to be plates given over. Unfortunately, I don't know that they can look in without losing a lot more around the rift, but it seems that they are thinking about it. Moops and Crimson. But due to the way those plates interact with multiple bodies around as they go down.
Violet it, trying to look for the kill, does have the flash, but the flash away first of all for Austerity as Scott teleports into the bot lane. Kyose with that Spirit Rush going, in will go Foreigner. This should be a clear-cut kill somewhere. Finds his way in, resets there as well, but Moops has the flash to get himself out. Another kill going to Saving O's, another kill being picked up by Doraemon.
Absolutely. Kicking butts and taking names, Saving O's right now. And just more and more gold stacking up across the rift. And I mean, the wherewithal even for Violet to hold his flash there. You look at it. I mean, how close was it even with Doraemon potentially turning this one around? They commit 3 ultimates. And he's still able to flash himself clear. Foreigner comes in between 2 worlds into a headbutt pulverized to deny 2, into a crescent sweep to knock the remaining 2 back.
Yeah, that's just so crazy.
Big slugger zins out.
A lot of smiling faces, justifiably so.
And then they turn it around even further. Born This Way with no mana, flashes yet again. And it's Doraemon that comes in and cleans up that kill off another magnificent charm from Kyose. Picture in picture, Scott is currently bullying Austerity, it seems.
Dragon number 2 now has spawned. Of course, Saving O's with the first one. Picking up this dragon would get themselves the Noxian blessings as well. Scott's going to take a large chunk of damage, unfortunately, as he walks into this tri-bush. Crimson waiting there for him with that pink ward. Teleport used by Moops looking towards this top lane, but Doraemon should be safe enough with the help of his tower, but is going to back away, not certain as to where Born This Way could be, and I think a wise decision. Ultimately, if he is in that top side, could very quickly find himself being dove, but Dragon gets taken out now. A lot of damage going down onto Dore, but he's still looking aggressively. Paranoia is there. This could be an overstep out of Doraemon. Dominus going to be used. Paranoia is there. Does have... Oh, beautiful.
Oh, he's so clean on it.
2 ultimates for just the public execution, though Doraemon still has to be a little bit wary.
Support's here, and Violet has been intercepted, but gets some pretty solid damage down onto Austerity in return. Still had the flash, still had the ultimate. Should it come to that.
Yeah, 1 item online for both our AD carries now.
Almost even across the board. In fact, pretty much is.
Yeah, man, pretty much exactly even for the bot laners, but it's the rest of the map going so well, and really saving O's from this point on need to play around where Kyose is. While sure, Doraemon is very strong in his own right, it's really this Ahri that is just so far accelerated in comparison to the rest of the map.
Absolutely. 2,000 gold clear, that's kind of criminal. But it's about making sure that they keep compounding the successes that they've found so far, which is keep accelerating Kyose. Keep the team in a position where they can capitalize and punish.
Sure. And the gold lead ultimately is entirely this Ahri, so fighting without Kyose would mean that you're pretty dead even in gold, which you don't want to be doing at this stage. And unfortunately, at this level of play, oftentimes you can get yourself into these positions, but you take one bad fight and it completely tips the scales. So a lot left to do for saving Os, and Infernal Esports in a position where ultimately this Kai'Sa is still getting very strong, and there is a lot of uncertainty around these fights when it comes to the Nocturne when paired with this Aurora.
Stride break is done, so they're not going to have the same cycle ability when it comes to the Paranoia as if it had been an experimental Hexplate start. LJW down here, so we are seeing both teams pretty much matching.
Yeah, teleport as well. It's a 5v5. Scott's going to pull the trigger first, though. In comes the public execution, trying to find a way in the back line. Foreigner goes straight into Austerity, but he's going to get taken out. That should be 1 kill. No, he flashes away. He gets himself out. The Paranoia is going to be used. It's a 1-for-1 as Doraemon gets taken out. Still 1 left of the Spirit Rush. Not going to find its mark as 1JW does get that flash away. Now Crimson still full on HP. Scott limping away on such a narrow margin of HP. Does mean that Saving O's will not get this Rift Shield, and we'll have to bide their time for another fight.
No, Kyose. Who's he got coming in? It is going to be LJW, so not really much going to be found off the back of it. That redemption done in the pocket for Scott now means that these team fights become a little bit more easy to bear through. And I mean, you look at it, Scott, headbutt pulverize onto 2, public execution in the back line, but it's spell shielded. But the charm then connects. Born This Way, having to run helter-skelter to try and survive. Drops the Paranoia for a bit of vision cover. It's a kill that goes away of Violet, so plenty of value there.
Kyose looks for that flash charm, but 1JW with the flash still up was able to get himself clear, and unfortunately, I mean, I think if that Ambassador ult did connect onto Austerity instead of Born This Way, it could have been a lot better of a look in.
Yeah, just damage traded in the mid lane there. Crash down comes through, but realistically, Scott not the person you're looking for here. Oh, damage, never mind.
A lot of damage coming down as Scott, unfortunately, without that ultimate, not going to be that beefy Alistair that you'd really hope for. Does just get found caught out all the while. Kyose, though, still pushing away at these side lanes, looking to find some impact on this bot lane in a tower, and it's finding a reasonable amount of damage with the 2 Void Grubs assisting.
No TPs to match, unfortunately. So this might just be a Rift Herald for a tier 2 trade. Oh no, never mind. Crimson recalls with Moops to come back. Kyose sends the charm, but it does go wide. That's a well-prepped tower.
Yeah, 1 fight and that thing is going down. Just a lapse of judgment. Austerity can be found here by Foreigner. Does also have the redemption coming down for a bit more damage. Ultimate going to be used now. Can the collapse come through in time, though? Foreigner's feared away. It's a great dissuade from Moops as he finds a 2-man in. Oh. But Kyose finds his way on to that Kai'Sa. It's a 1-for-1, a 2-for-1 now. And make that a 3-for-1 as Crimson has nowhere left to run. The flash over the wall does get him clear as Doraemon will not connect on their public execution. 2-for-1 in favor of saving OCE as the bot lane was taken out.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like, to be fair, it was a near hero play from Moops there, giving that space to try and keep Austerity alive, and did for the most part. You watch it, just all that damage, so well coordinated from Saving O's, forced to flash away. You can see they were looking to try and finish him off, but the flash Magnet Storm comes through from Moops to try and clear the distance away from Scott and Violet. Unfortunately, it then costs him his life, and his bot laner still dies regardless, on top of the fact they then get the flash out of Crimson, who very nearly falls also.
Oh. A near miss on that public execution, but nonetheless, it's a lot used. Back to life, finding an avenue in on a Borner's way. He's going to have to flash away. Far now onto Moops, who is also going to be able to get himself out with that crash down, but Kyose picks himself up one. They'll pick up a second as well, as 1JW's found, and this mid lane tower is going to go down, I think.
Yeah, it should, realistically, and the Dragon as well being started up.
Kyose with the auto attack, playing awfully aggressively, but nothing to punish, and it will be a third Dragon. Sole point now for saving OCE.
Fortunately, the wave not there to get the tier 2 in the bot lane, but seemingly only a matter of time. Okay, Hextech Companion for Crimson on the Aurora first.
Yeah.
Oh well, Cosmic Drive, the response from Kyose, so what is already a pretty mobile mage is going to be even more so now.
Even a little bit more slippery. This is a very classic Kyose build.
Yeah,
he pretty
it
much
is.
builds this every single game on every single control mage.
I'm pretty sure almost every single game through the best of fives in the OPQ, this was his item build.
Yeah, pretty much.
I think, did he play Galio? I don't know. Either way, what a catch onto LJW to start that fight. Yeah, no, he didn't. It was Syndra or something. And yeah, I mean, the early charm onto LJW takes all but half his HP, and then they catch a follow-up one. I mean, Kyose is just absolutely making these opportunities.
Scott.
X-Flash.
Does have ultimate, so not really a target.
And
as
the
long
flash
as
as
people
well.
are there,
Oh, they might turn it around.
Find their way onto Moops. Moops not got really any avenue out. Is just going to try and pull the trigger to go forward, but it's just a free kill. Take the paranoia alongside it. Nothing used. And a free kill coming through there for Saving O's as Doraemon comes to join his team, but not much to find. Pretty happy to just take out this Rift Herald.
Pings towards the Artican. I mean, they've got the position to make a fight happen. Moops is a lot of their engage. Doraemon, oh, he's waiting. Unfortunately, on a ward is where he's waiting.
All the while, though, it's going to be the Artican picked up. No one here to contest.
Inferno Esports want this smoke. The headbutt away.
No paranoia, so no real way into this pit. Violet taking a bit of damage. The smite's there, though. Maybe even able to look for a turnaround. And Scott's getting taken very low, and a lot of damage coming down on Violet, but it is able to get away with that Feather Storm. A second kill to come through. That's Austerity. Oh, and the public execution as well. Double kill for Kyose. Another reset at that is Born This Way and Moops desperately trying to run away. Will the charm connect? Is the follow-up there? Even if it does, yes, it will, but the follow-up not quite there. A massive chunk of damage, and Artican 3 kills and saving OCE, sprinting away with game 1.
Magnificent stuff. Just so crisp, so clean in these fights. The macro's been on point. I mean, Scott, such a menace when it comes team fight time. Saving O's, just clearing that space, and you look at it. The Between Worlds, all it really does is open an avenue for Crimson to jump into his death, and Doraemon has him in his sights. No flash, nothing for Crimson to do to get away. And Kyose finds himself a 2-piece off the back of a successful Artican take into a team fight. Oh, he wasn't done. He wasn't done. Look at the damage.
Unfortunately, because of this Cosmic Drive, he's substantially faster than the rest of his team. So no one was able to keep up with him to follow up, but still the 3 kills in Artican. Soul point as well, 2 minutes until that is a potential objective for them. They find their way into Moops again. Moops, nowhere left to go. Does have the flash. Might have to use it. Scott, just biding his time. Foreigner takes a lot of damage, has the ultimate, does pull the trigger, but goes down first. Still, Kyose here now. That's going to be one turnaround. Has the slow as well from the Artican. Can they find the kill onto this guy? So, Moops goes completely wide. As Kyose still looking, the flash is there. Does he have the kill? No! The shutdown comes through as Kyose goes way too deep, but they still manage to find a third. It's a 2 for 3, but the shutdown for Crimson.
They look at their tier 2 in the mid lane, and they should get it for themselves. LJW on the top side trying to answer with some damage back on his own. It is a pretty substantial gold lead at this point. Kyose luckily didn't build the Magi's because we've seen that too many times now on the LCP. And Moops, I mean, the discipline to hold his flash through all of this is rather impressive. Unfortunately, then goes and turns it on its head by recommitting into the fight. And look at how much damage Foreigner takes from Austerity over that wall. Great shutdown there, picked up by Born this way. He then falls, and look at it. Spirit Rush fully stacked up and ready to go for Kyose. Moops thought he had the angle turnaround, but fancy feet from Kyose gets him out. And the flash for Flash, Orbit Deception goes out. Austerity gets the kill, but is then immediately martyrdomed by Kyose.
Absolutely. Still big shutdown for Crimson. It's going to help him towards that Shadow Flame. Not at it yet, though. Able to get the blue buff for himself. Ultimate's there. Teleport coming through. It's going to be Doraemon joining the rest of the team as they look to pick themselves up this Dragon Soul. Crimson waiting in the wings. Doraemon much the same on the other side of the river.
Oh, public execution.
Oh, finds his way on Austerity. Austerity, no flash. And will come the Paranoia. Doraemon able to get himself out with that blast.
Oh, my lord.
As a two-man route from Violet. That's reset 1. Reset 2 not going to come through, but eventually will. As Kyose over that wall will not be able to find Crimson, but Violet might just be able to. Kyose will be able to take down Moops. That's going to be another kill for Saving Oath. They're going to get the Dragon Soul and put themselves in a phenomenal position in game 1.
Scott gets his first kill of the tournament. Justifiably rewarded for his impact this game. And the gold lead takes a nosedive off a cliff. Saving O's about to pick up Soul off the back of a 3-0 fight. 19-5 with an 8k gold lead. This is Saving O's through and through. And you look at it, what a catch from Doraemon. Great ward onto the blue buff. Gets half of Austerity's HP, gets himself clear. And then Violet just throwing those feathers down. The route is so clean.
Crimson narrowly gets himself out.
Unfortunately, LJW just thrown to the wolves.
And what a way to kickstart the potential hero run from the Oceanic hopefuls.
4,300 gold, the lead in the mid lane at the 26-minute mark. Rabadon's now finished up as well.
Still a long way to go to first of all get this game across the line, but a series to follow. Baron now started up by Saving O's. No vision on it whatsoever.
And it's a pretty quick take. Born this way is there. As soon as they get vision, that Paranoia can come down, but Scott looking to play Spoiler in the backside.
Yeah, doing a good job of it. Doraemon there as well now is going to find a lot of damage. And Kyose over the wall finds one. They'll find a second, and they might just find absolutely everything as down go the entirety of Infernal bar Austerity, and their base is going to be in absolute tatters. Baron not required.
Scott is going to tank up the initial shots from the tower. Unfortunately, he does take a decent chunk of damage, but the team comes in. They've got one and a bit minions, effectively, to play with here. Now it's Foreigner's turn. Austerity recalling. There's nothing he can do. Even with that third item finished up, Kyose, 10, 1, and 11 as the Nexus will all fall. Saving O's with an absolute monstering of a game 1.
And Saving OCE come in and show us the best Oceanic League of Legends we've seen to date. Solo kill in the mid lane, solo kill in the top lane, and an absolute trouncing as Violet, at least in game 1, is living up to his word.
Yeah, I have a friend who likes to say of games of that caliber, roasted, toasted, packaged, and posted. And with, well, only 2 more game wins, unfortunately, Inferno Esports may just be posted back home.
Absolutely. I mean, what a start from Saving OCE. Inferno Esports now, obviously in the back room, a lot to go over. Certainly can come back and look a lot stronger in game 2. I mean, ultimately, this game was very well played by Saving O's. They were pretty consistently there when their teammates needed them, which I think was the most impressive part. But if this game doesn't start off with a bunch of solo kills happening, you know, Kyose getting so far ahead, it could look a little bit more dicey, because we saw a few times there where they would overstep their mark And in large, because there was such a massive gold difference, it didn't matter, right? The wallet gap was very, very prevalent in this game. So going forward, they need to, I mean, if they're not finding all these solo kills in lane, make sure they're a little bit more solid on when they're pulling the trigger and when they're going in that hard. But already getting this one across the line, a great start. Flawless almost in terms of objectives. They lost that one grub, but Kyose goes up there, almost solo kills Born this way, who has to ult to top lane to get himself out and still goes down nonetheless. This is how it all kicked off.
Yeah, Kyose off camera gets himself a lovely little kill there, and then LJW. I mean, look, you can understand exactly why he pulls that trigger. It's not 6 on the Ambassador. You don't have the public execution safety, but just not having the damage he wanted. And then, yeah, Born this way, only avenue out is straight into an Ambassador, and it slows down the play, allowing Kyose to come in and capitalize. And it just did not get any better from there. Scott, magnificent stuff from him. Doraemon, he'll fall here, but you look at what is gained off the back side of it. Just so much damage already pumping out from Violet. LJW, look, credit to him. Played a pretty good game. Had to take so much punishment throughout the entire run of this. And even here, Foreigner just gets completely caught, but it doesn't matter because in comes Kyose. Austerity still falls despite the hero effort from Moops. He will fall too, and then Crimson forced to flash away. It was just constantly Inferno Esports playing off the back foot.
Absolutely. And Crimson just narrowly able to get himself clear of that public execution, but a smite fight in this outer Khan pit that goes the way of saving Os, and the fight thereafter as well. As Scott consistently playing on such a nice edge, playing his health bar essentially to perfection on the Alistair. Possibly a big loss when it comes to the drafts going forward. And again, keep in mind that while this game did go very well, you pointed out before the game started, is in terms of team compositions, saving Osa's comp did make a lot more sense paired with each other. I think this Kai'Sa really did not have any setup, and you kind of do need it in this day and age with the Kai'Sa. It's not the standalone champion that it once was, and I think we're really seeing it where Austerity's actually playing relatively well and playing quite to his limits. Unfortunately, his limits are quite low simply because of the team composition that's built around him. Great flash out of him here to be able to pick up that massive shutdown for Crimson, but of course does fall to the Orb of Deception thereafter.
I mean, Doraemon as well, having a pretty standout performance for himself, constantly under the pump in that top lane into LJW. Comes out with the solo kill after a botched dive attempt, picks up even more off the back of what was Born to Win's only way out, Born this way is only way out, and then it just progressively gets worse as Kyose turns into a bigger and bigger problem, and then what a catch, charm after charm.
One shot.
And the power of the Ari in the hands of Kyose, and Doraemon again across that wall, completely blind at that stage, hits the public execution at max range to find himself a double and secure the first win in this series.
Absolutely, that is one game that has been victorious now for Saving Os. Keep in mind, if we go to the LCP, if we look at how that goes, yes, we quite often at least get one game win. Maybe now it's a best of 5, but you might even get 2. It's still going to take 2 more wins for Saving OC, and Infernal Esports are not going to give up that easily. We're going to go to a break. Once we're back, we'll see if they can continue their dominance, or will Infernal Esports fight back?
Working hard to outrun all the ones that chase. I can't run fast enough, can't pick up the pace. People run towards love, kamikaze craze. Let's be real, some true lovers really just a face. Heard it all before, y'all just need a score. Don't want it anymore, can't take it no more. Love or I adore, yes and I am sure. Because love is war, over and over, baby.
sides. Never have I ever been on the sidelines, only front line. The line on the stat sheet going up with a timeline. Man, I'm big time. Playoff berth, I'm a midwife. Back to back, I don't win twice. All pro with it like 10 times. What I'm saying. All city, all state, now I'm on a world stage. I took a L, had a turn page. Maxed out, yeah, I'm worth wage. I'm on the top with it first place. God got me for real, never burn sage. I just burn flame with it worst case. Got they hands tied like I'm Kirk Frank. It's prime time.
Attack the back line. That's gonna be a double kill for a 30.
It's prime time. It's prime time.
The blossoms fall, and the black rose rises. Do you feel like the heroes of this story? Coming to save the day. You're pawns in a game that's already been decided. You will fight, as good soldiers do.
I will seal you away once more.
Your age has passed, Darkin. Stay buried.
And you will fail, as mortals must. Your course was doomed the moment you left Demacia. And entered my world of thorns. Make your final stand and see how your story ends.
One to 0 is the score, and it is saving OCE that currently lead the series after a very, very dominant performance, and in particular, Kyose on the Uri was so insurmountable for Infernal to deal with. Looking at game number 2, is there any mid laners that Kyose plays that has the playmaking potential of the Uri? Generally not really. I mean, there are things like the LeBlanc that he's very good at. Am I thinking we're going to see the LeBlanc? Probably not, but there is the potential. He did play it in the OPQ.
Yeah, I mean, he's sort of the king of the control mage in Oceania, so he has a formula that he tends to stick to more often than not. But in saying that, it is a new day, of course. There is endless potential to what could have come out between that OPQ finishing and where we are now.
Yeah, a lot to look at. I mean, the one thing you got to be concerned of, this is something that has come from Kyose in particular in the past when I've interacted with him, is he only plays female champs. So as that pool does go lower and lower, you have to wonder, there's not a whole lot of control mages out there that, especially if this ends up going to a 5th game, you start to actually get worried about his pool because it doesn't get that tested when it comes to solo queue. I mean, he just generally, I mean, there was a phase in which he was picking Blitzcrank and Leona mid and still holding rank 1 in the region. He is just that far ahead of most of the competition. Now, there are things that he is very good at that are a lot less, normal to see in the mid lane. The Sivir, the Misfortune are actually 2 picks that he plays in the mid lane that could come as a surprise to a team that doesn't know that.
maybe there is some of that Oceania degeneracy which might bleed through depending on how deep we get into the draft, but I think less than likely. I think more potentially towards the Syndra, which is something that he's looked fairly solid on. Might give Inferno Esports a bit of PTSD because that was the champion that West Point Academy brought out to start the clean sweep that was the League of Republica Grand Finals.
Yeah, I mean, you always got to be worried because, again, Kyo's a very, very talented player and sort of his mechanics are just unprecedented when it comes to Oshi almost, but a champ like Syndra, if you are playing as aggressively as Kyose likes to play, can get punished very, very hard. And I think that in part is why we see them banning out things like the Jarvan and like the Wukong that are very good at punishing that aggressive, sort of immobile mage playstyle that Kyose likes to go for. So we'll see if those bans do continue to come through that we saw in the last ones. I don't see a reason why they shouldn't. But again, it's all things that we have to just look towards as this game or the series progresses.
Absolutely. Absolutely, and I mean, you can
That's
hear
the sound.
We're brewing, we're building towards something. Oriana, Brom banned. It is going to be the Rumble and Wukong in response. Obviously, Inferno Esports on the blue side this game. Yunara taken away.
Corki
from
left
Violet.
open this time.
Yeah.
So Jarvan was the ban here for saving O's last game. It will be again. So maybe looking towards a Corki here for Inferno Esports.
Pantheon, I would have thought, has been pretty much a staple of Born This Way's kit. Corki, okay, so it is going to be taken away for themselves.
Now, on the other side, first two picks to come through, of course. Not sure. The Vi, yeah, okay, again, just a solid jungler. You can also just go against it with the Pantheon, but the Vi Talia,
yeah,
a very strong combo indeed. The lockdown there to just ensure you're able to land with those scattered earth seismic shoves. Lee Sin, the answer though. A very aggressive jungler. And it will be paired with the Leona, so it's got the setup as well.
Denying that away from Kyose in the mid lane as well.
Yeah.
If we get that deep, obviously.
Of course. Of course. No, see, Kyose only was starting to pick supports because he was fed up with the level of supports in OCE that he said he would just do it himself.
Well, I mean, there was a brief period.
There was a Thanos moment.
Yeah, no, there was a brief period in solo queue, I understand, where Eclipse Jungle Leona made its way into comp for a very brief window and was a bit scary.
No, that was support.
No.
It was
they made it into the jungle as well.
It was support Leona with Eclipse and a Blood Song. It was when Blood Song was at its worst.
Yeah. Well,
Lucian going to be down in the bot lane for Violet. It's a champion that a lot of the time in Split 2 when he was on the Chiefs, I really hoped would see from him, but never actually was able to pick it up. Now here in the qualifiers is going to go towards it here at that red side third pick as bans are going to come through. Of course, the pairing of the Braum already gone, but these days we're seeing it able to be paired with other things more often than in the past.
absolutely.
Band.
Yeah, okay. Well, at least from what I'd garnered, not something that I would have been all that worried about from Crimson, but who knows? Clearly, Saving O's have done their research. Galio as well.
Yeah, Coach Safa will be on that.
Yeah. Okay. So what is the game plan here? So Lucian was played in one of the victories against Polish here by Saving O. So
okay.
Violet did bring that out in game 4. It was Cho'Gath, Maokai, Ziggs, Lucian, Nami that draft. So it was an interesting one to say the very least. But
yeah, so all I'm hearing is we're likely to see Nami.
Yeah, I think that's probably the bet.
We'll see. It would make the lane stronger. It would make a little bit scarier to play these team fights with a Nami against the likes of the Lee Sin Leona, but...
Well, anyone caught by the... Okay, so Nautilus...
I do think this makes more sense overall in terms of the team composition. It does pair better with the likes of the Vi and the Lucian. I mean, not the Lucian, I guess, in lane, but just in terms of these team fights, having a little bit more bulk generally does well.
Not to mention the fact that whoever is caught is just CC chained into oblivion, so...
Yeah.
It could be a very, very rough day to be Austerity, I think, realistically. But...
Yeah, it has the safety, the inherent safety of that Valkyrie.
Oh, yes, nothing like dragging a depth charge through your entire team.
And the Syndra going to be picked up by Infernal Esports, so this time round it's going to be them. They're very vulnerable, though. Very vulnerable to the Vi and Talia. Even the Nautilus. It's a scary game to be a Syndra. It is a pretty decent lane. There's not many champs that go toe-to-toe against the Talia in lane very well, but again, you can't really play that aggressively because if the Vi's ever near you, you are going to get locked down and it's pretty hard for you to ever survive.
Yeah. I mean, more often than not played against Crimson, but Jack's going to round things out for LJW in the top lane. So what does Doraemon have in pocket for this 5th pick for Saving O's?
Perfectly counterpickable champ. We'll see if Doraemon has something that he wants to counterpick it with. He could just go for something solid like a Cassante.
Gragas.
Goes for the Gragas. So it is a counterpick, definitely up against this Jax. And I mean, typically now in the upper echelons of the tier 1 play, we see this go pretty evenly. But it's more like it's even, and the Jax is consistently trading health to get, well, to remain even on CS. It's definitely an easier lane to play as the Gragas.
Yeah, absolutely. But
and again, it's even more threat onto the Syndra too.
Absolutely. Just a chaotic team fight with all sorts of displacement coming out from Saving O's, and very much a case of, well, it synergizes that much better with Saving O's because, one, it also helps you isolate targets, but also completely disengages the rest of the team from collapsing in on anyone they do find. So I think synergistically, this is a phenomenal pick for Dore.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it does very well. But again, though, I do have concerns for Saving O's if they aren't able to find such a massive lead like they were last game. If they have, you know, some of these over-aggressions that they did find themselves in, they will be punished for it a lot more if they aren't at a substantial advantage. And you don't really have the same level of playmaking on the Talia as you do the Ahri. And of course, last game, a lot of the success came down to just how far ahead Kyoze was and how he was able to push that advantage.
So, Gragas Cask Breaker has entered the rift.
Yeah, skin game. I mean, I think I have to give it to Infernal Esports this game, unfortunately.
Yeah. No, sorry. There is synergies, 2 project skins.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't really care about the synergies. It's just, I think Infernal Esports came out on top in terms of the skins.
To be fair, both teams are kind of just nothing burgers, realistically. There's no IG Kai'Sa, there's no High Noon Lucian.
Exactly, and there was the opportunity for there to be the High Noon Lucian. It is the same Vice skin I use, though, so a bit of a plus there.
Yeah, as long as it's not the neon one.
No, it's not. It's the project one.
Yeah, no, it's just the recall sounds of the neon skin's so egregious.
Good Lee Sin skin for sure, this one. One I unfortunately do not own.
Minions have spawned.
Oh, Toboggan.
It's a great splash. I love all the splashes that are from, like, 2012.
Oh, yeah.
The Commando skin line, like Commando Garen and Commando Zinzao.
No, not anymore. That one got done.
Yeah, true. Well,
Yeah.
Commando Garen is still the same.
And the Galio one got done as well.
Yeah.
Oh, criminal scenes. Oh, well. Either way, fighting ensues in the mid lane, as you'd expect.
I don't see anything.
Big Scott's on the job, looking for a dredge lane angle.
Last lane, of course, saving O's down in this bottom lane, getting the better of it. A lot of early trading. Violet's going to take a lot of damage here. Scott, without that heal, means it is going to stick a lot more than you'd perhaps want, but a lot of damage back onto Moops as well, and the poke landing with these piercing lights from Violet.
Interesting. So it's not going to be the unsealed spellbook for either support in this game.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, the LCP, it was just a given. There was only Nico, I think it was.
Yeah, pretty much.
And Renata, but we haven't seen her for an age. And even then, there was a few games where Renata did still run the unsealed spellbook.
Yeah, I think it became fairly well known that Unsealed Spellbook just offers you a lot. And I think this game it would have as well for both of these supports.
Absolutely.
Of course, Aftershock makes you just inherently a slightly more tanky, but you lose out on quite a lot of utility.
Yeah, Leona is not desperate for that, though. With the W, she is pretty crazy tanky anyway. Aftershock doesn't offer really that much more.
So junglers pathing opposite directions this time round. Born this way headed towards the bot lane, and Foreigner up to the top side.
Oh, Phosphorus Bomb.
A good emote, that one.
There's been a fair few flying around. Oh, Dore has been on the receiving end as the Jax in a number of matchups through the OPQ and survived them pretty well. Now he's the one getting to dish out the punishment.
Yeah, definitely not. The lane's definitely not going as well as you'd hope. You kind of want to have that freeze happen outside your tower, but now the slow push back to Jax means that LJW is going to be able to collect a lot of those minions.
Ignite drop by Scott. Onto Austerity there as they were looking a bit aggressive. Does force out the flash and the barrier, or the heal rather, and the barrier. Born this way, down here on the bot side looking for his scuttle, but it is just going to be a straight scuttle trade. don't know if you're looking for a dive at this stage in the competition, but Born This Way is down here, and they might be looking for a dive onto LJW as well in response.
Definite avenue in. Dore pretty low on mana. We'll see how LJW manages to navigate this one. Just pulls the trigger on the counter-strike and dissuades it entirely.
Phase rush out means that, I mean, Wallet is essentially even trade. Dore was likely on the way back to the fountain anyway. Slowed up on that recall.
Sturdy finding himself an early recall. Violet going to push out one last wave, and Scott going to do his best to try and escort it into the tower, but Moops, I mean, he's not threatened by the Nautilus, so unfortunately it's a really rough lane position here for saving OCE, and Austerity coming back into this side of the map might make this a little bit dodgy. Moops going to flash away. Scott going to do much the same as Violet. He might have to lose his flash as well here. Just able to hang on to it thanks to the slow coming through from Scott, but definitely a bad lane position and a great recall timing found from Austerity.
Yeah. Ooh, seismic shove nearly connects onto Crimson, who just steps a little to the left. The best to avoid it. So it has been a lot of posturing this game. Both teams sort of just staunching up to each other, but nothing really massive found off the back of it.
JW trading aggressively with Doraemon, trading relatively well considering the matchup. Dragon started up early here, Born This Way on it. Foreigner not in the area, and Scott does get hit by that stun. Weaver's Wall coming out to try and keep his support alive here from Kyose. As Foreigner now arriving, that's first blood. Crimson now in the crosshairs of Scott's able to find that hook, but with Austerity coming back, this might just turn on its head, and Scott might just go down. Phosphorus Bomb will seal the deal 1-for-1.
Yeah, an explosive cask out from Dore even, as he ticks over to 6 just to clear LJW away from the minion wave. Vault
Looking
breaker.
aggressively, okay. Was a little worried there. I don't think the damage has quite been there for Violet and Foreigner, so Foreigner decides better of it.
Just getting a bit of division. Yeah, unfortunately, just the positioning, that scrap down on the bottom side river. I mean, it was a great look back in. Unfortunately, though, just because Scott stuck around a little bit too long, great Zenith played out. Coming through to try and answer. You see all the while, Kyose does get the seismic shove off onto Crimson, but because Violet's busy down in the bot lane trying to even out that CS gap, he's not there able to assist.
And a great stun from Moops. It's picture-in-picture as well. Dragon's going to be taken here by Inferno Esports in their first of the series and putting themselves in a relatively decent position here in Game 2.
Dragon's Rage as well, taking over the line for Born This Way. Zenith Blade, oh, what a hook.
Yeah, Scott answering back. A trade of aftershocks here. Oh, level 6 here for Born This Way and only level 5 for Foreigner.
Scott's coming up in support. Oh, he gets it.
Yeah, gets it. The kick comes out of Born This Way too, so level 6 advantage now for Foreigner if they're looking aggressively. Although no Weaver's Wall means Kyose can't really join.
Yeah. Violet now ticks over as the culling. Kyose taking some punishment here.
Gets the phase rush. Relatively even trade, but with that unleashed power and a definite advantage in terms of health towards Crimson.
They do have the cease and desist though, so if they pull Foreigner down, or up rather, to look for an angle in, it's probably a pretty dead Syndra. Lane swap coming.
Yeah, looking for those grubs perhaps, but this gives LJW a pretty free plate. Doing exceptionally well in the Jax vs Gragas matchup. You see Crimson and Moops in the area. Even LJW sticking around. Could have a 5v4 on our hands. First of all, grub started up by LJW. Foreigner not quite responding to it yet as the ward does get placed down. They're going to be aware of this going on. Again, no level 6, well, level 6 there for Born This Way, but no ultimate. They do get the 2 grubs, so slow to the player saving OCE. Stun coming through.
Yeah, held the smite Born This Way so that he could get the second one as well. They're looking for the turnaround on Scott,
yeah, 4v5 here. Scott trying to get himself out with that hook. Does just barely. get himself out of range of that Zenith Blade. A good look in for Moops, but just not quite in time.
Dore going to get himself plenty of free time on this tower in the bot lane as well. Going to leave the wave there to chip away more, get himself a recall off. So a bit of a macro blunder there potentially for saving Oaks, but
yeah, a little bit slow to the play.
They only lose out on a second grab. They get one at least.
Yeah, still that's 2 points of Monster Hunter towards Infernal Esports. Definitely looking a little bit stronger or a little bit more prepared, I suppose, in game 2.
Jose, a little bit less precise with the Talia than he was at Ari in game 1.
Still has a decent CS advantage for himself, though.
Absolutely.
Doing well. Foreigner as well, picking up that kill, gives him a gold lead. Unfortunately, Austerity very far ahead at this time. Violet matching into Crimson is not exactly where he'd want to be, but much the same. Crimson not going to want any part of this Nautilus, as Hook will connect. Reaver's wall coming through as well, but the flash from Crimson gets him free. Still very vulnerable now on the Syndra without that flash up. He's got to be careful though. There's a lot of members of Infernal Esports in the area.
Yeah, there's more from saving O's. There's foreigners here in the bot side jungle as well.
Xenoplay's going to connect. Scott also landing with a hook of his own. Violet trying to turn this around. It's a 3v4. Kyoze will be able to land the seismic shove. Down will go Scott, but it is answered back. 4v4 now. Over the wall will go Foreigner. He's not able to get his ultimate off as he does get taken out pretty cleanly. Austerity as well, continuing to go forward as Kyoze and Violet continue to try and fight. The culling's great, but is it great enough? No. The flash just keeps him alive as Violet gets taken exceptionally low. Still trying to find the damage. The flash from Kyoze. And now Violet in the middle of 3 with almost no HP will be taken out. Although the flash maybe clears enough distance. Austerity! Not quite with the damage, and Violet will limp away.
Oh dear. Bleak scenes here for Ose in game 2. Not the end of the world by any stretch of the imagination, but an ambitious play turned on its head as Inferno Esports answer magnificently. Eclipse first for Born This Way. Oh wow.
If only Scott knew.
And Born This Way, magnificent stuff. Great Zenith Blade out of Moops this game, who has really been a bit of a hero for this team, even through game 1.
Yeah, I think Foreigner sticking around on that red buff a little bit too long.
Yeah.
Comes across, never gets his ultimate off either. And with the culling available and Kyoze there as well, you feel like he just pulls the trigger on anyone. But it could have very rarely been some more kills and a much more beneficial play here for saving OCE. Violet, as well as Kyoze, so close to being able to take more, but not able to do so.
Kyoze dead again in the picture-in-picture as Inferno Esports collapse into the mid lane. Oh my lord.
Oh, dearie me.
Yeah, solar flare.
Simple as can be.
Zenith Blade, Born This Way.
Getting themselves another dragon as well.
Scott.
And Scott, yeah, he is in no man's land here. Still 3v3 potentially. Maybe a look in here. Possible avenue in. Dragon's Rage kick coming out and the hook back. That's a free kill. That goes the way of Foreigner as they're looking for more. Violet going forward. Nothing to be found though. Foreigner
feels
biding
like
his
it's
time.
a little too late play, unfortunately. I mean, the one saving grace is Dore is having a phenomenal game for himself.
Yeah, did get the counter pick, so you'd really hope so, but a lot to do now. As Foreigner, unfortunately, being the recipient of every single kill is not where you'd want that gold to be.
No, because even then, he's still only about 400 gold ahead. And that lead is mostly matched through the mid and bot duo of Inferno Esports. Yeah, look, I was convinced Scott was just straight dead here, honestly. But with Foreigner sitting in that bush, stops the recall. Born This Way comes in, not realizing that actually the numbers were pretty matched.
Yeah, and committing so much to try and hit Scott into the tower for really not that much gain as he just hooks himself back out. So a good turnaround, but still a lead for Inferno Esports here. Very narrowly. Gold essentially even, but it's where the gold's positioned that is the troubling thing. The lead in the mid and the AD carry position. Doraemon now finishing up on that Rod of Ages. Will be a 23.5-minute completion.
So a bit of a slow burn for him. I think his main power is coming through the disruption in those team fights. Just sowing the seeds of chaos, making it a little bit less comfortable for Inferno to successfully sort of front to back these things. But
For sure. Saving Oath, though, they have a lingering problem when it comes to these dragons. Will be the Hextech Soul this time around, and it's a 2-0 score as things stand. Yep, certainly starting to hurt now. Austerity on the score key.
oh, okay, that's a control ward and a half. Yeah, it will be seen now. But they've got plenty of vision. Unfortunately, they didn't walk over wards themselves to get in.
They're still looking for potential trades. The play does go wide, and as will the Solar Flare. Scott going to stay relatively topped up in HP.
No flash.
Austerity trying to get himself away. It's a nice Vault Breaker. Austerity still very low. Weaver's Wall coming out.
Oh my god!
QTD lands the 3-man! LJW spinning his lamp around can do nothing as it's a 4-0 and Saving O's living up to their name.
Kyose says nose as he just screams on in. And you look at it, there was play, there was counterplay. Crimson could have flashed away, Born This Way could have flashed away, but it just does not matter. Worth a damn. And it looked like there was going to be an angle for a turnaround for Inferno. You look at how much damage done to Scott. They jump onto Austerity, they split that fight once again. And a great stun onto Foreigner. He's taken down low, but boom. Just straight into the seismic shove. And completely rinsed. 4 members fall. And not a single thing goes Inferno Esports' way there.
And what was a very close game is now ballooned in favor of Saving O's off the back of that phenomenal seismic shove coming out of Kyose there. Rift Herald, though, being started up by Inferno Esports. Hooks lands onto Moops. He's going to flash away. Foreigner still without that ultimate. It's not an opportune time here for Saving O's. You can just give this up. Still trying to find a way in. Smice there for Born This Way. Stun lands onto Violet because of that Solar Flare, but turning it around and moves. He's going to fall. Violet gets himself another. And Inferno Esports will back on out of there. They collect the eye, though. They get the Herald. A 1-4 at the Herald. Definitely a valuable trade for Inferno Esports.
Oh, my lord. LJW has just been completely bullied away from this tier 1 in the bot lane. Oh, Crimson. Cease and desist is there.
Yeah.
Depth charge is there.
9 seconds away on that cease and desist. So Crimson might have the time to get himself out. Hook wide as the flash does come out of that Syndra. Again,
Oh no, they're
very
both
vulnerable now.
Yeah, depth charge just coming back online now. Feats of strength were in fact claimed by Inferno, and they're going to drop that Herald mid lane. This should be an easy tier 1 for them. Born This Way, he's going to pilot it in.
Definitely answering the pressure well. Violet not going to give up any opportunities. Ooh. Say that as Born This Way searches there for a Sonic Wave. Oh no. Oh.
Yeah, it's just a chest bump, it's fine. Oh. Yeah, I don't know what Scott would have been able to achieve there, but he was looking for it. 1,400 gold, the lead in the top lane.
Yeah, just absolutely ballooning. Now a lead as well in both the mid and AD carry position for Saving O's. As good signs to have fallen behind this game and fought back, although still a long way to go. They're going to get themselves this dragon and stop that stacking coming out of Inferno. A little dicey, but no one there to punish. Crimson all the while is going to maybe find himself some gold on that top lane tower. Heard a Weaver's Wall come out. They're looking aggressively in the mid lane. LJW is there. Scott maybe going to fall as in will come. Oh dear. What a flank found from Born This Way. Kicks Kyose straight into the waiting arms of Crimson. And that's 2 quick kills found and a great turnaround for Inferno Esports.
Yeah, I potentially question a little bit too much priority on these jungle camps for Foreigner, because every time we see things happen where Inferno Esports take themselves an opportunity, he's just on a buff, doing something else on his own. It's a bit rough. Okay, so they thought they had the overmatch. Unfortunately, Born This Way is just on the top side in for a great flank. LJW is there. Unfortunately, no way that Saving O's could have known that things were about to turn as drastically as they were, but a great read from Inferno Esports.
Yeah, but I mean, to your point, as you said, right, they knew they were pulling the trigger because they're the ones that engaged, and Foreigner hitting the Raptor camp is a little bit confusing to me. LJW now getting taken very low. Can Doraemon finish it off? No. But Foreigner can. They'll find themselves another kill in the bottom side. Unfortunately, it's LJW that is really paying the price. Great counter pick coming through from Saving OCE.
Oh, that was a lot of pings.
Yeah, that had to have been Saving OS. This is an OS classic.
That's go pings. There are go pings onto the Vi.
They found their way onto it. Oh, it's going to get taken out.
That's a big shutdown too.
Yeah, but it gets picked up by Born This Way, who again, you'd much rather it on Austerity.
I don't know, the carry Lee Sin being able to blow up Kyose or Violet's going to be pretty valuable.
Yep, unfortunately, the carry Lee Sin's very quickly running out of wheels, so you'd much rather it on the Gorky.
Yeah. 2 items, though, now done for Austerity, so he's going to be hitting reasonably hard. Oh, yeah, there's just a couple of things that you'll want to tighten up for Saving O's if they do progress further in this tournament. Just minor lapses in judgment that are 100% going to be punished against the likes of DCG, and if they make it that far, the Chiefs.
Absolutely. Classic Rumble ult, Corki, Valkyrie. Also Locket for both our supports.
Yeah.
So really a shift up here in game 2 from what we've come to expect.
Yeah. I mean, the golden rule of the LCP is if you are support, your first item is redemption, and anything else you get on top of that is just a,
bonus.
extra. So, we'll see. Usually it's Locket and...
Oh, that was scary.
Yeah. Dragon's still 2 minutes away. Artican is up and live, but it is far from the fastest comp that Inferno Esports have to take this Artican.
Yeah. They will be first of this midway, though, so they'll get an extra turn. Oh, Scott does not know what he has just come into. Trying to get himself clear, does drop the ultimate, gets to flash away as well. But Born This Way already connecting. Violet's going to have to flash himself over the wall.
Ooh.
Does get himself out, but now any look in here for Saving O's would be a 4v5, and maybe LJW making that a 4v4 as he's taken very low, but Born This Way finds his way in onto Foreigner, the kick back onto Doraemon, who does have that flash away. The Zenith Blade does go wide here as Violet nowhere in the area. This is a 3v5 that Saving O's are desperately trying to kite around, and they do manage to do so successfully. It does cost them though. Flash now gone from Doraemon and Violet, and Violet walks straight into Born This Way. That's going to be simple as can be, and down will go that 80 carry of Saving OCE. Not a whole lot he can do, and 600 gold found again on this Lee Sin.
Oh, I don't know what's going on there. Know full well that they're all on this bottom side. Yeah, look, there's no objective up for the next minute in terms of the Dragons, but you are well overextended.
Fortunately, it just all stems from over-aggression.
Just lapses in judgment, almost, it feels like. And rewarded aggression for Inferno Esports, who they've found so much off what started as just a push into the jungle. TP comes through. It's a Jax, unfortunately, so there's only so much damage you're going to be able to pump out with Talia, Vi, and a Kragus.
I like the cute idea from Kyose, but in practice it didn't achieve too much.
If not for the fact that they still had the tier 1 in the bot lane, that was probably just a clean wipe. Oh, picture in picture.
Picture in picture. Foreigner getting taken very low. Dore does a great job with his body slam, but Scott has been completely one-shot. Now Dore, probably not long for this world, finds a bunch of damage. That damage is not going to be all that meaningful, as unfortunately Kyose now going to lose his flash as well. Every single flash on the side of Saving OC now down, and the Dragon will follow.
Just seemingly a massive desync here in game 2 for Saving O's. What started and looked very promising has quickly just spiraled out of control.
Dragon picked up, Artican likely to follow. Kyose does have the teleport, but you see, not likely they're going to go for it with Scott going out, deploying into that top side. So good pickups here for Inferno Esports here in game 2. And give themselves a great position here to take it, at least force 4 games.
Absolutely, sold point secured, as well as the Artican. It's answered back by that mid-tier 1. But I mean, okay, yeah, just rip the band-aid off, seeing the Nautilus, and unfortunately, It turns around because of the counter-strike, and Dore is just left to his own devices. Picture-in-picture, they're hunting for something, but that is very deep.
They're looking for Crimson. It's a great combination, and they will take him down. Shut down for Kyose. Violet now having to be careful in the mid lane. No one really there to answer this Jax either for the time being, although Foreigner can deploy out to that side of the map. I think a lot of the problems we're seeing out of Saving O's here in Game 2 is a lot of these fights are occurring and either Kyose's not there, or Foreigner's not there, or Violet's not there.
Yeah. It is just a little bit slow to the play is the problem for Saving O's. But Rod of Age is fully stacked up now for Dore, and he's got that Seras as well. So he is going to be doing a decent amount of damage when it comes team fight time. The problem is he's only going to be able to soak so much damage, and it is kind of irrelevant compared to how much LJW can take.
Great pickup, I think, from Kyose here.
Yeah.
Going for towards the Banshee's Veil, because it will mean those rogue solar flares can no longer just randomly stun him.
Something's a brewing here. Saving O's are looking for an angle in, but Inferno Esports feel the tingling. They know something's coming.
Yeah, that ward getting placed outside the bush does give away their position, but Scott being looked at now. Kyose in the area, great seismic shove, lands onto 2. The culling not finding all that much damage, although Moops gets taken very, very low, and Scott much the same. Dore trying to turn it around with that explosive cast, is not able to do so. The flash forward, the 2-man stun. Oh, and Crimson finds the execute onto Violet. LJW with the 2-man, and Doremon as well as Kyose having to desperately sprint. Foreigner much the same on the bottom side as Inferno Esports now setting themselves up for a Baron.
Yeah, and this Lee Sin getting some big value in the hands of Born This Way, not to mention Crimson on this Syndra, who definitely could have been somewhat exploitable, has not been punished all that heavily. Teleport down to the bot side as they are just going to give the Baron. There is nothing here to be able to contest.
Just really struggling here, Saving O's, to find any meaningful pick using this Talia and Vi combo. They've occasionally found one here and there, but for the most part, Austerity as well as Born This Way have been pretty unperturbed.
Yeah, and I mean, Crimson as well just has been, I mean, the fact that Born This Way and Moops are so deep into these team fights, playing that front line, means it's very, very hard to connect them. And Scott, it must be said, has been caught a few times here as he does present such an easy target. You look at it, even there,
not there.
It is just completely lacking, and Crimson is about to make one of the craziest plays we've seen today. Finds Violet, sets it up, boom, just blows him up before he can play the game.
Yeah, has really been struggling to find that damage in these fights as Violet. Now Baron in that back pocket, Inferno Esports can look to start to crack open this base. It's a 3k gold lead in their favor. It's Soul Point as well, with 1 minute until that will be spawning.
Yeah, unfortunately, the comp just a little bit too passive, it feels, from Saving O's. The Lucian really not feeling like it has had the effect that was desired. Infinity Edges steadily coming online here, though, for Violet, so that damage is going to start pumping out that more and more.
Massive minion waves crashing into these towers. See Violet desperately trying to take out this cannon minion. Will be another one approaching. Foreigner trying to wait on the side, but will be found now by Born This Way. Another wave cleared out. It's going to be very difficult for Saving O's to contest this potential Dragon Soul with no vision anywhere near the pit, but they're looking aggressively. The culling's great. Born This Way might just be found, and the shutdown of Violet. That's how you lock down someone, and what a champ to lock down as the Lee Sin's now taken away. But Inferno Esports, they're still setting up. Violet has to be so careful. They now know where Inferno Esports are. It's a 4v5, but there's a lot of strength on the blue side's roster. LJW is going to get stunned up, but Scott is so low. Nice kiting away from that solar flare as Dore comes roaring in, but still, the damage isn't there. LJW on 1 HP, they're able to take down the Leona, but the Leona's not that impressive as it's a quadra kill coming through from Austerity, and Kyose with so much left to do has been able to find one, but he gets stunned up, and Austerity gets himself the pentakill.
Oh boy, they've been few and far between this year, and what an opportunity for this Inferno Esports roster completely capitalized on. It looked like a great fight out of Saving O's, only for Austerity to come in and wipe the floor with all of them. And it started with that pick onto Born This Way, who comes off respawn to help Austerity secure that soul for Inferno. And this game, this series is heating up.
And I mean, the fight, it's a 4v5, but there's just no damage. You've lost the Nautilus, you've lost the Vi ultimate, so the lockdown's not there. Crimson completely untouched, and while the hook does finally land, the follow-up's not there. Valkyrie into Flash to get himself the quadra kill, and Kyose, last alive, will find the one, but Crimson does not miss the stun and will set up for that pentakill.
And I mean, just all that attention onto LJW. He soaked almost that entire fight, which is what allowed Austerity to get the damage out that he did. So potentially a little bit of target prioritization, needing a revamp here for Saving O's.
That's the Hextech Soul now in the back pocket for Inferno Esports. Just moments away, you have to feel like they pick up their first win of the series and tie us up 1-1.
LJW has that Seekers in the back pocket now too, which makes these fights even more chaotic.
Yeah,
Guardian Angel for Austerity.
Yeah. It's going to be very hard to kill Corki now on that 4-item slout. Thankfully for Saving O's, there's no Infinity Edge yet.
Cool.
Scott gets himself away from at least the Zenith Blade, puts down the ward, which will be immediately cleared out. Now there is no Baron buff, so the push isn't that strong at the moment for Inferno Esports.
A 30-minute Leandri's for Kyose.
Infinity Edge now picked up for Violet. He's working towards what likely will be a Lord Dominix as well. Zenith Blade in for Mooks, but he is all alone now, and that's going to be almost the kill. The flash away does keep him alive for now. A lot of damage on Austerity, but a great stun stops that culling in its tracks.
I mean, Violet had that Infinity Edge for the last team fight. It just didn't matter because they were all focusing on LJW. Even there, it just needs to be so wary of Crimson's positioning.
Absolutely.
Sonya's now done for LJW, which means can go golden in the middle of these team fights after soaking all that damage. 2 levels for Austerity over Violet at the moment. Oh dear. Saving O's know they need to be audacious. Sonic Wave connects, the slow one at the door, but yeah, probably a bit too far for Born This Way. Don't want to take that.
Looking aggressively, they find their way onto Born This Way again. The Weaver's Wall coming through. This is a great combo, but Austerity is completely untouched. They find the first kill. That's Scott going down. Great dodge away. Oh, and the cleanup. What a fantastic stun out of Crimson. Should seal the deal, and our series will be tied up 1-1.
This Austerity kid is kind of crazy. Finds himself a panda, gets a triple, almost gets the quadra there, but LJW is the one to take it. And they're just going to look to end here. It's Foreigner alone. Well and truly under the pump with all to do, and there's just nothing, absolutely nothing he has left in the tank. It is a complete rout by Inferno Esports in Game 2. What an answer back after Game 1, as they will tie the series up 1 apiece.
And a series we now have on our hands is almost as cleanly as Saving O's were able to get it done in Game 1. It's answered back by Inferno Esports. And now the gauntlet has been thrown. A lot of champions getting removed now. And really, I still just don't know where these two teams are in comparison to one another. As, again, they kind of look like a mirror image of each other in each game.
Yeah, I mean, the reversal of momentum there has been pretty severe, almost whiplash-like realistically, between how Game 1 and then Game 2 goes. So effectively, a best of 3 to be played now for the remainder of this series, with Saving O's having side selection.
Don't say that, it's an O's team.
Yeah, look, this is going to be that true test.
I mean, yeah, Austerity doing the most damage, not to really anyone's surprise. I mean, again, the game started out pretty well for Saving O's, but a few missteps here and there, especially the one chaotic one in the bot jungle, really led them to falling so far behind. And again, another testament to just how strong this Dragon win condition is at this level of play.
Yeah, I mean, I think realistically the biggest issue for Saving Oath was the draft in the end. It just lacked the damage, or at least lacked damage in a capacity that could fight comfortably into this Inferno esports.
I think most of their fights, they were fighting without one of their carries.
Yeah.
Like there were a bunch of fights where Violet wasn't there, a bunch of fights where Kyose wasn't there, and it kind of led to these positions where if everyone was playing on the same page, they would have the damage, but that's just not what was occurring.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It definitely felt like there were a few lapses in judgments for Saving Oath that ultimately did cost them. And I mean, again, these brilliant opportunities did present themselves, and it's not like this was a complete and utter shutout for the entirety of the game. It's just, unfortunately, heading into that mid game, a couple of good fights go the way of Inferno Esports, and this was so massive from Kyose. A 3-man seismic shove, but then it turns here. I mean, LJW is really sort of that linchpin to setting up so many of these plays. Finds himself the lockdown, gets the follow-up kill on the Dore as well secured. And it's just that synergy of stun into stun that Inferno Esports were able to capitalize on, gives Austerity so much room to move.
Yeah, I mean, just the damage not really there. Kyose's not able to follow up on the CC coming out of Scott, and Violet could really only offer
Crimson just
that culling, but yeah, Crimson on the Syndra. Some great stuns out of him.
Yeah, it was just the amount of lockdown was so crazy. And this is the fight. You just watch LJW. He's just in the thick of it for the entire fight here, just soaking damage all the while. Austerity's there on the backside. He just does not go down. He refuses to die. And all the while, Austerity, boom, Flash Valkyrie finds himself the 4th. Then it's all just there. All that's needed is the setup. LJW gives his life, just a bit of distraction to keep Kyose in a position to be locked down. And Crimson sets up, as he has all game, for that pentakill.
A very well-deserved pentakill at that, with how he was able to play that fight. And the final fight of the game, I mean, it looked like a decent shout in. Number advantage, teleport's still not quite there. But Scott just gets completely one-shot. And again, it's Austerity completely untouched, and the stun coming through from Crimson, which time and time again was that thorn in the side of OCE. But well, we've got a series on our hand that's now at a point where we are, as you said, at a best of 3. And I think we are, in the next coming games, about to find out if OCE can truly be saved.
Working hard to outrun all the ones that chase. I can't run fast enough, can't pick up the pace. People run towards love, kamikaze craze. Let's be real, some true lovers really just a face. Heard it all before, y'all just need a score. Don't want it anymore, can't take it no more. Love her I adore, yes and I am sure. Because love is war, over and over, baby.
Never have I ever been on the sidelines, only front line. The line on the stat sheet going up with a timeline. Man, I'm big time. Playoff berth, I'm a midwife. Back to back, I don't win twice. All pro with it like 10 times. What I'm saying. All city, all state, now I'm on a world stage. I took an L, had a turn page. Maxed out, yeah, I'm worth wage. I'm on the top with it first place. God got me for real, never burn sage. I just burn flame with it, worst case. Got they hand tied like I'm Kirk Frank. It's prime time.
Attack the back line. That's gonna be a double kill for a 30.
It's prime time. It's prime time.
The blossoms fall, and the black rose rises. Do you feel like the heroes of this story? Coming to save the day. You're pawns in a game that's already been decided. You will fight, as good soldiers do.
I will seal you away once more.
Your age has passed, Darkin. Stay buried.
And you will fail, as mortals must. Your course was doomed the moment you left Demacia. And entered my world of thorns. Make your final stand. And see how your story ends.
All tied up now, one apiece as Inferno Esports answer back in a big way. Off the back of some phenomenal Lee Sin play and some exceptional Corky 80 carrying, I suppose, coming out of Austerity.
Yeah, literally, just putting the carry and 80 carry in that game. Austerity had an absolutely monstrous showing for himself, and a little bit of anti-synergy, unfortunately, coming through for saving Oath there a couple of times where players just weren't in the right spot. They made calls, and you know, Foreigner's just off doing blue buff for some reason. Like, they pulled that trigger in mid lane. If Foreigner's there, probably turns the fight pretty comfortably in their own favor. But
yeah.
Look, hopefully it's the kick that they need to turn things around coming into game 3, because, I mean, if they can pull out another 2 games like they had in game 1, this series done.
Yeah, very much so. But same can be said for Inferno Esports. If they can continue to play how they played in game number 2 going forward, it's going to be a pretty rough job for saving Oath, because you can see that there just isn't quite that coherent meshing, if you will. They're not always there when they need to be alongside each other, which is interesting because in game 2 they needed to be more so than they did in game 1, but in game 1 they were constantly exactly where they needed to be. It was 5v5 fights after 5v5 fights. That was really what was leading them to find so many exceptional fights and getting all those dragons. So I think going forward into this game for both teams, just really leveling it out and realizing how strong these dragons are at this level of play. The grubs are not giving you anywhere near the amount of success that you find out of these dragons.
And they haven't since they were changed coming out of the season kickoff. And I mean, look, despite how that game went, there are still obviously pretty high spirits for saving O's, as I think Scott said something in Kyoze cracked up a little bit. And so obviously the classic Oath banter carrying on. Sub comes through. Celeste in for Crimson after that game. What?
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's a champion pool thing, but maybe there's now Celeste coming in, has different champions available to himself, because it did seem like
Play
we had
something other than female control mages.
Yeah, we did have a pretty much a mirror matchup when it came to that, right? Where Kyose was, again, we know this from seeing him in OS, is he really does like his control mages in that mid lane, and it seemed like Crimson was much the same, and now that 4 of them have been removed from the pool, it starts to get a little bit more dire. Now Celeste maybe comes in, he has things possibly like the Silas, the Akali available in his wheelhouse, and maybe can shift things up a little bit.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, I mean, we'll have to say, you know, see how this goes, of course, but I mean, maybe that is the deviation that you need in a situation like this, whatever the case may be. The call has been made, and maybe it's a CFO type thing. There is just sort of no rhyme or reason. They just do it at their standard markers and go from there.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see. A lot will be revealed in the champion select, I think, in that regard. Because for me, I mean, Crimson having a fantastic Syndra game for himself. So many of those stuns were so critical as to the success found in the team fight. So you're definitely not subbing him out due to performance.
Absolutely. Whatever the case may be.
I'm interested to see, at least, you know, locally in OS, Foreigner, a very, very good Zyra player. But unfortunately, because of the champion pool generally that Kyose does play, it doesn't really allow for that Zyra to come through. But again, and I say this fully believing it, is there are things like the Sivir and the Misfortune that he can bring out, that he has spent a lot of time in solo queue playing, that could pair well, not well necessarily, but can pair with the likes of a Zyra being that AP carry in the jungle.
Well, it's time. Savingos back to the blue side. Wukong, Rumble Band away. Nico Yunara taken away from Scott and Violet respectively. But game 3, which does mean that 20 champions already gone, a further 10 to be taken away here through the draft phase.
Yeah, starting to limit that champion pool, very much so, of course, at least locally in the OPQ. Savingos going to 5 games will give them at least that experience slightly, but much the same can be said for Infernal Esports.
Absolutely, Poppy.
But Jarvan banned by Infernal this time round.
Oriana comes through. Nocturne is... oh, sorry, no, it was picked up. There you go.
Yeah.
So, potentially the Trundle Neferi angle.
Pantheon as well.
Yeah. Sivir.
Yeah, for Austerity, nice and early on.
Okay, Pantheon taken by Born This Way, which, I mean, again, has been pretty frequently appearing as a go-to pick for him. I say that it was the last champion he played in that best of 5 against Full Sense in the wildcard playoffs. So a little bit more global threat out of the jungle, post 6.
No. Yeah, I mean, could go for something like the Trundle.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. Sivir does not possess mobility skills. DS has on the hunt, but that pillar kind of just, you can't run through it, unfortunately.
Yeah, very much so.
Unless you're on.
It's also a good pairing with the Oriana, not as a ball delivery system, of course, but just the Oriana does a good job at enabling this Trundle, because Trundle, one of those champions that kind of scale with movement speed. That's why you quite often see, you know, go the Triforce for that damage, and then second item with that Dead Man's Plate, and Aphelios coming through for Violet here. So a good lane generally into the Sivir, and there is why we have Celeste. I think the answers to our questions have just been given to us.
Absolutely. And the Aphelios coming through for saving Os. Will that be that difference maker that has been needed? Well, we'll have to find out. The Akali has actually appeared a couple of times top lane from what I saw of the wildcard tournament.
Yeah, Lulu taken away, common pairing with the Aphelios. There's also things like the Thresh that we used to see quite a lot of with the Aphelios, giving him that little bit extra safety, which against an Akali and Pantheon might not be a bad idea.
Yeah, okay, so they did play at game 3 against Full Sense. Fiora, Nocturne, Akali, Jhin, and Karma was the comp in the end. Fortunately, Karma gone. And, well, of course, so is the Nocturne. Fiora potentially an angle in the top side. Obviously, I think it depends on what Dore brings. It was into a Gragas, but obviously that's gone now.
Yeah. Rakan, I mean, I guess it's just one of the only engaged supports left, really. So taking that away does make things a little bit more certain, I suppose, down the bot side. What are you going to pick up? You have a top laner as well as a support yet to come. Maokai, something we saw earlier on in the day, but did go to the jungle role. Can go support.
I mean, Pantheon's already been picked, so
Blitzcrank.
Okay. The last engaged support, other than Thresh, which potentially could be an angle here. We've seen the Aphelios Thresh come through. That was Doggo and Kai Wing, specifically, in the LCP.
Absolutely, and I mean, it's a good Blitzcrank game. Currently, kind of have just 3 targets that you don't mind hooking. There's no inherent tankiness necessarily to this Trundle as things stand, and Tarm into Blitz. Tarm quite often picked, I mean, Blitz rather, quite often picked into the Tarm Kench because it is somewhat of a counter pick, right? You eat your AD carry. If you then get hooked, then the AD carriers come with you. Otherwise, you have that shield, but Blitzcrank ult just immediately eradicates it. So, an interesting and confident pick coming through here in that Tarm Kench, which almost certainly will be going down into that support role, as K'Sante will come through a pretty normal top lane champ as to what is remaining.
LJW has played Fiora a few times. I don't know if this is necessarily the Fiora game. It'd be terrible, but it wouldn't be spectacular either. Either way, I mean, you still got options for sure. Go the angle of a Scion, something tanky up in that top side. Fiora, okay, so it is just going to be the LJW Fiora special. Was pulled out with the Akali last time against Full Sense and found success.
Not an easy lane for K'Sante, I'll tell you that for free. It is a lot easier for K'Sante to play team fights than it is for the Fiora, but there's actually not really any lockdown for Fiora. I mean, going into these team fights, it's going to be hard to lock down the Fiora. It's also hard to play the side lanes against, especially when paired with that Pantheon that does just have that global coming through from the Grand Starfall. I mean, I think if you look at these team comps in LCP, if this is CFO going up against Team Secret Wales, you'd probably favor Saving O's team composition.
Yeah, but that's because, I mean, Orianna in the hands of Hongq is...
No, I don't care about that. I'm saying just because they play the maps more naturally.
Oh, yeah.
It's a lot harder to find success on the Fiora. Whereas I think there is a little bit less decisiveness or cohesion that comes through, where this Fiora can really find play on the side lanes, and it's going to be hard to answer.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think they've got a lot of disengaged tools as well, Saving O, so assuming they just don't get steamrolled over, they do have some wherewithal to work through this, but it is far from an easy prospect ahead of them.
Oh, for sure. At least there's one champion that's hard for Blitzcrank to hook. And of course, this K'Sante can block it out pretty well. But a pretty big job that Doraemon has here of trying to keep this Fiora down. Of course, Foreigner should hopefully be able to aid in that. But as we head onto the Rift, it's game number 3. It's 1 apiece here as Saving O's goes up against Infernal Esports. Of course, momentum now in the side of Infernal Esports after their game 2 victory. Blitzcrank here in game 3, bringing in Celeste to play mid lane, looking for an assassin.
Yeah, so obviously there is some interchangeability. Oh, fighting already in the top side jungle, well, top side river rather.
Yeah, trying to get those wards down. We'll be able to do so.
Oh, Blitzcrank hook, Kyose.
Yeah, is going to hit him. He does have flash, and he's going to use it immediately, but he still might go down as...
Yep.
Will eventually be stunned up. First blood goes to Born this way, but it is a W start Pantheon now, so we'll be a little bit slower on his jungle clear.
Yeah, oh, once again, Oceania suffering at the hands of a Blitzcrank. Oh, well, either way. Oh, and again.
Oh, again. Finding his mark. Scott, not yet.
That's 2 flashes down before minions hit the middle of the wave.
Yeah, finding a lot of value in this Blitzcrank already. A lot of damage coming down on Austerity, though. That's going to be the heal utilized.
And the Ghost. Unfortunately, Scott, no flash. Yeah, I don't know what's possessing you here if you Kyose. You know full well that there's a Blitzcrank lurking around. Even if they hadn't seen moves, you know that there's a Blitzcrank on the map, and the golden rule of Blitzcrank is there's a good chance wherever you are, he's probably there as well.
Yeah. Still, a rough start indeed for Kyose, who's going to have to be very careful on the flashless Orianna up against Pantheon Akali. But at least here in the bottom lane, though Scott loses his flash, they found a good trade in terms of damage. And Violet, on the Ophelio, is actually one of the few champs that will relatively match the scaling of a Sivir.
Yeah. Oh, this is far from the situation any OS fan would want to find themselves in. Lucky Kyose is playing the range of the melee matchup, so we'll somewhat be able to play that a little bit more comfortably. Alright, does get the riposte out. Ooh.
Yeah, it's pretty impossible to land those Qs onto a Fiora, unfortunately. Now, the Cassandre probably shouldn't die in this lane, but the problem is it doesn't really have a way to kill the Fiora either.
Yeah, both junglers pathing top to bot. So potential for an angle in with the Blitzcrank means that I think Saving O's need to be very careful with the Pantheon on its way down here.
Despite the W start, essentially matched in the clear speed, which I think probably isn't how it should go. Nonetheless. Oh. Almost lost that cannon minion, but didn't. That's the important thing.
Yep. Close, but this time, unlike League of Legends at the moment, Cigars. Oh, Graves. He had a rough gig of it for a while. Junglers, yeah, Born This Way's down here, looking for an avenue in. They've got a great ward there to read him, but oh, Moops
Flash.
looking
Scott
for it.
doesn't have flash of his own and is going to get hit there, and with the stun available for Born This Way, it's not likely that Scott gets out. There's too much CC. That is going to be Scott falling. Unfortunately for Violet, much the same might occur to him. Although he has wave clear, it's not that much at this stage of the game.
Oh, Violet is probably dead. Does have
He'll be able
grab
to
at
at
him,
least
but
get the snare. Yes, he will. He should be able to trade back one for himself, and does. So about as best he could get out of that situation.
At the cost of feats of warfare. So, I mean, 3 very, very solid early kills for Inferno. Both, 2 of which going the way of Austerity. Oh my lord. Just grim scenes.
Now, off the back of Moops' Blitzcrank too.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, you think back to the last game for the Chiefs of the regular season, the one that could have potentially allowed them to avoid relegations. And it was a Blitzcrank there that also helped get it over the line, courtesy of SHG. But a great read from Violet.
Oh, just able to get it off as well before he died.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it would have been a whole lot worse. It is important gold that Violet was able to pick up. But still, you're seeing BF Sword to just the Berserker Greaves is a pretty good position for Austerity.
Yeah, I mean, Violet had a tenuous CS lead, but one that probably isn't going to hold all that long. Because Sivir, one of the best wave-clearing bot laners in the game.
Okay. Absolutely. Also holding this wave in a position that makes it a little more dicey for Violet and Scott to navigate, being that they are against this Blitzcrank.
Dore wants the smoke. Unfortunately, it's probably a mistake.
Yeah. Level 6 has come across for both top laners, and this is where the lane gets a whole lot harder for the Cassandre.
Moops is just being a real menace on the Rift at the moment. Oh, and he's back with no vision. Oh, Foreigner.
Foreigner's recalling. Scott gonna eat this hook. Doesn't have flash available to himself. Does have that shield though, and will keep himself alive for just a little bit longer. As fortunately, spear comes flying through. As Kyose, the auto attack, does not have the damage. Almost finds himself a solo kill there.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it is very much feeling like a jungle div situation. Born This Way does not have mana though. To be able to stick this one out. TP's coming through from Scott, so they're going to have the overmatch.
Yeah, Violet looking very aggressively here onto Moops. Does get that auto attack off, but Doesn't have the damage to finish him off. Foreigner, however, going to use this time to pick himself up a dragon, so definitely a good pickup. So they're still not returning to base. Does not have teleport, so would miss out on minion waves if he did so. Thankfully, has possibly the most broken rune combination in the game. That second win in the Doran Shield.
Yeah. Well, dragon secured. Saving Ice were able to achieve that in the last game. They got themselves the one. That was the only one they got, unfortunately. Given the state of the game, they're going to have a hard time trying to push it and get themselves more lane swap initiated here by Inferno, but will be pretty much matched. Subjugate is online.
Yeah, flash now available for Scott once again. So a little less disastrous if he gets hooked, but still not going to want to be falling victim to that much longer. Cooldown boots here for Moops, so really feeling confident in his ability to land these hooks.
I mean, to be fair, he's...
Yeah, justifiably so far.
He's on the money. He has just been... Oh, he's looking for another angle. Scott.
Yeah, Scott's going to get hurt. He does have the flash available to himself if he does choose to use it. Heal going to be used first of all. The flash is there. The shield is going to come out, and he does get that flash away. It did cost the flash out of Born This Way too, however, so at least evening it out in that regard. We'll see if teleport's available here for Scott or not.
Oh, a blind hook there. Oh, the support stream. Foreigner's in the neighborhood, but so is Inferno. They've got lots of support. Hook
goes
finally misses for Moops.
Yeah, I didn't know it was possible.
Born This Way is holding the smite, so they will get two again.
No mana left on Austerity. It's Violet realizing that. It's feeling like he has the ability to play aggressively.
No flash.
Oh, just in time. Shutdown as well picked up there for Violet. Great usage of that shockwave to cancel out the Grand Starfall. And some much needed gold into that back pocket of Violet.
Yeah, it doesn't swing it out by much though, unfortunately. Only 200 gold ahead, which seems a bit odd realistically. But I suppose 2 kills is going to do a lot for Austerity. So they stem the bleeding somewhat. Oh, Violet. Luckily, Foreigner's up here. No subjugate. They're looking for a tower dive. I mean, to be fair, they're pretty healthy.
Moonlight Vigil coming through. Moops still relatively low. Violet out of mana now. Scott eventually comes in. Grand Sky falls there as it was cancelled before. It means it doesn't go on its full cooldown. Foreigner desperately trying to run himself away, but the on the hunt. Teleport as well coming through from Celeste, but the flash gets Foreigner out and a lot committed up into this top side.
Yeah. Absolutely. Luckily, nothing really on the rift for the next wee while, so the big loser out and all of that is probably Foreigner not having that flash.
And Celeste, he's losing out on quite a lot of gold.
It was a very slow TP, unfortunately, at this stage. Dore is really navigating this quite well, all said and done.
Yeah, I mean, you're not supposed to die in the matchup. It's just look 15 minutes into the future and see what the Cassandra can really do up against the Fiora, because it's not generally quite that much.
Yeah. Well, it is going to be that slow burn Orianna build. Rod of Ages, Seraph, so just shields on shields on shields. Oh, can Moops do it blind? Oh, Scott does not have flash. Decides that is probably not the angle he wants to go for. I mean, Dore is trading quite comfortably. Unfortunately, yeah, LJW just walks out of the Nothofi strike.
Yeah, classic. They're still hunting, but yeah, hard pressed to find too much success. All LJW kind of has to do is sit there and continue to accumulate more and more gold. Again, where you find the success in these matchups, though, is the team fights. Fiora not known for her team fight capabilities.
Yeah, absolutely. Violet with that BF sword and straight to Dirk now in pocket. He's a little bit behind Austerity, having finished up the Yuntals, but I think probably going to struggle for the meantime to build up those stacks on the wild arrows. Dore is actually just navigating this very cleanly at the moment. Like, he's just consistently had LJW taking a lot of punishment in these waves.
Yeah, definitely doing a good job. But A better job is going to be required as Infernal Esports is still leading in this game. Dragon spawning in 25 more seconds. Oops, Hex Flash will not connect this time around on the hook.
I respect the attempt. Born This Way is here now as well, though, unfortunately. Grand Starfall's available. Great ward over the wall from Scott. Identifies that there is posturing happening down the spot side. Foreigner is about as far away as you could possibly be, and it would be a slow train to the bot lane for Kyose. Dragon spawning, and they're just going to start it up. Unfortunately, with Foreigner so far detached, there's not going to be the ability to contest, I don't think.
Yeah, not seemingly so, although Foreigner headed down here. We'll see if they do want to opt into something. Still 3.5k HP remaining on the Dragon. Foreigner is going to make his way into the pit. The smite comes down, but it was just Moops' smite.
Yeah, just a little bit slow on the play, it feels. I mean, realistically, there's for sure an avenue for saving O's to contest that. Feels like there's maybe a level of hesitation that almost feels unjustified. Oh, okay.
Scott now taking a lot of damage. Moonlight Vigil's there to try and answer a little bit back as they are doing a good job so far. Foreigner's going to be able to take down a lot of that resistance out of the Blitzcrank, but he is getting taken very low. Still, he survives. Born This Way flashes forward and will not connect on the Q. And now Violet completely unleashed on this Aphelios is going to get that flash and Ghost out of Austerity. A nice 2 kills found. Foreigner playing to his limits there too.
Yeah, but after the Dragon's gone down, so realistically there's nothing to gain off the back side of that other than a bit of gold in the pocket. So it just feels like a bizarre pacing game for saving O's at the moment. I mean, yeah, look, cool, you come and you find yourself a couple of picks, but why wasn't this happening as that Dragon was being started up? Put yourself in a position to contest and get yourself a second. Everything just feels so reactive.
So close. Foreigner just able to survive. Violet very much unleashed there on the Aphelios. Not quite able to connect on that Q as Austerity with the Ghost and Ultimate popped. It's quite difficult to lock down.
The Aphelios damage. He's had a lot of free time up in these fights. With that Ravenous Hydra done, LJW.
Yeah, pretty
clears
much
these waves pretty cleanly.
Yeah, and not only that, you do any damage to him and he just heals up immediately.
Yeah.
This is where the lane becomes very, very annoying. Although matching now into Celeste, it's not going to be much better considering his build currently, Doraemon.
Yeah. Serrated Dirk into Infinity Edge for Violet. He's not far off it. Unfortunately, just a little bit behind the 8 ball. Trinity Force now done as well for Foreigner, so those chomps going to be hitting infinitely harder. And once again, it's the Locket over the Redemption to start. No, Foreigner's just a little bit late clearing that wood.
Trying to get himself second objective here for saving O's. Of course, feats of strength not yet claimed, but the warfare did go the way of Infernal Esports, and they are just the one objective away from Monster Hunter as well. But it won't be the Rift Herald, as On the Hunt's going to be popped. Doraemon in the area. Means it's a 4v4. Flash forward from Moops. Does go wide on the hook. That's a big missing summoner now.
Yeah, looking for that engage. Proto Belt done for Celeste, so going to be much more mobile in these team fights. And they've matched Kyose into LJW, which, I mean, look, shouldn't be a huge amount of kill threat either, but will just be a little bit more favorable, a little bit harder to stick to this Orianna, especially with that phase rush.
Infinity Edge may be finished up here, you'd imagine, for Violet. Austerity as well, working towards an Infinity Edge of his own. Quite a bit of progress towards it, honestly.
Yeah, Infinity Edge now progressing towards the Collector for Violet, it seems.
Yeah, we'll see. He could just sit on the Dirk.
He could.
I think it's uncertain. I think the Collector would make sense, but we'll see.
It's a bit much harder now. I mean, yeah, who knows? Unfortunately, we'll just have to see it progress that little bit further before we can make that judgment. 54 seconds to Dragon number 3. We are at one apiece here. That 16-minute 50 mark.
Yeah, game very, very even, all things considered. Great recovery out of Kyose after losing that flash early against a Pantheon nonetheless, making mid lane a little bit more dicey, but navigates it perfectly well. Almost picks up a solo kill, but not quite.
Vision battle will commence.
A lot less bloodthirsty, these two teams, in comparison to our first series of the night.
Yeah.
Although it usually explodes around this point of the game.
TP coming through.
If you're not yet collecting or hitting the tower, may not even get to. Will eventually get that charge off, so find what they need. Scott's going to get hooked up, but Moonlight Vigil comes through and Moops is quite low, does get the heal off. In will go Celeste, though. He's getting taken very low as well. There's one more auto attack coming through for Violet. Doesn't have the damage. But a lot of low health bars for the side of Infernal Esports means that this should be a Dragon picked up.
Command Shockwave wasn't used, though, either.
Dore and LJW. Moops getting very low.
Yeah, so this just beat Dragon. Having that Command Shockwave still in pocket means that there's realistically nowhere to fight, but you can see Born This Way is beelining to the top side. Has that Grand Starfall too. Here he comes.
Dore, is he able to get himself out? Taking a look at top lane. Absolutely not. The lockdown's there and he will be taken out. Some good gold going into the pocket of Born This Way, and this tower likely to fall too as Fiora just shreds through them.
Yeah, and that will be feats of strength. Either way, Celeste gets the bot tier 1 as well. Which is a bit of a shame.
Yeah.
Because Saving Oaths were that close to it themselves, and 2 tier 1s taken. Yeah, just not respecting the power of that Grand Starfall.
Flash is matched as well. So while Dore tries to get himself out, is not able to do so. And a lot of gold found off the back of those towers, now extending that lead to 2k from what was essentially even. In fact, it was Saving Oaths with a very slight advantage.
All right, it might be a shield bow second for Violet, it seems.
Could be, yeah.
Potentially an LDR. I think shield bow makes a little bit more sense.
Yeah, it should not be an LDR.
No. Foreigner's here, but there is a flash for LJW.
Yeah, but what are you really going to find out of this? Maybe a bit of damage, but he's got the Ravenous Hydra, so not going to feel all that pressed. You can't ever use Shockwave because it's just going to be matched by that parry.
Yeah, it potentially sets up for the take of the tier 1 on the top side, if nothing else. There is Artican in 23 seconds, but 3.5 minutes beyond that is the next Dragon. So there's going to be a significant amount of downtime. There you go. LJW just catches the wave. Easy as you'd like with that Hydra. Oh, this Scuttle might just be Austerity's downfall. 2 items done for Austerity.
Yeah. Still not the 2 for Violet, as he did stop off for some components. So despite the slight gold advantage, in terms of actual items, it's Austerity for the time being that is ahead. Of course, as we get closer to 3rd and 4th item, then it will be slightly favoring Violet. Oops! Oh, Foreigner. Only barely able to get out of harm's way there. Moops slowed down by his own W, but
has the flash if need be. So realistically, it wasn't going to mount into much, but I'm surprised that they're not looking for a collapse in, because LJW is well deep on that tier 2 in the top side.
And the problem Saving Oaths have is how powerful the Sivir is currently. Scott's going to get hooked up. He does have that shield available to himself, but he's taken out by Moops' ultimate. And that Scott found clean as can be, and also why you don't typically see this Tahm Kench picked into the Blitzcrank.
Yeah, and off the back of that, that'll be a tier 1 in the mid lane, I would imagine. But no, looking, Pillar of Ice comes out. The threat of the Command Shockwave is enough to back them off, given that Kyose is almost finished with that Roa stacking, that 2-item power spike.
All the while, I mean, Infernal Esports controlling this rift well and truly. 3k gold advantage for them. Artican started up, it seems. Have numbers down there. Saving Oaths not even close to responding, and unfortunately, nothing really able to be done about this Fiora either.
Ping's
coming
out.
down, but you're blind Checking into a Blitzcrank. The flash is there for Foreigner. Will he be able to get his ultimate off? No, he won't. He's just taken out. That's one dead Trundle.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just too hard to play. Everyone is able to be hooked successfully. And you don't have any vision, so it's impossible to walk into these bushes. And Foreigner walks in, flashes away, and still goes down. Teleport being used here from QTD, looking for a potential avenue into LJW, but I'm not even so sure it will be that successful. Scott coming in as well. Maybe able to find this one kill. Parry's there. It lands the stun onto Doraemon, and the flash as well to get himself out. But Violet waiting around. Can he land the one more auto attack? Yes, and it's going to be QTD picking up that kill.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's the big problem. The one person that you really want to tank a Blitzcrank hook is Dore, and he's consistently stuck in the side lane against LJW.
Yeah.
So he's never going to be in a position to actually soak that without losing pretty much the entirety of that top side. So a bit of a rough situation. 38 seconds. So Dragon number 4 would be sole point for saving O's if they were to secure it for themselves. Protobelt Lichbane done for Celeste.
Yeah, extremely scary on the Sakali now. Admittedly, at least for QTD, he's quite tanky with the Seraphs and the Rod of Ages, but...
And what will have to, oh, but surely be that Zonya's third, you'd imagine.
Yeah, very possibly. I mean, it's just too hard to play into this Blitzcrank. Able to just play in these pockets of vision. LJW teleporting back onto the map on that top side means someone's going to have to respond to it in the near future. Doraemon here, at least for the time being, has teleport, so he can teleport up to answer it. He's being here with the team for the time being.
Oh, Violet needs to be careful with that positioning.
Yeah, should be okay. Doraemon's now going to channel that teleport, meaning this is a 4v4 now. If Infernal does look to fight, and they will do so. Violet gets taken very low. A great ult from Scott does keep him up and available. Was Violet now trying to play around the sides of these team fights, is landing Q after Q, is finding a lot of damage. The stun lands onto Celeste, the shutdown's there. Foreigner picks it up, and QTD, 1 HP, just limping away from the fight as Austerity will flash towards the base of Saving O's, and much the same as Born This Way will be able to narrowly get away.
I think Dore saved the tower as well. He did. It's still up and available. That's crazy. Everything coming up there for the O's squad, unfortunately. Austerity then spots the opportunity to shove that wave in and clear out the mid-tier 1. So not a complete loss. They find themselves pretty darn close to that soul.
Great ult from Scott.
Yeah, I mean, it was a brilliant read from Celeste. I mean, that is exactly the angle you're looking for, but the two-man shockwave onto Moops and Born This Way means that effectively this Blitzcrank is not going to offer all that much now. And what a stun for Scott to hit there onto Celeste.
Oh, so many low health bars, even Austerity and Born This Way just able to get themselves out. But Violet again, playing around the back of that team fight about as well as you could hope for. 4-1 now. Does go for that Lord Dominance as his second item. So we'll be ahead of the curve in terms of piercing through armor, but there's just no armor.
He's still almost an entire item down. But not quite. The Flicker Blades are done. He's nearly got that Collector up, but the caliber of item there for Austerity looking infinitely scarier.
Yeah, for sure. Infernal Esports in a really good position once again. Although the Dragon stacking, favoring the side of Saving O's, is a big saving grace for them. Unfortunately, it's just such a good Civ game. There's not really all that much threat onto it. And with the fact that Cassandre can't be at these fights, makes it so much harder.
That could have been a bit grim for Scott. Unfortunately, very much is feeling like there's a lot of pressure on the shoulders of QTD and Violet this game to get over the line, with Foreigner, Scott and Dore just sort of tanking as best they can. Dead Man's Plate done for Foreigner. Oh, we've been here before. Scott.
Yeah, Scott's going to walk in that bush, does get stunned up, does have the shield, uses the barrier as well. And Foreigner now pulling the trigger. Moonlight Vigil's big! Lands on a 3, but in will come Celeste, and the hook does connect onto Scott, who will fall down. Celeste fails his ultimate though, so it doesn't answer back. QTD sprinting, has a lot of damage, is continuing to find more, but the spell shield will stop.
And they lose
Command
the tier 2 on the bot side. Tier 3's now under threat from LJW.
LJW being unharmed down
he's
that
getting
bottom side.
There's just nothing. They can't stop him.
Unfortunately, the biggest problem that they're going to find, and this is going to consistently happen now, Baron's going to be started up. No one there to answer for the time being. Everyone on the side of Saving O's recalling. Infernal, though, not maybe realizing how safe this was for them, are going to eventually pull off it.
Oh, it's very grim scenes for O's fans right now. That saving grace, being that Kyose is hitting crazy hard right now. And
a 5-1 for Helios too.
Yeah, Violet, that LCP experience is invaluable for him, but look how quickly Foreigner then falls.
Yeah. And thankfully, Celeste fails his ultimate, otherwise this could have been a whole lot worse.
Still ultimately a 2-for-1 for Inferno Esports, and a tier 2 and tier 3 in the bot lane. Oh.
Looking for Moops. LJW, though, is unharmed on the bottom side. Kyose might have to head there. Moops is going to go down, though. Baron now maybe on the cards here for saving O's.
It's going to have to be Dore. He's the only one with teleport. Otherwise, this is inhib, if not more.
It will go down very fast, the Baron, though, with the Aphelios in the area. As you see, it is getting shredded down. The inhibs will fall. There's no way anyone is going to be answering
They're losing in all 3 lanes.
Scott does stop Born this way from any access into the pit, so they do get that. But down will go the top lane tower. Down goes the inhibitor in the bot lane. And Silver even pushing into this middle lane as well.
2 tier 2s in an inhib for a Baron.
And now it comes down to what can saving O's get off the back of this. It could just be that one team fight and end the game. It's also going to carry them over to be able to look towards this Dragon Soul. 20 seconds on that. They have the Baron to push these waves out. There's teleport available for Dore to answer wherever LJW goes, but for now he's trying to group up with the team.
Yeah, this feels scarily like it is going to come down to a team fight bait that LJW then just TPs into base and ends the game.
Yeah, it's very important that someone does try and keep their teleport, although Doraemon's just looking for that recall on the hunt pop, but Austerity takes a large chunk of damage from Kyose. Kyose doing a great job here of guiding these minions in. Foreigner now sticking at the front, is going to take that hook. Scott is going to be the one to take it. Violet trying to find the damage on the backline. Moonlight Vigil, but Celeste comes flying on in. Great eat. Oh, and in comes Dore, finally with some free time in these team fights. And it's a quick 3 kills found, but LJW, can he look for more on the backside? He's trying to linger around in this bottom side of the river. Does have that teleport, but for now, trying to take away these minions. We'll get 2 of them, but that's not all that impactful. And what a chunk of damage coming out of Violet. Saving O's, they're looking to end the game here. It's a 2v5 with a lot to do for LJW and Celeste. LJW not able to get that minion wave, but there's a big wave in that bottom side. Dore does have teleport to answer if they do need to, but LJW now and Celeste trying to defend the base. It's a lot of damage coming out of LJW. It's a lot of damage coming out of Celeste, and Moops will respawn, and Saving O's will hedge their bets and turn towards the Dragon.
Yeah. I mean,
Teleports.
Oh, they
Dore
need
has to teleport. He is. He's pulling the trigger immediately.
This is stop the Max.
They get the stop. They get the stop on the teleport. But Kyose finds his way back into the base. It's coming down on 1v1. He was in this exact position one time in the OPQ, and he's once again defended. But in the fight, down will go Violet, and that is their main damage dealer. It's now a 3v5 against Saving O's as Kyose desperately tries to clear out these minions.
A game of stop the recalls. They get the mid inhib at the very least, but you can see marching on down that mid lane is Inferno Esports to help their top laner. 26 seconds to Violet. This is a dicey affair.
They do still have Baron for the next 25, so may be able to defend, but only one Nexus tower. And a buffed up super minion coming charging in that bottom lane. Kyose trying to find an angle for this ultimate of his, not able to do so. Down will go the tower, down will go Saving O's. It's going to be game 2 going to Inferno Esports after heroic base defense and turnaround.
Oh, just outgunned, outgamed, and out-macroed the entire run there. Inferno Esports drop game 1, and it kicks them into overdrive for games 2 and 3. Saving O's have a mammoth task ahead of them.
They certainly do now. 2-1 series point in favor of Inferno Esports. But what a play at the back there. Sending Celeste into their mid lane with his teleport to stop the bases, look for the kills, finds the assassination onto Violet. All the while, LJW straight into the base, cracks open the Nexus tower, guides the next minion wave in, and it allows the side of Inferno Esports to get that one across the line.
And the roughest part of all of that is if they'd just taken the inhib and backed off, they would have had time to recall and successfully defend.
It's either that or just full send.
Yeah, they had to either do or die, literally. They had to commit and try and get it over the line, or, I mean, just look at the troughs, the ebbs and flows throughout that entire game. At worst, a 3.7k gold lead in favor of Inferno Esports just speaks to just how close it was.
Absolutely. But unfortunately for the side of Saving O's, it's now Inferno Esports with the back-to-back wins, putting themselves on that series point. In another situation when we find ourselves in an O's team winning out in game 1 and losing the rest of the series. This time, it would be 3 back-to-back. And it is somewhat looking like it's going that direction.
Yeah, well, 2 back-to-back, because they got game 1, so they only need to win 2. They don't need to win the full 3.
No, I'm saying that Inferno Esports...
Oh, yeah, no, they've just absolutely monstered. And this blitzcrank value is just crazy.
Yeah, what a start to the game.
Finds himself a flash and a kill. Finds a flash onto Scott as well through the Dragon Pit and just consistently set up these plays. Oh, and that Fiora pick as well was just so monstrous. And maybe not quite enough homework being done, given Inferno Esports have played it a fair few times. And Celeste, Jakali, just everything sort of coming together there to paint a perfect picture for Inferno Esports.
Absolutely. The good thing for Saving O's is this Fiora champion is no longer pickable. So they're not going to have to deal with that again in the series. And it was really the thorn in their side where they were winning out in these fights, but unfortunately it was because it's a 4v5 and LJW was just smashing through the side lane tower.
Yeah, I mean, literally, Dore was essentially on babysitting duty for the good majority of that game, and every time he tried to sneak out and join a team fight, the babysitter just took the rest of his house, stuck it in her purse and disappeared into the night, unfortunately. And I mean, this was a great team fight looking, but all the while, Dore has to back off to make sure that LJW doesn't take that tier 2. Does mean that they can then collapse, and Saving O's just played this team fight better, arguably.
I mean, they played most of the team fights better. It was just
the macro
It
game.
didn't come down to the team fights, unfortunately. And this one here, I mean, it does go pear-shaped. This Foreigner just gets completely one-shot. Luckily, Celeste fails his ult over the wall, meaning it is at least an answer back.
Yeah, unfortunate, but a situation that we as Oceania have been in many a time this year.
That's right. It is not unfamiliar territory.
Usually by this stage the series is over, so at least we have at least the one more game to try and bring something back.
And this was, I mean, it does feel like either, yeah, you can take the inhib or just look for the end there, but trying to go for a bit of both where, oh, we've pushed a little bit too far now, so we can't really turn around, but also...
Feels eerily like the first split where Chiefs get the inhib top side and overcommit, and then it all just, it falls apart.
Yeah, but unfortunately, that's the way life goes. Now, series far from over. We still at least have one more game. Saving O's have gone back to the back room for their break, and it's time for us to take ours. We'll see you shortly.
Working hard to outrun all the ones that chase. I can't run fast enough, can't pick up the pace. People run towards love, kamikaze craze. Let's be real, some true love is really just a face. Heard it all before, y'all just need a score. Don't want it anymore, can't take it no more. Love or I adore, yes and I am sure. Because love is war, over and over, baby.
Never have I ever been on the sidelines, only front line. The line on the stat sheet going up with a timeline. Man, I'm big time. Playoff berth, I'm a midwife. Back to back, I don't win twice. All pro with it like 10 times. What I'm saying. All city, all state, now I'm on a world stage. I took an L, had a turn page. Maxed out, yeah, I'm worth wage. I'm on the top with it first place. God got me for real, never burn sage. I just burn flame with it, worst case. Got they hand tied like I'm Kirk Frank. It's prime time.
Attack the back line. That's gonna be a double kill for 30.
It's prime time. It's prime time.
The blossoms fall, and the black rose rises. Do you feel like the heroes of this story? Coming to save the day. You're pawns in a game that's already been decided. You will fight, as good soldiers do.
I will seal you away once more.
Your age has passed, Darkin. Stay buried.
And you will fail, as mortals must. Your course was doomed the moment you left Demacia. And entered my world of thorns. Make your final stand. And see how your story ends.
And for what could possibly be the final time today, we are heading into a game number 4 with Inferno Esports leading 2-1 after, again, some great play out of them, and LJW in specific. I think that game really getting across the line, playing those side lanes to perfection there on the Fiora, just realizing that he didn't really need to leave the side lane all that much. He could just stay there and play as he was, and that was going to be the avenue for success.
Very much sort of the situation that Yorick would love to be in. You know, just be able to play those side lanes, be that menace, draw the attention away entirely, and then get given that free reign as soon as team fight time starts. But thankfully for Saving O's, it is no longer an issue. The Fiora gone, thankfully, due to the Fearless draft. But yeah, it was far from the biggest problem that game. It was a part of an overall problem Saving O's in terms of, well, I mean, vision control was an issue because obviously that's what Inferno Esports wanted. They had a blitzcrank, deny that vision, hook champion, kill champion, repeat.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it was still good that Saving O's managed to get their 3 dragons, and they would have got the Dragon Soul 2 had they have not overextended in the base. Or, I mean, again, you had 2 choices. You either look for the end then and there, and they sort of did that, but then decided against it as those respawns were coming through, which justifiably so, but unfortunately it was too late where the teleports could come in to stop those recalls, and unfortunately with Violet as well as Foreigner, I believe. No, it was Violet and Doraemon that got taken out on the back, was meant 3v5 in the base. They weren't able to withhold.
Yeah, and you know, hauntings of Chiefs earlier in the year, overcommitting off the back of a much more desperate situation than the Chiefs were in. They did not absolutely need to force that, and they did anyway. But here we are. Less smiles, across the board. No, never mind. Gyoze's still stoked.
Yeah.
He's
Gyoze's still able to get that grin off.
Red side
selected.
Understandable given we get 4 games in. This is where that 5th pick red side gets infinitely more value.
Yeah, for sure. We've already seen it in the past be very, very positive for whatever side is on red. And honestly, for my money, this blue side selection thing is starting to make less and less sense. It just seems that red side.
Well, game 1 and 2 makes sense, given that there's still pretty much everything in the pool.
We never really got anything that amazing out of it. The counter picks have generally looked better, but nonetheless.
I mean, you look at the likes of CFO and PSG Talon, they opt for the red side 10 times out of 10 when it comes to these best of 5s. They always put more stock in the counter pick.
Yeah, Inferno Esports on the brink of booking themselves a ticket to tomorrow to take on DCG. It does feel like a rough spot to be in, though. Again, DCG. And looking at how the first series of the night did progress, they do seem they're like more coherent team. They're playing more as a one-man unit or a 5-man unit rather than individual players, right? Saving Oaks obviously got their big win in game 1, and it was off the back of some phenomenal individual play out of Kyoze. And much the same in these last couple of games. A lot of it came up the back of Austerity as the core key, in this game LJW on that Fiora.
You want to know something kind of crazy? So Moops, the support here for Inferno Esports. The manager's name, Loops.
Oh, there you go.
Synergy.
Oops. Having a good blitzcrank for himself. Early on, it did somewhat fall off, it has to be said. Didn't really find that much success later on in the game. It, again, was just partly because it was more of a 4v5 a lot of the time, allowing LJW that space, whether it be the top lane or the bottom lane.
Absolutely.
But not something that Saving O's has to deal with again, this time on the red side. Ivan banned away from Foreigner, so homework has been done.
Yeah. And once again, the same bands rather for Saving O's to start things off. Wukong into the Rumble. What are you rounded out here with Celeste sticking around? So potentially just gonna, again, skew things a little bit in that mid lane. Had a pretty alright showing for himself. I mean, far from that monster showing in game 2 out of the Syndra for Crimson, but the Yunara let through is the Olaf's ban, so that will be in the pocket for Austerity.
Yeah, clearly some homework being done against LJW as well, with this Olaf ban coming through. A lot of junglers removed, Jarvan of course being that big one alongside the Wukong. Ziggs coming through this time round, most likely for Violet, but could go towards that mid lane.
I mean, Maokai for Foreigner, this, I think, realistically could be a takeaway against Inferno Esports, given that I'm pretty sure that we have had the Yone played by Inferno Esports, but doesn't really feel like it would be a Crimson champion.
Yeah, Sejuani in response, so we're going towards those tank junglers now. Of course, already saw the Maokai once today. Went the AP build and did honestly pair very well with the Ziggs. Didn't find the win, but
it was the Ziggs build that was a little bit problematic.
Yeah, it did feel that way. Never really able to find that damage into the Scion. This time it's a Sejuani, much the same. Silas, great pick into the Maokai. Obviously, we'll get access to Nature's Grass now for the side of Inferno Esports. What's going to be the response here for Kyoze in the middle lane? Not a champion that his pull tends to do particularly well against.
I mean, we are dwindling away at those champions that he tends to play. Camille. I would have said that was likely a Doraemon, but
yeah.
I mean,
so we take away some top lane champs now, try and give a more pleasant time for this Camille.
As much as I want to say, Hongq did pull this out against the Silas mid lane. Again, slightly different calibers of mid laners. Kyoze very much known for his control mages.
Also is a Doraemon champion. Taking away the Gwen. Has the option to take away one more champion. Of course, the Camille, certainly a counter-pickable champ.
I mean,
Also, great lockdown for the Ziggs again.
yeah.
I do like this Camille, as the top lane pool does dwindle.
I mean, there is also a crazy avenue where somehow this is a Camille support pick, but I think
Okay, let's
highly
just be
unlikely.
realistic for a moment.
This is promo Rellos. They do play some crazy stuff.
Has not been done.
Yeah.
The Yone, definitely not a Kyose champ. I've seen him play it a number of times, but typically it's in in-houses where the stakes are fairly low.
And not worth writing home about, realistically. I mean, Mel, maybe. I mean, Ziggs, he did play it.
Yeah, it could be Ziggs for Kyose still. I really wouldn't want to be Ziggs into Silas is the scary thing.
But it has that flexibility, which is nice.
And it might just be that it's going his way because there is...
Yeah. I mean, it was the Camille that got Saving Oath over into that grand finals for the OPQ against Polar Chat. Galio banned away. Again, clearly not enough research being done into Kyose. There's Galio also not really in his wheelhouse.
It's going to be the Poppy down the bottom side here for Scott. A great champ.
Yeah, I rate this.
Great pickup. It has been banned through the entire rest of this series, so the first time it's been left open to this stage. Nico as well has, for the first time, been left open, and neither team going towards it. I almost wonder if either team realizes it's still available.
Circle theory would dictate that it's a pretty good pick for Inferno Esports, but I mean, realistically, Bard. Okay, Circle theory continues.
Now, one last pick to come through up in that top lane for the side of Inferno Esports. Into the Camille, of course, already seeing what it is they want to go towards. I also like the fact that either AD carry or mid has not been picked by Saving O's, keeping this flex of the Ziggs alive, although with the Silas already being picked up, you have lost a bit of value.
I mean, Ornn.
Yeah.
Sion.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is going to be the tank.
For sure. I mean, this is a perfectly fine lane as well for Doraemon. Both sides of this lane are going to feel perfectly okay. It's not a lane that favors either of them. It's more even than anything. It's just going to come down to how you play these fights. And it is going to be that Ziggs into the Silas, which is very scary, but it is also going to allow for Violet to be on another one of these long-range carry champions, and you kind of want him to be on with how he played that Aphelios game. Give him a bit of autonomy here, and the Caitlyn will be exactly that. Now, it is scary to be the Caitlyn into the likes of the Silas as well, and of course, Nature's Grasp makes your life a little bit harder. But you do have that ability to use that Nature's Grasp yourself, and you also have the Poppy there to protect you.
Yeah. I mean, if a Hextech Ultimatum gets stolen, it gets a little bit scary. But it is going to, I think, come down to, obviously, positioning what Celeste has available to him. I think, realistically, Inferno Esports have drafted themselves a very, very scary comp again. But
for sure.
Saving O's do have a comp that kites reasonably well. They've got Scott. If he can land the ultimate, get himself clear, get the team clear, I think they weather this pretty well.
Yeah, I think, realistically, both teams coming out of this with fairly solid team compositions. Again, oh! This is a Caitlyn mid. This is another AD carry that... Is it? I mean,
no, surely not.
No, this is a champ. Yes, it is. Okay, Kyose plays a lot of Caitlyn mid. So the 3 ADs he plays, and I kind of forgot about this one, but it is Sivir, Caitlyn, and Misfortune. But this is going to be a hard lane now for the Silas. I mean, again, you're very vulnerable as the Caitlyn. If you're ever caught by those chains and a Sejuani's nearby, you're probably just getting one shot, but your lane pressure is near on insurmountable. Should pretty consistently have the push at the mid lane, and should allow for a lot of play in the jungle here for the Maokai.
Well,
I like this. I think the Caitlyn into Silas is a whole lot better than the Ziggs will be.
No time like the present to pull out the pockets. And with the opportunity, the tournament life on the line for Saving O's, Kyose, he's digging deep in the pockets.
Yeah, ironically, picking up a champion that last year was synonymous with DCG in the mid lane. Obviously a different mid laner back then. It was Kriskada instead of Hongshuo, but back in the AD carry mid meta, everyone playing the Lucian, playing the Tristana. It was Kriskada bringing out the Kalista, the Draven, the Caitlyn.
Oh, well, okay. There goes a decent chunk of Kyose's HP.
Yeah, he's done the same thing every game, so I think pretty well scripted what he's going to do, and it's something that he does very consistently look for, is this early ward. In fact, half the time he's looking for it, he doesn't actually place the ward. He tries to bait the fact that there's a ward there and doesn't actually place it. Inferno Esports are pretty privy to the fact he's been doing this every single game now.
Yeah.
In fact, last game they got a kill off it.
Oh, good. Decent chunk of damage taken by Inferno Esports there.
Now, unfortunately, though, with the Ziggs lane, you are going to almost always concede the pressure. And Poppy as well. Violet getting hit by that Cosmic Binding, not making it easier. Look at Kyose. He's just running it, playing melee range Caitlyn into the Sylas, but at level 1, there's not a whole lot the Sylas can do.
Yeah. I'm here for it. I really am. If anyone's going to save O's, it's going to be the Caitlyn mid lane. Oh, and
It's a really
headshot.
smart adaptation.
Yeah, I rate it. You need this sort of innovation. Throw the spanner in the works and see how well they can handle it. Oh my lord.
My lord, yeah. Unfortunately, Sylas with the Doran's ring.
It's brought an early roam out of Moops.
And born this way as well in the mid, but Kyose maybe becoming a bit wiser to how competitive landscape is, realizing, okay, they're looking for me now. Still looking to play aggressively. The flash is there. Kyose, though, he's going to get hit by the chains. They're still looking for Celeste, though. 1Q might do it. No, first blood for that Sylas. And Foreigner using the flash to get in there is going to fall as well. Heal just for good measure, ultimately, as Foreigner will fall here. But maybe able to find a kill. No, Bramble Smash not up and available.
Yeah. And,
no.
I mean, yeah, no, okay. He's got
He'll be
flash.
fine,
He should
yeah.
be fine. But 2 kills for Celeste in a lane that he was outright losing.
Yeah, but hold up. Bot lane able to take away that flash. Barrier's still there. At least punishing somewhat. Teleport now coming in. Celeste looking for a play on the bot side. Trying to answer back and help his bot lane after the help that came through from Moops.
They have no idea. They have absolutely
yeah, the stun
no
doesn't
clue.
connect though. Chain won't either. Violet trying to flash away. Does create a bit of distance there with the satchel. Scott as well, trying to find an avenue out of this. Does have the flash himself and will also escape. So a lot of time used from Celeste and not a lot gained. It's some summoners, but Violet's going to be able to come straight back down to this bot lane with that teleport.
And all the while, Kyose shoving in that tier 1 in the mid lane.
Yeah, I think Kyose just needs to flash.
Yeah, he should have.
If he gets the flash away from the chains, I think Celeste all but certainly goes down.
Yeah, I mean, the Kingslayer just keeping him in it. That healing that even a low-level Sylas possesses is pretty hectic in those chaotic moments.
Big trade out of LJW, but answered reasonably well.
Oh, okay. Violet's dead.
Yeah, he's been found by Born this way, and no real avenue out. Does get some slows, but unfortunately, Sejuani cannot be slowed, and that's 3-0 now in favor of Inferno Esports.
Yeah, this is... I mean, look, there is a Canyon mounting in the mid lane, but that is the one big boon you have. And even then, he's still 100 gold behind. Oh, yeah, Kyose might be in
flash
trouble.
gets himself out for now. Does cost him, though. Oops as well, again. Not wanting to go for that unsealed spellbook. Has that Guardian to keep Celeste topped up a little bit there from that headshot.
Suddenly, these lanes, which should be going so much better, just aren't. What is Violet thinking here? Oh, he's thinking, oh, a free wave, and then Born This Way is just on the bot side.
Yeah, just wanting to get that tower, that minion wave into the tower. Unfortunately, Born This Way on the Sejuani. Enough damage early on and enough lockdown to mean that Oops as well can come and assist.
Oh well. We persist, the classic O's story. I think maybe just a little bit of early over-aggression being punished. Oh, and Born This Way again, looking to the mid lane.
Yeah, really punishing this Caitlyn. No flash again on Kyose. Celeste to be able to find a way in. Great chunk of damage coming through from Scott, finding Moops on the roam. Great net. 90 caliber net from Kyose. Does have ultimate available to himself. Narrowly avoiding disaster.
Yeah.
Scott here just to ensure this wave and the next will be able to crash. Level 6 now for Celeste though. Good chunk of damage.
They're just doing everything they can to force Celeste off this wave. But Born This Way is here again.
Yeah, just trying to make sure that this wave will crash. Hoops in the area. Scott needs to be careful. Foreigner coming as well. A lot of pressure in this mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, things going well on Fedora, but I mean, it's arguably an even lane. Kyosei, that lead, they just need to keep it expanding. Unfortunately, so much of that time having been given to the mid lane by Born This Way means that it's alleviated some of that pressure.
Yeah, the 2 kills keeping the gold even. And it will just get harder and harder for this Caitlyn, unfortunately, as the Sylas becomes slightly more durable and doing slightly more damage.
Yeah, kind of crazy if Kyosei had burnt the flash and that gank in the mid lane.
Oh yeah,
would be well ahead.
Entirely, yeah. But again, these are the mistakes you often see, and it's what makes the difference between getting yourself to that tomorrow match and not. Moops takes a lot of damage here. Kyosei no flash, it's just jumped on. Moops takes that kill. Scott now trying to get himself out. Sapling can do a little bit to help him. Unfortunately, Kyosei no flash, and pretty easy takedown for Born This Way.
I mean, it's just, it is a complete and utter lack of oversight from Saving O's. This is the 3rd time Kyosei's been ganked from the topside river, and they've just failed to fundamentally control the vision over there to give them that security. And it is just going to be repeat after repeat after repeat now that that Glacial Prison's online.
Dragon number 1 secured here for Inferno Esports, as they are gradually growing that lead they find themselves with.
There's just been a control ward permanently on this topside brush. And as soon as Kyosei crosses the halfway mark of the mid lane, it's just over.
Obviously counting your lucky blessings that Scott was able to get away.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of, he may not be so lucky this time around.
There's a 3v3 down here with a slow landing. Again, Cosmic Binding much the same. Sapling there from Foreigner though, stops Inferno Esports in their tracks and does allow Scott safe passage out.
Yeah. I don't know. You hope that there's some stabilization that can come through for Saving O's, because if this trajectory continues, it will have been a slightly longer run than the LJL representatives, but not by much.
Sure. I mean, with all the attention that has gone towards Kyosei, the fact that he is even still is definitely a positive.
Yeah, but he could have been in such a better position.
Level 7 now for Born This Way. Very strong on Sejuani, working towards a heart steal. Violet maybe looking for the solo kill down the bot side. Ultimate used here.
Oh no, never mind.
Oh no, oh no. That's the difference between an AD carry and a mage. Unfortunately, the barrier there means Violet isn't able to find the kill. Sapling's not going to find the Void Grub either, and unfortunately, Foreigner's all alone. Does have Phase Rush and the Flash, so will get himself out, but Caitlyn ult shouldn't find the damage. Oh, nearly does.
Yeah, it was spicy, and 5-0 down. Oh, Kyosei being jumped on, all 3 grubs taken. You begin to question if is OC even worth saving, given how much of a steamrolling that the other minor regions are bringing to them.
Still far from over, but Inferno Esports in a fantastic position. Again, game's going to get easier and easier for the Sylas as it progresses.
Yeah, I mean, 34 odd CS up, and unfortunately not having the ability to recall yet, well, the opportunity rather for Kyosei means that he's in a bit of a trough in terms of that power. Same with Foreigner.
For a recall, does cancel it. Maybe getting closer.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, Austerity, what a call to make. Transcends and just commits to the fight. Look how egregious that HP differential is.
Yeah. Violet, you see the frustration. Can't be easy being in this position again.
Yeah.
This time with a very different team.
His brother. I mean, look, Dore has just been an island up in the top side. Him and LJW slap fighting for the better part of 12 minutes now.
Yeah, could be the difference maker on the Camille. Certainly has some carry potential. Has the lockdown there to set up for the likes of the Ziggs. And Jose has 2 pickaxes.
Okay. Okay.
I don't even know what the second one's building towards.
The long game. Collector maybe at some point.
Yeah, possibly.
But I don't know why you would deviate at this stage. Unfortunately, he's just double bought, realistically.
Yeah, that's fine. I saw Driver do that once.
Yeah, but didn't he? Was it 2 Bramble Vests that he
Yeah.
bought? Slightly different, I think.
Yeah, I'd rather have the 2 pickaxes.
Yeah, Caitlyn definitely not suffering that same avenue. Oh,
I don't.
Austerity's 1v2ing now.
Yeah. I don't know what the second pickaxe is going to build to.
It's got to be a collector with that longsword.
I guess.
I don't know. We may never know. We'll have to. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Damage. And Kyose is in a world of trouble.
Yeah, but here comes Doraemon, and that's Celeste flashing away. Nature's Grasp is going to connect. No, not quite the legs on it. Flash out of this Silas, though, is a win. For sure. Kyose,
Watch the turnarounds coming from Born this way. Here's the flash.
Yeah, half HP gone from this Caitlyn as well. Doesn't bode awfully positively. Nature's Grasp down as well means that this will be second Dragon of the game picked up for Inferno Esports. Doraemon will head back to the top lane to answer the push of LJW. Oh, Charm. Kyose dodging everything, thankfully. Chain as well as that Cosmic Binding.
Oh, Austerity is actually just 1v2ing.
Yeah, uses the ultimate though, and there's a big loss.
Nearly 1,000 gold clear. Oh, and Violet only saved by the heal from Scott. The Cynara champion.
Has the teleport to get back down here if he so chooses. We'll see if they look to lane swap now that the 14-minute mark has been reached. Could just be, yeah, teleport being channeled there. It's going to be Violet now headed out to the mid lane.
Serrated Dirk, okay. So stopping off the collector for Infinity, before Infinity Edge, it seems.
Slow to his first item, but from first to second will be quite quick.
Yeah, no. Iceborne
Gauntlet Scion.
Well, I am wildly perplexed.
Yeah. That is a confusing one for sure.
Sante 2 Electric Boogaloo.
Yeah, not many champions liking that item.
Yeah.
Tends to be quite weak outside of being able to use that Sheen proc often. And Scion's certainly not a champion that has access to Sheen procs all that often.
Oh, there we go. Austerity's doing it again. Yeah, they may have given the Cynara too much free reign. Given that his only kill was a solo kill and he's only about 13 CS ahead. Oh.
Jose now matching into the Scion.
Oh, joy. Well, might as well scratch his belly at that point. Andre's done. Yeah, I don't know. I genuinely am just so perplexed at the state of the game. Jose, okay.
Oh no, Doraemon has used that ultimate. Does have the flash. Is going to be matched by Celeste. And that's a solo kill. As Doraemon falls for the first time. And 6 kills now for Inferno Esports.
Oh, yeah.
Taking away that Hextech ultimatum there from Celeste. Finds himself a pretty clean kill. His 3rd of the game even. Foreigner suffering as well.
Yeah, I mean, down a decent amount in the jungle. Yeah, I don't know. It's a bleak shout in for sure. Austerity soloing the Herald. Lovely. Oh, there goes the tower. So literally every category that they could have for the feats of strength just goes the way of Inferno Esports. Not a single point towards any of the categories. for saving O's. And oh, look,
okay,
another
gold
one.
lead about to get even worse as the tower goes down on the top side. Riptide as well, more than likely to fall. Not really much of an answer coming out of saving O's at the moment. Not really much chance to have an answer, as a matter of fact.
Yep. Oh dear. I mean, the one point that was going.
Oh,
yeah, okay. Dore just got completely kidnapped there. Abducted, some would say.
Yeah, maybe feeling a little pressured to try and find something. But Silas not going to get hit by that hook shot.
Despite how much crazy damage Scott has been taking in this game, still has not died, strangely.
Actually playing relatively okay on the Poppy, but...
Oh, yeah. It's just the game state's a bit bleak for him to really get into anywhere. And that Tempered Fate, we really just haven't seen because it hasn't been needed because everything's going so well for Inferno Esports.
Yeah, Kyoze playing safely around the fact that Celeste is more than likely in that bush, and of course, we know he was. Collector finished for him. And also most of the way towards his Infinity Edge, so now feeling the benefit of the weird early game purchase.
Vision control, Scott might be ready to fall soon, but Herald dropped. It's going to be jumped in by Born This Way, and
Teleport being used. Violet gets hit by the Decimating Smash, but in will come that redemption. Doraemon coming in as well. The teleport used here by the top lane
Tempered Fate
of saving O's, but Celeste finds his way in. Nature's Grass is there. Violet's going to fall. Who else will fall as Foreigner will limp away. Riptide doing what he can to assist. A great stop on that Decimating Smash here as LJW not tanking up the tower, might just walk away, and a double kill coming through immediately. Kyoze will answer back with one.
Ace in the hole is there, but I don't know if there's really any worthwhile targets. Maybe Moobs, maybe Austerity, but they're not presenting themselves, and Tempered Fate for the ages there for Moobs, lands it onto 4. And this will be Soul Point, and potentially that door finally slamming shut on the last of the pinky toes that Saving O's possess.
Absolutely. 5 more minutes until the next dragon, and if it is picked up, you have to feel the Scion and a Sejuani. Yeah. The Ocean Soul, most likely an insurmountable thing to overcome.
Oh, and yeah, Violet gets clipped by the Decimating Smash, redemption through, 4-man Tempered Fate. And then that is pretty much all she wrote, because in screams Born This Way, Violet dead to rights, Foreigner just limping away there.
Now, eventually does get killed as he tries to do his Raptors.
Yeah. And the amount of time it takes with LJW tanking up that tier 2 for the kill to come through does not paint a very positive picture.
For sure. I mean, half the problem was he wasn't tanking it. He was caught under the tower, but the tower wasn't hitting him.
6,325 the gold lead before the 20-minute mark. Infinity Edge done, but I mean, you're nearly 50 CS ahead, and it's still only even.
Yeah, I think a little bit too much found, and I mean, largely it feels like off the back of not using that flash.
Yeah.
Else Kyoze could have been very far ahead. Unfortunately, while he remains even, the rest of the map is falling apart. Artican could be an avenue in for saving O's if it were to be started up by Inferno Esports. They have some great champions at poking around it. Moops has taken a lot of damage as well. Now, while it is started up, this is not such a clear-cut thing. Teleport coming in as well. Doraemon and Kyoze will both be at this objective. They're looking for Celeste on the bottom side. Tempered Fate. Oh, and Kyoze's headshot the Silas. A great ultimate out of Scott. And this could be the turnaround as the double kill comes through from that Mega Inferno bomb. And they'll find a 4th. And the Otacon thereafter. And Saving O's have turned this one around.
Oh, the golden rule of the LCP holds true even in the promo relos.
On this way, though. Looking for the Otacon steal. They have no idea where he is, and he's got vision of the objective. He might be found soon. Solo, he comes pouring over the wall. The smite, and Foreigner will get it. And Meals on Wheels, it's pork for dinner, as down goes the Sejuani as well.
Oh, Bristle. Tasted pretty darn good, I'd imagine. And I mean, it all starts with that catch onto Celeste. Glacial Prison comes out onto Scott, but that's not the target you want. They clear Born this way out. Celeste already dead, and a slam from Scott sets up the double for Violet off the back of it. And Born this way justifiably says, I should probably just hold my ground right now. And that is exactly what O's have desperately needed all game, closing that gap to now 1,500.
A massive ticket back in, and Born this way as well, looking for that Arakan steal, gives over an extra shutdown. And that gold lead closing. Kyose's gold lead has exploded as he works his way towards possibly the most important item of the game for him in that Lord Dominic's. Now you would argue that maybe with the state of the game, the Dragons, how they were, you would really want to have that Mortal Reminder instead, but there is the opportunity for Foreigner to pick up the heal cut here on the AP Maokai, and it might just have to be.
So the beauty is you can't heal anything if you're dead, so just rip through the resistances, kill them as quickly as possible.
LDR finished, okay. Kyose now, I mean, he's our rank 1 player year after year, and he has the hopes of the region here in Game 4 on his shoulders. 3 items, 2k gold ahead of his counterpart. Violet as well, getting some of that much needed gold back off the back of that double kill with the Mega Inferno bomb.
Yeah, Leandri's Blackfire done. You kind of want that Bloodletters to come through at some point soon for Foreigner. Just open up that damage profile a little bit more for Violet.
It's going to be 50 seconds until what could be a Dragon Soul. Doraemon going for that recall now. We'll see if he has access to the Ravenous Hydra. He cancels it, maybe one more wave.
Has the TP, so timing-wise should still be able to get back, buy
Absolutely.
up, and come screaming on through.
Recall coming through now. Ravenous Hydra would be that ticket item for him. But even up in terms of those items with his counterpart. Of course, eyes on Kyose. He has the flash. Scott having a great game for himself. One Poppy ult could be a difference maker. Violet coming in a very risky way. The passage has been granted. Finding a good chunk of damage here. Onto that Sejuani.
First tower falls, it's in the bot lane. That Blackfire Torch Leandri's combo is getting some value.
They're finding a way in here though, LJW. Scott with the ultimate, hits LJW out, it's a 4v5. Doraemon trying to get in, but it's a Tempest Fate that stops him in his tracks. 1 for 1 of the kill score so far. Doraemon straight in their back line, but the follow-up's not there. He's flashed away, he's 1 HP, Foreigner's in. Oh, Autonomy trying to get away, will get the kill back. LJW tanking up Violet, tanking up Kyose, trying to find snipes on the back end.
Get the vision, Ace in the hole was there.
Oh, it's so many low health bars, it's a 2 for 2. But Scott will be first back on the map as it long cooldowns, long death time as Doraemon. No teleport available, is low, has healed up a little bit with that Ravenous Hydra. No junglers on the map, and Saving O's have started up the Dragon, but should be uncontested.
Yeah, there's no way. No way whatsoever, unfortunately.
Oh, Moop saving the day with that ultimate onto Doraemon.
Yeah.
Makes that fight a whole lot closer than it perhaps could have been.
Fortunately, no angle for Kyose to connect with that Ace in the hole either. Because that would have been another kill for sure. And you look at it, Scott clears out LJW, but it just doesn't matter. He jumps in, dies immediately. Austerity hitting so hard right now. They do finally get in, Doraemon on the Camille, but just unable to finish.
Lord.
Foreigner tries to make it happen, but will fall for his troubles. And then LJW gets himself back in the fight and plays bodyguard.
Importantly, Kyose and Violet both lived through that fight without using the flash. But Violet, he's going to have to use it here. Does get himself away. And it's going to be Born this way, locked up, flash out. Scott goes down first, but it's answered back as Kyose will find the headshot. But the Cosmic Binding lands onto 2. And Celeste, oh my god, the damage out of Kyose. That's the triple. Make it a quadra as only one will live. It's Moops trying to desperately get himself out. And Kyose more than justifying this Kalen pick.
3.6k gold ahead, and now all attention turned to this Baron. Nothing in the pocket left for Inferno Esports to steal this one away. Nothing on the map, but Moops. That's not going to stop him from trying. He's lurking, looking for an angle in. This is not Unsealed Spellbook Bard.
This could be Moops going down as well. Oh my lord, Ace in the hole. Not there for Kyose. It could have been a penta.
And it looked so disastrous. Tempered Fate does miss Kyose, and that is what ultimately turns us on its head. Scott face tanking for Violet.
Look at
Mega
the damage out of
Inferno bomb.
Kyose.
Oh, it's so massive. This Caitlyn mid lane pick. Kyose is just,
my
okay.
God.
I'm all on board. I'm here for it. Ose, I think I questioned earlier, is Ose even worth saving? Kyose has answered our question. It well and truly is.
9-2, has his 4th item online in that rapid fire cannon now. Baron buff on the side of saving Ose. This game was 9-0 with a 6k gold advantage to Inferno Esports.
Oh no!
Kyose no flash, they have to try and keep him alive. Here's all their damage. Oh, he's standing and delivering. It's a 1-for-1, both the AD carries are now down. But Violet desperately running away from Celeste, dodges away, but it's a double kill going the way now of the side of Inferno Esports. Doraemon finds one back, but Celeste finds himself a 3rd, and Doraemon now 1v3, nowhere left to go. Baron gone, Inferno Esports fight back.
Yeah, and the glowing weakness of this saving O's draft is as soon as Kyose is caught, if that Tempered Fate connects on him, the team fight's done. There is just no output compared to what Kyose is able to achieve. And it is going to cost them so dearly. They got the Baron. Now it's only Foreigner with it left. And Inferno Esports are looking to crack the base.
Yeah, they'll be able to break open this mid lane inhib. Now, luckily for the side of saving Ose, they have some champs that are great at dealing with super minions. But it's a constant avenue of pressure in. And keep in mind, a minute and a half still remains on what could be the soul for the side of Inferno Esports. The Baron power play is negative.
Yeah. I mean, what a read from Moops. Spots Kyose isolated and alone. Oh, the keeper's verdict just interrupted. I mean, the kill does land on Austerity, but Celeste was not even there. Comes in, plays clean up pretty easily.
Dore desperately trying to do what he can. But unfortunately, without Kyose, not a whole lot of damage there for Celeste. Just absolutely melting through this fight. Still, again, they deal with these waves pretty quickly. LJW not going to find his way into Kyose here. And Tempered Fate also goes wide, but low health bars. Violet trying to get himself out. Oh, a lot to do here for Kyose. But unfortunately, he's hit by the chain. Inferno Esports find their avenue in, and they'll find themselves the series. Doraemon desperately tries to cling on, but it's going to be Inferno Esports in 4, and they punch their ticket to take on DCG.
And all off the back of a Silas that was under the pump in the lane phase. As soon as they catch Kyose, Celeste gets himself a double with the help of Born This Way, and from there it is all but written the stars. Saving O's crumble under the pressure.
There's no minions. Here they come. Minion wave now there. The death timers are far too large. Scott can do little but look on as his Nexus will fall. Violet and Foreigner may spawn, but it's not going to be enough, as this is going to be Inferno Esports taking down Saving Ose and get to take on DCG for their spot against the Chiefs.
Oh, and the first international best of 5 for Ose, unfortunately, does not go their way. And this wild card team has got themselves one step closer to a spot in the LCP, but their task just got even harder still with DCG, the undisputed champions of the PCS, waiting for them tomorrow.
Absolutely. Valiant effort from the Oceanic lads. Kyose on the Caitlyn. No flash, unfortunately using it aggressively in the fight prior, and will fall. And little can the Saving Ose do now, but watch. As tomorrow it's Inferno Esports taking on DCG. And a very, very tall order for them indeed.
And now, unfortunately, the Chiefs find themselves the last bastion of hope for the Oceanic region, as their counterparts cleaned out in the 3-1. Magnificent stuff out of the Filipino representatives of Inferno Esports.
And Saving Ose will take their bow, their one and only. They lasted longer than the LJL representatives, but definitely against a different caliber of team, it has to be said. And I think, looking at how both the series of today went, you have to go into tomorrow favoring DCG. Unfortunately, just the level of cohesion that was shown from DCG just kind of went unmatched when you look at today's series.
Oh, I rate it. But yeah, I mean, what would it mean for the likes of the Philippines to see their team playing in a major region?
Oh, it would be amazing. It would be amazing not only for the Philippines, but just the entirety of the wildcard regions, showing that it is possible, that it's not an absolute foregone conclusion, that it's always going to be the PCS, the VCS, and the LJL. And I think here, smiles across all the faces, very well deserved.
Yeah. And it would be a mixed bag. So 3 Filipinos, 2 Malaysian players for this Inferno Esports roster. So getting some nice representation for the wildcard regions as well. Nice little spread. And Kyose, 34,000 damage was not enough. And Moops, if he is not MVP, I will be absolutely shocked, because he had some crazy value throughout that entire series.
I think, unfortunately, I would give it to Born this way. I think, honestly, throughout the entirety of the series, the Lee Sin game was phenomenal out of him. This Sejuani
Austerity
game,
got a pentakill, so maybe he gets it.
Yeah, this game would have just been absolutely done, if not for how much effort Born This Way put into getting Kyose not behind, but at least keeping Celeste in the game. Because if not for how often both Moops and Born This Way appeared in the mid lane, Kyose would have been so far ahead of absolutely everyone. It would have been almost an impossibility to
it's going to be Austerity. I mean, the pentakill, kind of hard to pass up. And this solo kill as well was just unbelievable.
Yeah. Unfortunately, running out of steam on the majors. You don't have that uptime of these AD carries. Flash is matched as well. Does a little spin for good measure. And I guess the Corky game as well.
Yeah, look, a pentakill's hard to pass up, realistically.
Yeah.
Oh, dear. Yeah. Unfortunately, there was one Oceanic team remaining in the promo rallies, and it is very much that they're outnumbered by the Southeast Asian representatives now.
Absolutely. A lot of damage. 29% of his team's damage. 81% KP as an AD carry as well. Nothing to scoff at. And a very much a player to look for tomorrow going up against Feng. It's not going to be easy. That's one thing that's for sure. But yeah, I mean,
it's hard to. It is hard to just overlook this as being that tipping point, because if not for the fact that not only does Kyose fall, but Foreign does as well, giving Celeste the double, this lane is pretty much just Jove for the Silas, and just a complete lack of vision control on the top side. And Born This Way exploits that time and time again to perfection. And yeah, Kyose was literally just targeted out there.
And here's that solo kill again.
I mean, Austerity as well. They sort of look to try and put him under the pump with his Ziggs pick, but it just given too much room to just ramp up and become that monster that we know that Yunara can become.
Yeah, what a tempered fate here out of Moops. What a beautiful, beautiful setup. I mean, fought back relatively well.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it just does not matter in the grand scheme. As Inferno Esports, the discipline pays off for them. They look to exploit what they can, give those opportunities back, and yeah.
Oh, I mean, the fact that this game was even this close, I mean, again, Moops there with the tempered fate, saving this team fight from what could have been an absolute disaster if Doraemon was able to just get himself in cleanly, find that way onto Austerity.
Yeah,
Tempered Fate stops him.
He had 3 massive Tempered Fates through that game, and they were just actually 4 technically if you think of this one as well. Unfortunately, they weren't able to do much off the back of this because Kyose is just an absolute beast.
I mean, Kyose, I think this is a fight where he flashes forward, pays for it dearly. Maybe it's the next fight, actually. I can't remember. There was too many fights at the end of this game, but oh my lord.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he did to finish the kill onto Austerity.
Yeah.
But again, it's that butterfly effect. You know, those things that happened moments ago that then come back to bite them. And yeah, if not for this catch, this game looks, again, drastically different. Kyose able to actually play the team fight and then get the damage out he needs to. Celeste as well. That was a 4v5 for that entire fight.
And Doraemon, I mean, playing pretty well.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, there's just no one that can, once Kyose is gone, deal with the Silas. And again here, I mean, I don't even really know what occurred in this fight. Looked like an okay start, ultimately.
It was just the slow into Kyose, and the front line was just evaporated by Austerity. And then Celeste just comes in. Yeah, it's a rough gig, but at this level of play, there are no room for mistakes, unfortunately.
Yeah, absolutely. And no room for mistakes, unfortunately, for Saving Os and QTD. Enough mistakes were made to unfortunately fall in today's results. You see it there on your screen. DCG going up against Inferno Esports tomorrow. Only one best of 5, but a very important one, because winner of said best of 5 will have to win just one series against the Chiefs, who remain winless this year, to qualify for the LCP 2026.
How crazy is that the Oceanic record in Taipei is 0-20 this year?
That is bleak.
Yeah, it is grim. It is very grim. But that turning point might just be at our darkest hour, and it might just be Saturday. We'll have to wait and see. I think for my money, it's crazy that I want to verse Inferno, given how good they've looked. I still edge the Chiefs out a little bit more, but DCG...
They look scary.
Oh, they do.
Yeah, I think it's hard. I mean, tomorrow, looking at tomorrow's series, I'm coming into it, and not to count Inferno Esports out, it does just seem again that DCG are playing on a different level in terms of their team cohesion, in terms of how they play as a unit.
In front of a home crowd too.
That too, yeah. I mean, we saw all the fans that were in the arena were pretty much
Rocking
all
DCG
fans, and that is what you expect when you're playing in front of the home crowd. But it's going to be hard. It's going to be very, very difficult for Inferno Esports to take on DCG. It's a caliber above what Saving Os is. I mean, Saving Os came together a month and a half ago. DCG have been playing the entire year and winning the entire year long.
Yeah, look, undisputed champions for a darn good reason. They won Split 1, they won Split 2, and surprise, shock horror, they won Split 3 and then got themselves a spot here in the Promo Rellos tournament. And the Chiefs, I mean, you've just got to hope that they are using this time effectively. They are sitting, watching, noting every little thing that could be used as an advantage to get this best of the 5 over the line and retain that spot in the 2026 season.
Absolutely. Sitting and waiting is what the Chiefs are doing, but for us, we're also going to have to wait, as it does conclude us for today. 2 best of 5 series, a 3-0 and a 3-1. It's going to be DCG going up against Inferno Esports tomorrow, but until then, I bid you a farewell.
So dirty, jumper wet, so I keep it clean. Hand down, man down when I come through dripping. Back turn on the oop, I'ma catch him slipping. Yeah, no look, don't look. Nay, dancing in the sky, boy, no hook. Serving up a big plate, what I just cooked. Yeah, that line got 8, pride got took. Yeah. And now you on a poster. They can't even coach you. I did it for the. I no look, don't look. Nay, dancing in the sky, boy, no hook. Serving up a big plate, what I just cooked. Yeah, that line got 8, pride got took. Yeah. And now you on a poster. They can't even coach you. I did it for the culture. Yeah. You know that I got it. Yeah. You know that I got it. Yeah. All this game up in my pocket. Bet that you can't stop me. You know that I got it. I want it all. Fight to the finish. Handle make you fall. Go back to beginning. You never seen this. Game is the meanest. You watch on your phone now. Can't wait till they stream this. And they watch it over and over. Over and over. ya. Your teammates wanna roast ya. Did it for the culture.
You ran into the headlights. Went off without a warning. Out of my arms. The bluish black that comes after the dark. Staying till the daylight breaks my heart. I'm so beyond you. It's beyond me. I'm so beyond you. It's beyond me. I'm so beyond you. You keep in the same place while the time keeps moving. Stack the wonders out from where it comes. Fog that dissipates before the dawn. The room that settles low can be so haunting. I step into the sun after so long. I'm so beyond you. It's beyond me. I'm so beyond you. It's beyond me. I'm so beyond you. It's beyond me. Oh, I'm so beyond you.
into your soul. Move your body in here tonight. Oh, let the rhythm go. Go right deep into your soul. Move your body in here tonight. Shake